Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream. This one we're going to start off a little bit differently. We're going to have a few videos talking directly about this maybe supposed global shutdown. Dealing with the energy crisis. Dealing with the oil and such. Iran and whatnot. Um, the other thing I want to note as well is that this is going to be if things play out the way that it's looking is going to be quite reminiscent of the pandemic, which was what is it, the tail end of 2019 to 2020. And it took about, into the summer, for things to really start kicking off the summer to the fall, for things to really start setting in and for, society to really start to drastically change, right? Because in a sense, 2019 was the last year of a type of normalcy that people were able to actually live and go to and from and socialize and things of that sort, right? So we may be potentially seeing something very similar with this if things go to plan. So let's just take a listen.
A new global lockdown is rolling
What's
out
up, Pink?
around the world, and it's starting to feel very similar to 2020. But this time, it's not a health emergency, it's an energy crisis. The International Energy Agency just released a plan called Sheltering from Oil Shock, recommending governments to restrict travel on certain days. So what that means is you'll have allocated driving days based upon your license
What's up,
number.
Shauna? What is up,
Speed
Miss
limit reductions to
Anderson?
save on fuel, avoiding air travel, and many airlines have begun cutting flights, recommending to work from home where possible, which sounds harmless until you realize how easy it becomes for companies to run with fewer people, especially with AI these days. Remember, in 2020, they locked down the world in the name of public health. Now in 2026, they're locking down the world in the name of energy security. They're calling it temporary measures, but temporary measures have a way of becoming permanent. Now, I'm not saying that this means lockdowns are coming tomorrow, and they didn't in 2020, but it does show you how quickly the rules can change. This is exactly why I don't like having everything dependent on one system, because when policy changes, you don't get much notice. Curious to hear what you guys think. Does this sound like smart planning, or is it a reminder of 2020 all over again?
So remember, back during 2020, we still had a little bit of normalcy before things started ramping up. But by the time you started having, the tail end of the summer towards the fall and winter, that's when things really started happening. Things started kicking into high gear, went from like 0 to 100 literally within that time frame. And things drastically changed. And when it deals with this energy crisis, right? When it deals with the oil and things of that nature, you have different places that are stating that they only have a couple of weeks or maybe some months left for the amount of oil or whatever reserves that they specifically have before they have to really start implementing rules, such as, throughout the week, maybe like a Sunday or whatnot, you can't be on the roads, right? Or it may be to the effect of where only certain folks that are really needed to be out should actually be out. And if things go as planned, or if they start implementing these shutdowns all over the place, you're going to start to see a return to remote jobs again, right? And remember, you had a lot of corporations, including the United States or whoever, people were trying to force people back into the office. They were like, yeah, we don't want y'all, being at home anymore, working and doing this and doing that. You got to come back to the office and rah 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 and da 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 da, right? And then in about what tail end of 2025 to 2026, you started hearing a lot of these businesses, they're having layoffs, right? Because you had people for so long at home, they grew accustomed to being at home and being able to work and be comfortable doing that versus being at the job. People dreaded going back to the job. People already did not want to go back to the office, right? Because of you got to socialize, you got to deal with this, and you got to get your coffee, you got to drive, you got to whatnot. You could just be at home behind your desk doing the work that you need to be doing, and you're as productive as can be. You can get everything done, and maybe even more, more than, right? But you got to remember how the system is built. It's all directly on control. And as the guy basically stated in the original video, this is why it's problematic to have a system that's dependent on one thing. We're supposed to be, as the United States, we're supposed to be a first world country, right? But yet this is the type of issue that we're dealing with. We shouldn't even really have a problem because we have, engineers. We have, bright minds and great thinkers, right? That can invent and do a lot of things so that we wouldn't be as dependent. We might still have some dependency, but we wouldn't be as dependent. But again, given the system, given how the United States likes to move, they made sure that this was going to be a thing. Because at the end of the day, it's about control. It's not about allowing the people to be free and to be able to do this and do that. It's about strict rules, guidelines, you following this and you following that. This is another reason why I told people about these 2.0 cities. When it deals with LA, you can go back and look at one of the videos that I did and how I highlighted the information about Gavin Newsom, how he was literally standing in the smoldering remains and ashes of the fires that took place. And he was already talking about LA 2.0 and how that was going to work and the systems that they were going to have directly in place, literally as other people's homes were still, smoking from the flames of the night that the fire was just running through, right? And taking lives, taking out neighborhoods, burning down, mom and pop shops and businesses and all of these homes. In every single city in the United States has this plan. They're just waiting for specific things to take place and happen so that they themselves can implement the exact same plan. Right? But let's keep going.
And here in Thailand, the surge is dealing a heavy blow to the fishing industry. More than half of the country's fishing vessels have been forced to suspend operations. This port in Samut Sakhon province produces one of the country's largest hauls. But fuel prices have more than doubled since February, and many businesses are now losing money on fishing operations. 120 of the 300 fishing boats here are now docked.
The fuel prices now are the highest I've ever seen. Right now, we cannot see an end to the crisis.
The government is scrambling to take action. It's now supplying fishers with a blended fuel that includes 20% palm oil at a reduced price.
Yo, what is up, Hack? What is up, Ty? What is up, Brother Exile? What is up? What is up? What is up? What is up, Gail? So as we can clearly hear, over there in Thailand, they're going through the exact same issues, right? But it's affecting them a lot more because you have the men going out there, they're working, they're fishermen, working on the boats, and that they need the gas and whatnot in order to move to and from, in order to supply both the community and the businesses, and also to be able to put food directly on the table. And you heard them specifically state that they have to split the gas there. And I think one of the videos, I'm not sure if I gave it to you guys in a previous live stream, but somewhere on my computer, there is a video talking about the fact that the split gas that they have is going to have an effect on people's engines. So be very cautious directly of that. Like I said, this is how my mind is basically working with this, right? So a while ago, I told you guys some information when it dealt with when Biden was in office. I got to take off my glasses so I can just think clearly real quick. So, okay. Back during when Biden was in office and a few other folks, specifically when it dealt with New York, they were stating by, I think somewhere before 2030 or at least 2032, their main plan for New York was to make sure that every structure, so that means both, I'm guessing businesses and especially apartments and homes, have electric stoves. And I was giving out the warning signal directly on it. I'm saying like, yo, that's not a good thing, because if a blackout happens, which means that the power is basically out, you have no way to cut that on, and you have an electric stove, you have no way to potentially boil water, right? Let's say the power goes out and then you also got a water advisory. How are you going to sit up there and boil water? right? Because everybody gets water that comes, directly through the pipes in their apartments and their homes. So it's like, if your power is out and you depend on electricity, how are you going to heat up that water? Everybody doesn't have access to, a coal stove or a log stove where you can just get some wood and chop that up real quick, or some coal and throw that in there. And then you got a hot top up there that you can just start boiling. Right. So that's going to leave you at a disadvantage on purpose. So then what? Now you're going to be dependent on these stores, on these markets, and they know this. So then when you're dependent on these stores and markets, right, that's going to drive up the demand, also going to drive up the price, which we saw back during Katrina, where you had some folks or other hurricanes where you saw gas stations and whatnot. They were like, oh, you want this 12-pack of water? No problem. $102, $95, $60. Like, it's going to be egregious. It's going to cause huge chaos and a problem. And the main result that is going to come from that, which the government loves and wants to happen, is a martial law. They're going to have to call in a National Guard and the military and all this other type of stuff to get things, directly under control, because of the problem that they allowed to happen, because they didn't put specific things in place in order to make sure that it wouldn't go to that extent. Like I said, people already know if you have just everything electric, it's problematic. An EMP can drop, and guess what? The whole thing is done. Even right now, given how the energy grid is, you throw a match directly in that bad boy, it's over. We're cooked. We're pretty much, back in like the steam days, steam and coal, and trying to chop up logs. Like, we're going to be like that for a long time. Again, problematic. Things that they already knew is a potentiality, or that could happen, but they opted not to put specific things in place or to update things to safeguard us, against that. Because again, it's about control. But like I said before, the main thing is that you want to be very cautious with that new gas that they're going to be putting directly out there, because a lot of people's engines will get torn up over time, wear and tear a lot faster. And what that then means is that they'll be able to easily push electric cars or hybrid cars a lot quicker and directly into people's faces. Because, that's the other thing too, because I specifically told people that they do have a certain plan out there where by a specific date, within like the 2030s or whatever, they want certain gas vehicles off the roads, because they stated because of the pollution and this and that and all these other types of things. Again, it's about control, because if they can have these very specific cars directly out there, I'm not sure if people are paying attention to the newer cars now. I should have brought that video directly to you. They have newer cars now where they have cameras, AI and cameras, where it has like facial recognition technology, where it will pay attention to the different faces. So it can tell if you're drowsy, it can tell if you're sleepy, it can tell if you're inebriated, or if you're paying attention to the road and all this other type of stuff. And within that, instead of you having to deal with OnStar, be like, hey, the police be like, hey, I'm in this car chase with a person, OnStar, I need you to shut off these cars. The AI and whatever company that's attached to, they can just automatically just slow down and shut off your car and pull you to the side of the road. Like I said before, a lot of the stuff is directly about control and leading people into one way, right? But let's continue.
Asia has been hard hit too. The Philippines has moved to a 4-day work week, while Myanmar has imposed alternate driving days. Some countries have also introduced a fuel price cap.
In Thailand, some people have been ordered to conserve energy by suspending travel, taking the stairs instead of elevators. In Bangladesh, they've closed universities there. Sri Lanka's had some fuel rationing.
Parts of Australia are also running short of fuel. In 2 states, Victoria and Tasmania, travel on public transport will now be free for a month. And in Egypt, the streets are dark. Shops, restaurants and cafes are told to close by 9 p.m. every night to preserve energy. The government here says the UK has a strong and diverse supply of fuel and has urged motorists not to alter their buying habits.
Production is being maintained, supplies are being maintained, so people should just carry on as usual. Of course, governments will always plan for contingencies. That is always the right thing to do, but people should be reassured ahead of the Easter holidays just to carry on as things are.
90% of all trade is shipped on the ocean. If the Red Sea does become another key trading route dragged into this conflict, there could be huge implications for the global economy. Mark Ashdown, BBC News.
Right. So I had somebody down in the comment section was like, yo, it's not a global shutdown. You're just another liberal, leftist, Marxist trying to fearmonger the ignorant. Like I said, I love comments. And I love the fact when people automatically try to put me directly into a box and try to say that I'm a part of this political affiliation or this other political affiliation in order to try to make their stance. I don't have a political affiliation. So, I mean, nice try. And, the craziest thing is when I said similar things that I'm saying right now during the pandemic, a lot of people said the same stuff. So this is why I sit back and laugh. I'm like, all right, well, I could be wrong, right? Anything is possible, but I'm going by, again, things that I listed and stated. Like I said, Real ID, I talked about that. I also gave people warnings directly about the Fed now. I talked about that. I talked about how a lot of countries around the world are pushing more and more towards a digital currency versus a physical one. I talked about that as well, too. I also talked about the fact that during the pandemic, as people tend to forget, because it was a hectic, time, that they were trying to implement these ID checks when it dealt with your medical. So it was like, hey, the way that they tried to nice it up, they was like, hey, if you actually follow the rules and the regulations of WHO and the government, and you're doing everything like a good little boy, and you download this app, we'll allow you to go directly to these restaurants. We'll allow you to go directly to, these other engagements that normally you would be able to go to, but we've made sure to bar these things off, as treats for the ones that decide to follow what it is that we tell them to do. And for everybody else that doesn't want to follow, guess what? You got to stay at home. So you would have two choices. You would either abide by what the government is telling you, right? Like a good little dog, or you would opt to stand your ground and be with your beliefs and, just deal with that. But, I guess people tend to forget. It's crazy work. It's diabolical. 100%. But like I said, if you don't believe me, go look up the Fed now if you're American. Because a lot of times, people pull up to the scene and they're not even American. So it's like, it makes no sense to even have the conversation in a sense. But, like I said, for those in America, if you don't believe nothing that I'm saying, just go research the Fed now. 24/7, always up and running. The exact same folks, the government, who were trying to scare people back in, what was it? When crypto was sitting up there moving, I think, what was it, like 2018, 2019, or I forgot what it was, but it was, during a certain time, like 17, 18, 19, crypto was moving, doing stuff and whatnot. They were making a fear. You talking about fear mongering? The United States government had a fear mongering campaign to the point where they were trying to tell people like, hey, if we sit up there and catch you with such and such cryptocurrency, you could potentially face, jail or prison time. I'm like, what? I'm like, that's great. I'm like, that you would have thought they were talking about drugs, like some type of like, S-class, other Galaxian, drug that just like does some whole other type of stuff, right? But it wasn't. It was cryptocurrency. And I'm like, the craziest part about it is the exact same people who fearmonger you into not, investing or looking directly into it or trying to even like understand it and read about it are the exact same ones who decided to start buying it up, like BlackRock and Vanguard, right? They got trillions in assets. If you look up their portfolios, trillions in assets, and a lot of which are directly in cryptocurrencies. And then you got other people directly within United States governments who have invested into cryptocurrencies. You got other folks who have invested into cryptocurrencies. But again, they scared away the main folks who are the everyday people who could have gotten into that and did whatever, got in and got out and all this other type of stuff and rah. But like I said, you don't gotta listen to me though. You don't gotta listen to me at all. Somebody was like, this is a parody channel. I'm a little bit confused. Parody channel for what? I'm highly confused. Because like people just make up terms and they just say anything and they're not really talking about nothing. Parody channel for what? Right? Another person said, what is it? Uh-oh. Oh, somebody mad. You must have been somebody we must have packed up a long time ago. Oh, you just gonna keep typing Uncle Ruckus? I got you. Hopefully you got a whole nother profile. Hopefully you got a whole nother profile. Because you are now in the realms of the shadows. Now in the realms of the shadows. Good job though. Good job though. Now let's continue.
Last week, we noted that there is a disconnect between equity pricing and also the broader market and supply disruption. So when we were looking at U.S. equities, still just 4% lower from the beginning of the conflict, that's just not consistent with the oil market pricing in doable disruption. So this is why we dial down risk. But right now, we're actually really thinking about thematic opportunities that will be accelerated by events in the Middle East, no matter what happens from here on. And energy security and energy independence is one such theme. So we're actually putting out the research paper this week, specifically talking about how we can play to this theme. If you think about of the 8 billion people living on Earth, 80% of them live in countries that are energy oil importers, and 60% of them live in countries that are natural gas importers. So we're talking about environment, really supply is disrupted, but perhaps also takes longer to recover from, because we're talking about energy infrastructures being impacted. And also it's possible to see that countries will focus on kind of building resilience and also stocking up inventory even after the war. So when you bring all of this together, we're in this environment for longer, supercharged environment of world shaped by supply. So we're talking about an environment where we look at energy independence, and it's all of the above when it comes to energy choices.
The UK's gas supplies are running dangerously low with just a few.
So let me just phrase it, right? Let me just go just a little bit back from the previous conversation, right? Let me see.
The above.
Right. So the one thing that I want to highlight what this lady mentioned is the fact of how you have so many places dependent on one type of fuel source. If you look around, somebody can correct me. It's either Greenland or Iceland. I watched a small documentary about it a while ago, right? They're dealing with thermal energy, right? Meaning that they're going directly underground to, the source, because, they got some type of, let's say, maybe volcanic activity, maybe some volcanic vents or things of that nature. So they tap directly into that heat source, and then they transfer that into the energy that they need so that they can, supply themselves with electricity and different things of that nature. Other places around the world, of course, uses, hydro, by way of dams or, other types of, machinery that maybe are placed, again, you got the dams that they build, and then you also have things that they can place directly in the oceans to feed off of the energies that are going on down there. All I'm saying is that being in a first world country, it's crazy to me with all of the things that we have directly around us that the United States has not evolved to a point of tapping into these various sources, at least to safeguard at least certain states, right? If people get what it is, that I'm saying. So like certain like coastal like regions, if they have like a lot of movement directly within the water, they can deal with like energies putting, certain types of like, instead of like solar, not solar, but instead of like, let's say like a wind farm, how we have it directly above, to capture the wind and to get things moving and to generate electricity, you can in a sense do the exact same thing just underwater, right? With the water currents and, and the water movement and different things of that sort. And I guess also technically depending, let's say if it's like Hawaii, because they have a lot of, volcanic activity there, which also means that they will have a lot of heat vents there as well too. They have a lot of things that they will be able to tap into as well. Like I said, all of the money that we've spent directly on war over time, we could have used as a nation in order to build ourselves up so that we're not so reliant on other countries for certain things. Like I said, it's ridiculous. We should not be at a point where folks are trying to, sift over plans of like, maybe we may have to, have some days where people can't drive on the roads and we shouldn't be at that point. We as a first world country, we should not be at that point. But let's continue.
When it comes to energy choices,
the UK's gas supplies are running dangerously low with just a few days remaining in storage, warns Centrica, the owners of British Gas, who say they have less than a week's worth remaining. And just the other day, on Wednesday, the UK was almost issued a blackout warning. Are we living in 1925 or 2025? Because how the fuck are we having these problems? Now, the media are saying that this low supply in gas is down to the unseasonably cold snap, which they say in turn has led to a higher demand, which, okay, that would make sense. But what no one seems to be saying here is that the UK mainly got its gas through Russia, and on the 31st of December, less than 2 weeks ago, the main Russian gas supply from...
Okay, well, that one just cut off directly right there because that was the last bit that I have. But going off of the fact of what he was saying about the UK and a potential implementation for a lot of things, the other thing that I mentioned that had to do with going back to the pandemic is along with these lockdowns, there were talks of green zones, of green areas, basically meaning that you would have areas for those who decided to abide by the rules, right? So if the government told you to do something or who told you to do something, all right, you good. And then they would have other areas for those who did not abide by those things. But obviously that plan didn't go straight directly through. They just allowed that to be, I guess, whispers or talks, directly out there. And or, a little bit of outrage may have potentially helped, directly with that. But, all I'm saying is like, I've said for the longest time possible, even I've done live streams where I've told people like, hey, just look around, pay attention, prepare, because a variety of things can take place and happen. For some of those who have been part of the channel for a long time, I've specifically told folks, I'm like, hey, let's go through a list of like Amazon things just on a random stream. Let me sit up there and show y'all some stuff dealing with different type of water filtration systems, for the home or ones that are portable, just in case, anything does happen. So if, power does go out, you don't really have a way to heat up, your water or things of that nature. You can use this water filtration system to pretty much purify your water. It may cost a little bit up front, but at least you know that you and your family have a way of having, a decent water source. You don't have to go out of your way or potentially, risk your safety or your life in order to go out there and get water that's going to be astronomically high. Right. And then this also falls directly into other videos that I've given to folks. I want to say 2023, maybe 2022 to 2023. Again, during the pandemic, where a lot of factories were magically being disabled, so to say, right? Either planes are crashing, like some small, planes are crashing directly into them. Some fires were breaking directly out. Some type of outbreak happened. So it doesn't matter if it was an oat factory, if it was a poultry factory, if it was beef or pork or even milk. Magically, for whatever reason, across the United States, and I was only talking about the United States, you had a lot of these factories that were being hit, or there was magically some problems. And I'm like, yeah, you got over 100 of these facilities that's having this issue within this certain time frame. I'm like, yeah, that's a little bit weird. That's way more than a coincidence. That also goes into videos that I brought by way of farmers who were specifically talking about giving warning signs to the American people, be like, hey, because of things that are going on, we're going to have to, in a sense, pass the buck, because it was going to cost more for them to actually feed, the cattle or, whatever it is that they're raising there. And because they have to, take on that cost, is going to be pushed directly onto the consumer when they have to sell the product from the farm to, whoever. So this is why at various times you end up seeing heights in prices such as milk, eggs, pork, meat, and and things of that nature. Like I said, I keep trying to tell people a lot of these things that they're doing, playing with the prices, it's a test to see how far that they can take it, so that they can start to write this down and start to plan certain things out. So now when they really want to do something, it's like, all right, we already know what to do. We already know how people are going to sit up there and react, and then we have something already set up directly for that reaction. Right? But people will figure it out. People will figure it out. People will figure it out. Somebody said the moment in time that somebody disagrees with an opinion. No, it's not the moment in time of disagreeing with an opinion. If you want to be disrespectful, if you start saying stuff and you're just like spamming, not saying nothing, yeah, I'm going to get you, either me or my moderators are going to get you up out of here. So yeah, this ain't a town hall meeting. I'm not sure what people specifically expect this to be. Like I said, disrespect is not a thing that's going to be tolerated. So tread lightly. It's that simple. It's that simple. Like I said, if people want to play games, go play in traffic. It's that easy. But let's continue to the next topic here. So the next topic is going to be dealing with Ghana, right? And touching directly on that again, as we did in the previous live stream yesterday, right?
All these discussions of reparation, there's a view that is becoming prominent, which view is that we contributed in the slavery, and that you cannot eat your cake and have it. You cannot sell slaves, collect money, chop it, 100, 500 years later, and you come back and say, give me more money or give me money.
Who collected the slaves and where did they take them to?
No, and that we did the selling, and that the Europeans, when they came and docked at the castle, we went into the hinterlands, and they accused your ethnic group, the Fantis, that you were at the forefront, using Cape Coast and Elmina Castle to sell people. And so you were even middlemen, you buy and sell.
Sure.
So why would we, after doing a barter trade, which was legal at the time, come back and say, oh, pay us more?
Right. So the main reason that this conversation is happening is because you had the president or whatever of Ghana come directly over to the U.S. or the UN and decide to state that, they want reparations for what it is that took place during the transatlantic slave trade, but also leaving out the fact that they are the main causation. Before Europeans even got there, you were already having slavery take place. You were already capturing your own people. Europeans didn't know nothing about where it is that you were. They didn't know how to go through, whatever, neighborhoods or whatnot, or whatever that you had going down there, right? Normally when people come to a new land, they have to have people show them what's there, how things work. They have to, help them understand. They have to show them, this is a go zone, this is a no-go zone, this is the marketplace that we have, this is, where we have like kids and da-da-da-da, right? So before the Europeans got there, you had those in Ghana that were still practicing and doing slavery. Even still to this date, as of, I think from the previous live stream, it was like the tail end of, what was it, somewhere in between like 2020 to 2023, they still had slavery going on. So within this time frame, you still got slavery over there going on. So it's like, it's crazy and it's wild that the main people that are the causation, right, that allow these things to take place are the exact same ones now coming back and be like, hey, US, UN, run me my money. That doesn't make any type of sense. That doesn't make any type of sense at all. Like that's 100%, wild work. Because realistically, what should be taking place is that Ghana, if we're supposed to go through the, the transatlantic slave trade and everybody came out of Africa theory, right? those in Ghana, the Ghana government are the ones that owe Black Americans reparations for what it is that you did. But that's not what they're trying to do. You're trying to levy and place all of the blame directly on somebody else. But it's like you allow those people directly in your home to do what it is that they did. You allow them to sit up there and take part in what it is that you were already doing. Like that doesn't make any sense. You allow them to take part, but now you want to technically absolve yourself of responsibility, and you want to put all of the responsibility on somebody. That's crazy to me. And then you got a lot of folks out here that have a problem that Black Americans are calling out this foolishness, because it is foolishness. 100%. Like, you want payment for what it is that you did. And then the other thing that a lot of people can't even, really bring up is like, okay, so if those in Ghana are asking for reparations, how does that mean anything for Black Americans? How does that mean that Black Americans are actually going to receive anything from, whatever conversations that they're having? It doesn't. That's a representative of Ghana. That's not a representative of Black Americans. Right? It's two different things. Like I said, it's crazy. But let's keep going.
Premises adjacent. They're sellout adjacent. They're whitewashed adjacent. I don't want to hear nothing from no FBA members about them trying to be a part of the conversation as it pertains to that UN meeting with Ghana bringing the transatlantic slave trade to the conversation and trying to get us reparations, which, by the way, thank you to Ghana, thank you to all of Africa.
Speaking with a lot of passion, and he seems to be under the impression that reparations for the continent of Africa or for Ghana or whoever is somehow going to benefit the entire Black world or Black populations around the world. I'm not really sure where he would have gotten that idea from, but Ghana getting reparations is not going to do anything for you, sweetheart, or anybody in the Americas at all. Their reparations talk wouldn't have anything to do with us, right? Like, so whatever it is that they would get, it's not going to benefit us. It wouldn't even be possible for it to benefit us. They wouldn't even have a way to make reparations in Ghana benefit Black Americans. So I'm not even really sure why you're so passionate about that. Like, why are you passionate about that at all? These are going to have to be two separate conversations. And that's all we saying is, he came over here, the Ghana president came over here doing this little ritual on our over our ancestral graves. And it's like, for what? When if you go talk about reparations, that talk really doesn't have anything to do with Black Americans. Our reparations talk is completely different from theirs. So let's not try to make them one and the same, because if we do, it's not going to benefit us at all. And then you got to ask yourself too, honey, when any country in Africa that gets any type of aid, does their government normally hoard it for themselves and hoard the wealth for themselves, or do they normally use the money to help their people and to help build their societies? History has shown that they normally hoard it to themselves. So if they're not even going to help their own people, what the hell would make you think that they were going to help or do anything for us? They don't have a reason to.
All you FBA bitches, stop following me. Get the fuck off my page. Stop getting down in my motherfucking comments trying to recruit me into your punk ass white supremacist ass movement. I don't want to be a part of nothing you got going on. I don't want y'all following me. I keep saying this. I've said it.
Clearly he's lying. Nobody, Black FBA people, foundationally Black American people, are not in other people's comment section recruiting them, because there's nothing to recruit into.
Yeah.
It's not a group. There's nothing to recruit. There's no reason for anybody to do that. So I know he's lying. Okay, and this is a part of the reason why I don't respect Pan-Africans. First of all, they have this, like, Pan-Africanism, y'all, for real, is nothing more than Black American bashing. All they do is bash Black Americans. That's their whole, they don't do nothing to progress Africa. They're not in Africa doing any kind of work, any kind of charitable work. They're not making donations. They're not building anything in Africa. All they do is sit here in the comfort of the United States and complain about other Black Americans and about how we should worship Africa and how Africa is better than America, even though they don't want to live there. And that's all they do. I mean, they literally don't do anything else except bash Black Americans. So I just don't respect it. I mean, I'm glad to see you're passionate about something, but that the reparations talk thing, honey, it's not gonna benefit you, but more power to you. I mean, I hope that you get what you're looking for, even though I know you won't.
Right. And the other crazy thing, like I said before, when it deals with the whole thing of folks out here, being Pan-African, right, is the fact that when the talk was happening about Nigeria, it was about a good week, maybe about a good week, maybe a little bit more, right? There was a grape festival that was going on over there, where it was stated that the festival was supposed to go on for 7 days and that women were not allowed out past 12 o'clock. And if you were a woman or a female and you were caught out at that time, anything will happen to you. And there were videos directly out there of Nigerian men acting like pure savages, pretty much ripping off clothes of women directly over there, chasing them down. Like you thought it would have been a scene, from a whole nother country, but no, that it was directly over there in Africa. It was African men directly doing that. And it was to the point where you even had quite a bit of African women online, but shockingly, you didn't really have a lot of African men wanting to talk about it, but you had a lot of African women online talking about it and how they themselves live in a type of fear when it deals with these types of things happening, and how it is very problematic, and how it is that the men there, the African men there, don't want to bring it up and talk about it. Color me surprised. Color me surprised. And as she stated before, the previous woman, let me go back to her real quick. As as she stated before, a lot of these folks who are Pan-African, they are not directly over there in Africa. They're not living over there in Africa. They're somewhere in the United States, living it up off the United States dollar, eating at United States restaurant, putting their kids in United States. Like they're doing everything here in the United States, but yet they're complaining, and then they're talking about Africa this and Africa that. But it's like, what are you doing for Africa though? Other than just running your mouth here from the safety of the United States, the same thing that other Africans do. What are you actually doing to help those folks out over there? You're not doing nothing. You're not building no type of schools over there. You're not building up no hospitals. You're not building up no blocks, no affordable housing or whatever it is. You're not helping out with the kids on the streets. You're not helping out with the orphanages. Right? You're not helping out with the lack of medical care. You're not even putting yourself through school so you can be some type of doctor, so you can just go over there and live in Africa and help out those people that way. You're not doing none of that. You're just running your mouth. And then want to sit up there and get mad when Black Americans are like, hey, we're about to just, finite, have the land, the line drawn directly in the sand. Since everybody wanted to say that we're different, that we're oh so different, we're going to make sure that we're all different. And now people want to get aggravated. Now people want to get mad. And as stated before, the terminology FBA has been, I want to say, about around for at least a good within 10 or about 10 years. But this is the most that you've seen all of these people here trying to bandwagon and deciding that they want to like hate monger, that they want to start creating all of this content. Oh, FBA is this and FBA is that. But I'm like, so when this terminology was first being used, where were y'all at? Where were y'all to have this same anger, to have all of this same animosity? Y'all were nowhere to be seen. Y'all wasn't even thinking about doing content on the name because it wasn't popping. People, it wasn't, really going through the motions. But now, once, you think about it, it's like, oh, you got some celebrities sitting up there saying some stuff. You got it appearing maybe in some rap songs. You got it maybe appearing in mainstream media. You got ordinary people on the streets maybe saying some stuff here and there. Now everybody want to start jumping on and saying like, oh yeah, we hate FBA, and FBA is this, they're negative and and all this other stuff. I'm like, wow, that's some weirdo type of behavior. It seems as though that people only really want to talk when stuff get popular and they know that they can monetize it. That's all I'm witnessing. That is all I'm witnessing. Like I said, it's crazy. And then the other crazy part dealing with this, the whole Pan-African thing, is that whenever I happen to go on TikTok, I never see Pan-Africans checking these Africans saying some crazy type of stuff online. I'm gonna actually give you a clip directly on that, but let me just play this clip here.
A few of our people, I don't know whether for attention or popularity, criticized the achievement and tried to belittle it. And they made all kinds of infantile arguments. They say, so, but Africans were involved. I mean, the crime was systematic. The ships that carried the slaves were insured by reputable insurance companies that are some of the richest in the world today and profited from the slave trade. The ship owners made money. Reparations, and listen to the important one, reparations were paid to slave owners for letting the slaves go. When they abolished slave trade and said the slaves could go, they compensated the person who has enslaved somebody for loss of property. As recently as 2015, compensation was paid to people for losing their slaves. And you come and tell me that we recognize this as a grievous crime, and you say, oh, but Africans were involved. This was a whole system. They built ships, and they built the ships with measurements to make sure that the cargo can take the maximum amount of slaves. And you tell me that, you know, Africans were involved, so we shouldn't talk about reparations.
I mean, but is that not the fact, though? Are you not the ones that basically already had it going on before the Europeans? And then when the Europeans came directly to you, are you not the ones that invited them into the home so that they can take part in the slavery? It's like, yeah, both parties are at fault, but you have more of the burden because you were selling off your own people first. Like, what are we talking about? Like, even within this conversation, there's dishonesty. He's like, you know, people saying that, you know, we did this and that, but you got to look at the fact that these Europeans, they came through and they created these boats. They had the science, the mathematics, the Harry Potter wizardry, and they knew by every single inch and centimeter, you know, how much cargo. Notice he didn't want to say that he didn't want to say, instead of cargo, like our people, our families, our friends, our children. He said cargo. Like I said, words speak volumes. He didn't even want to sit up there and refer to them as the slaves as human beings. But I'm supposed to sit up there and believe that he's 100% honest in wanting to get some type of like reparations, and then do what with it? If I'm to look at Africa and look at the how it's ran, if I'm to look at Africa and look at the governments there, if I'm to look at Africa and look at the amount of corruption that is there, what makes me think that if they were able to get any form of the people, with the amount of corruption that goes through with the presidents, with the government and the police that are currently there, and even the military, what makes me think that if they get reparations, that it is going to be for the best interest of the people? Because I have yet to see Africa as a whole move for the best interest of its people, but I have seen Africa either split or somewhat sort of kind of as a whole, quietly or out loud, decide to go against the people and to sell the people off still to this day. Maybe not in the forms of slavery, but in the forms of, hey, we're going to sit up there and sell your land. We're going to sell the beachfront. We're going to sell the minerals and the resources. You have such a mineral rich land there directly right under your feet, and you can't even profit directly off of it because your higher ups, your rich, your elites, your governments there, the ones that you know are overlooking everything, they decided to sell it off to the highest bidder so that they can get a little bit of something and be the man on top. And I'm like, nobody sees a problem with that. And it's like Black Americans are supposed to trust these people who created their own systems, who are selfish and they want to be detrimental directly to their own. And I'm supposed to believe that they got the best interest for Black Americans. Since when? They don't even have the best interest for their own. So it's like, it's crazy to me to look at a lot of Pan-Africans that want to sit up there and be cheering on Africa when Africa doesn't even cheer for themselves. How many times have I showed y'all videos where Nigerians are like, oh yeah, I'm proud to be Nigerian and da-da-da. They're proud to be Nigerian when they're in the UK. You're in a white country. That's when you want to be the utmost proud of being Nigerian. That's when you want to stand 10 toes down. You're proud to be Nigerian when you're in China. You're proud to be Nigerian when you're in Japan. You're proud to be Nigerian when you're in Sweden. Poland. When you're away from your own people, now you want to be proud to be you. When you're in Canada, you're proud to be Nigerian. We're in the United States. Now you're proud to be Nigerian. Now you want to be some type of activist and some type of representative for those in Nigeria, but you couldn't have that same energy. You couldn't have your chest out. You couldn't have all of this pride and ego when you were back there with your people, amongst your people. That's a little bit weird. And again, I'm supposed to believe that these people who are runners and track stars have the best interest, and they're doing this because they really care about Black Americans and feel that we should be getting our fair share, and they're going to use whatever motion or movement that they got in order to make sure that we get ours. Yeah, okay. All right. You got it. But, just in case people don't believe what it is that, I am talking about, let me show you how Africans get down when they are having a conversation amongst themselves, and pay attention to the words. I'll play it twice so that people can listen.
I didn't know that they're not Akata. Right? I'm a people Akata. I know Akata. Yeah. I know. She said we are not Akata. No, we have sense. Like, as in, I can do tattoo. I can, do my hair like this. Yeah. But when it comes down to like my mindset, I know who I am.
So I want people to understand, right? Everything that this African is right now is the aesthetics of Black American men. He got the tattoos in a lot of places in Africa. You don't really catch African men pretty much at all having tattoos. That's a Black American thing. That's something that we do here. Again, he's sitting up there wearing a cross, the gold chain. He got his hair done a certain type of way. If you know anything about Africans, they do not allow their men to walk around with hair like that. I got videos of African parents literally cutting the cornrows directly out of their son's head. They're cutting off the locks directly out of their son's head because they don't play that. Because they feel, for them, at least from my perspective and understanding, that is a woman's type of way to move. Having long hair. You're a man, you either bald or you have very short hair. You're not having long hair at all. Like I said, African fathers and the mothers, they do not play that. There's tons of videos out there talking about it and all this other type of stuff. There's even videos of African children trying to prank their parents because they know what the reaction is going to be. And you hear them repeatedly sitting up there saying, what? Oh, Akata. Right? The exact same word that we've been saying that they say about us, like, oh, you're a cotton picker, slave, and all this other type of stuff. But then when the discourse was happening online, Africans wanted to pop up, oh no, you got the word wrong. That's not really what it means. Actually, the crazy part is we say that to one another, and this, that, and the third, and all this other type of stuff, right? But again, he's in an African restaurant. He's African himself. And he basically is telling his own people, he's like, yeah, I dress like this, but I'm not them. I dress like this, but I don't think like them. I dress like this, but I know who it is that I am. Because those Black Americans, the ones that I'm cosplaying as, the ones who I'm dressing as, they don't know who they is. But I know who I am, though. Matter of fact, let me just play it again, just in case people got lost directly in the background and they ain't catch up yet.
I didn't know that they're not Akata. Right? I'm a people Akata. I know Akata. Yeah. I know. She said we are not Akata. No, we have sense. Like, as in, I can do tattoo. I can, do my hair like this. Yeah. But when it comes down to like my mindset, I know who I am.
It's crazy work. That's diabolical. And like I said, people, shout out to Shana for the $5 dono. She said, cosplaying Black Americans, huh? Bars. And this is what Black Americans be talking about. You don't catch, like, this is a clear-cut difference, right? At the point in time where Black Americans were on the whole thing of like, yo, Africa is the motherland and we're trying to learn more. Like, that is us trying to acknowledge, we're trying to like show love and respect to something, right? Because we're trying to grow an understanding, right? We're growing a fondness, because we were taught like, hey, you got to learn more about Africa to learn about yourself. But then the more and more that we started getting closer and closer to this thing, the more and more Africans started basically pushing us back. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, people said that we was all family because, we all look alike and all this other type of stuff. We got the same history. We just been apart for like 400 to 500 years. Like we just ain't really been, next to each other. But we family. Like this is us. It's like, yo, what's up? But this is how they move. This is how they talk about that. This is how they talk to one another. Like I said, you saw him smiling through the whole engagement. He was like, oh man, she really thinking like I'm playing this so good. She really thought I was Black American. I gotta let her know real quick. Let me sit up there and start speaking in a native tongue real quick. So then let me come back to English so that people, that I'm filming for can sit up there and understand me as well too. And then let me have her understand that, just because I dress like this don't mean that I'm lost or I forgot who it is that I am or where my family came from. Like I'm always, who my family is. Like I said, it's crazy. That's wild. And people want to make it seem like, oh, Black Americans, you guys are just you guys are xenophobic. You guys are this, that, and the third, and all these other types of things. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. That's wild. 100%. Oh, we got D-Love in here. That's who I was looking for. Actually, I got you. Hold on. Let me, because I know Tippy ain't here right now. She probably asleep or playing The Sims. Let me pull up the other side so I can get you real quick, because Tippy had listed you. So let me just get you directly up there. All right, so we got everybody, directly up there. What's up, Chris T? What is up? You said cosplaying his butt off. He got dreads, side fade, tats, Jesus piece, and diamond earring. You know what the funny part is? I didn't even spot the diamond earrings up until you said it. That's crazy. Yo, that is wild. That is wild. But like I said, it's crazy out here. But people claim that Black Americans, we don't have no motion. We don't have no type of influence on nothing. We didn't create nothing. Like I said, everything that he is right now, that's not African. I done seen how African men dress. I'm talking about like, yo, when folks are like nicely dressed, I'm like, yo, that's cold. I'm like, yo, the type of style that y'all got, that's actually dope. I'm like, for me, being Black American, I'm like, I love to see other people, draped, directly within their culture, to see that type of pride, to see that type of love. The moment in time I start seeing like Africans dressing like us, I'm like, dog, where's your pride at? I'm like, you telling me verbally that you're proud to be Nigerian or whatever it is, but I'm looking at your clothes and I'm not seeing that. I'm like, you're looking like me. I'm like, how are you saying that you're proud to be anything? Like you're out here trying to look like me. I'm like, what? Like that's crazy. Like that is diabolical. But you can't tell people nothing. You said what? You acting like Africans never ran Africa. Stop it. You tripping. Let me see what else you got directly down here. Let me see if you wrote something else. Yo, Renan, what is up? What is going on? Okay, so Tippy is in here. Okay, yeah. So I got everybody on that you had on the list, Tippy. I got everybody you had on the list. So I got you. Yo, Future Tooth, what is up? Southern Breeze said, and the gag is, we were never Africans. We are indigenous Black Americans, Indians. Our identity was stolen. The craziest part is I even gave videos, because people tend to listen to white people more when they say stuff. And I've given videos where white folks who are in science, they specifically said that these quote unquote, genetic DNA tests, whatever it is, it's really for entertainment purposes, only. It's you shouldn't really, in a sense, take it too serious. Now, if you're trying to look for family, like where you are, then that's a little bit different, right? But other than that, they were like, hey, it's entertainment purposes. Like you really should not take it as serious as other people are sitting up there taking it. Because every time you mention this stuff, you always hear Africans and other people that's like, oh, well, if you know who you are, why don't you go get a DNA test, and that's going to really sit up there and da 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 da. But I'm like, at the end of the day, didn't people sit up there originally say that everybody came from Africa? So I'm like, what is the DNA test really proving at that moment in time? It's not proving nothing. But again, as stated, Black Americans have been 400 to 500 years removed. If we're to go from the out of Africa theory, we've been 400 to 500 years removed. We are not the same. And then within that, when you say that, then they want to be like, oh, so you so you must be proud to sit up there and have, white directly in your blood and this, that. No, nobody said that. Nobody said that at all. We're saying that clearly we are different because of our history, because of everything, the good, the bad, and ugly, everything that we went through. We are completely different genetically. That it just is exactly what it is. Like I said, like the craziest part is all of these Africans and all of these other folks are fighting so hard to have Black Americans register themselves as Africans. I'm like, that's weird to me. Why don't y'all fight so hard for each and every one of your towns and your cities and your villages, on that continent? Why don't y'all fight that hard for y'all nations directly over there? Like, that's a little bit weird to me. Y'all spending all of this time and all of this energy online making content about Black Americans instead of making content and bringing awareness to all of the atrocities and the abhorrent things that are going on directly on the face of that landmass. Like, didn't Ghana just recently have like a flood? Like, that was looking crazy. Like, what? Like, brother, like that's some crazy. Like I said, and y'all still out here making videos about Black Americans. Y'all just went through a flood. Come on, y'all got to get yourselves together. Y'all got to get yourselves together. Like, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. And for this person right here, you said you acting like Africans. Yeah, I'm just going to fill in the gaps there. You're acting like Africans never ran Africa. Nobody said that. But we're looking at currently, when we look at all of the African governments there, everybody is reflective of the people that are there. Correct? So even with them still running it, even with their own people voting for it, like I said, how many amounts of civil unrest that have happened? Like right now up there in South Africa, I just covered this yesterday. You have Africans going directly down to South Africa to fight back against the Nigerian king or whatnot or whatever that's trying to do whatnot or whatever, to the point where they are burning down businesses of other Africans and other folks because they disagree with the Nigerian king and whatever it is that he's trying to sit up there and do. And I'm like, how does that benefit anybody? I'm like, you got videos, like I showcased the video before where you got Africans pulling up on another African that had a small little shop. Like he had, some little goods, like some chips and all that other type of stuff. He had some type of paperwork. They were in some type of disagreement. And then the moment he stepped outside, where the chain is to bring down the door, they started whipping that dude. I'm like, word? I'm like, y'all acting like this because of this Nigerian like king and all this other type of stuff. But I'm like, when the Asian man is over there whipping on African men, I'm like, I don't see this energy. I don't see y'all going after the Asian men like that. When Europeans start running up and down Africa, I don't see y'all having that exact same energy. So I'm like, that's a little bit weird. So I'm like, all right, cool. So you got that energy with your own folks, but when it deals with anybody else that is coming through stealing resources, they're coming through building schools and they're building markets, and they specifically state that Africans who are there cannot take part in this. They cannot be here. Y'all don't have that same energy. Y'all don't got that same animosity. Y'all ain't trying to run up on nobody. Like I said, that's why I can't take folks serious. That's crazy. Oh, you said make sure you do it for the original. But the thing is, I gotta have them pop up on the original channel as well too. They gotta let me know when they happen to swap over to the original one as well too. Brother Exile said, this gimme type of thought process y'all have is because y'all choose not to care. A human would care about another human regardless of your hue. Bars. Let me see. What is it? Renam said, great live. Much appreciation. Wait, you said, so now you said, wait, I'm lost. Was that like, are you retyping what you said? You said Africans never ran ever. I'm a little bit confused. I don't know what you're saying now. Timmy said, how are we xenophobic when they say that Black Americans always claiming people who aren't Black American? Yeah. Yep. Yo, Mad, what is up? You said the way that they look down their noses at FBAs is despicable. Bars. Tippy said, remember they used to get mad at Black Americans for saying Dominicans are Black. Yeah, everybody used to get mad. Everybody used to get mad quite a bit when Black Americans were like, hey, we see everybody else. Like I said, bar none, beyond anybody else directly out here, Black Americans are some of the most accepting and accommodating folks directly out here, because we understand what it's like, especially dealing with the United States, the laws, the rules, and the regulations, the government, the military, and the police and everything. We understand what it's like to, in a sense, be outcasted when you didn't even do anything wrong. You just got here. So when you have folks who are, in a sense, just getting here or whatnot or whatever, we're at the point of like, hey, we'll basically give you the shirt directly off of our back. We'll welcome you directly to the cookout. We'll welcome you, directly to our neighborhoods and all these other types of things. But now people are getting mad because those doors are starting to close, because we're now adding up and looking at the totality of the disrespect that we have been just overlooking over the many years and the decades. And now we're adding all of that stuff up, and it's not looking too good for folks. We're spotting more disrespect versus the good. And again, that's the problem. So to take it to a higher level, you have a lot of these folks who don't want to consider themselves, Black or Black American, whatever it is, and they're in government positions. There was a video before where it was like, what was it, Ileana Omar, whatever her name is, right? She was amongst her other Somalian folks, and the head at the table, who was a man, he was specifically stating that they were placed there in order to take up the seats from Black Americans, so that the Somalians can then have their positions in the government of power, so that they can, do what they need to do for their own and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, you got a lot of these folks who come directly here, especially these Africans. They come directly here and they do certain things in order to get over on Black Americans, because let's just be very frank here. If Black Americans did not exist here, Africans would not be here. And that's just a bar. I don't care how nobody feels about it. Y'all wouldn't be here. We are the Black Americans are the ones that made the United States comfortable for you to even be here, because of our sacrifices, blood, sweat, tears, history. That is the only reason that any of y'all can even be within these United States and try to flag bang and say that you're proud to be this and proud to be that and all this other type of stuff. Like I said, like, y'all bringing a lot of this stuff directly on yourselves. Y'all bringing a lot of this stuff directly on yourselves, especially with the amount of disrespect. Like I said, crazy work. 100%. What was it? D-Love said that part, fight for that instead of trying to take what doesn't belong to you. The entitlement is off the charts. That is facts. American Freeman said traditional tribal dress is African culture. Why don't they dress traditional from the bush? Express your beautiful culture. That's that's crazy. That's crazy. No, but you got a point though. You got a point. That's that's a point. It's funny though. You got a point. Tippy said, hold on, some Black people say that we're Native American, but some Native Americans enslave Black people. Oh no, I hope I don't have to pay reparations to that race. Tippy is hilarious. Tippy is hilarious. Southern Breeze said Native Americans are not the same people as indigenous Black Americans. Yeah, they're from Siberia. Because somebody brought up a video. It was something that I brought to you guys, I want to say like last year, when it dealt with a tradition that would happen over there in Alaska, where there's a certain place over there in Russia, right? And they would come from over in that area and go to Alaska, right? And they stated in that video that that whole type of grouping, or them coming together, they stopped that back in like 93 or 94, if I can remember correctly from that video. But they stopped it a long time ago, because they were saying that if you look at the folks over there in Russia, in this one place in Russia, and then you look at the quote unquote Native Americans and how it is that they basically move, their traditions and all of it, it's a complete match. It's a complete match. So it's like, we obviously know where it is that these folks came directly from, Let me see next what we got. Renam said the tribal stuff keeps them down. Dom said, well, if you can't even name the two groups that are involved, this is not a topic for you or have any business. I'm a little bit confused. I'm not even sure who you're specifically even referring to. I wish people would throw the @ button directly in there. Wild work. Wild work. Lime said, correction. They not in charge. Africa is broken / split up by Europe. Okay, yeah. I get what you're saying. Man said, Lewis. Oh, you replying. Lewis. Chris said, wait, they got Asian dudes whipping on African men. Yeah. I brought some videos like that before, but things became problematic. So, it's not there. Now if it was a whole different platform, you would see a lot of those videos, right? But yeah, there's a lot of videos. Like I got videos where you got African men that are tied up and they getting like whipped or punished, however it is that you want to sit up there and say it. Other videos where Asian men in whatever restaurant, it's either might have been Africa, might have been China, but Asian men sitting up there whipping directly on, like swinging full bar and throwing chairs and whatnot, beating up on African dudes. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It's 1,000% crazy. And I'm like, wow. And I'm like, even beyond the whole thing of looking at some of the videos over there in China, I'm like, in Africa, I'm like, how are y'all allowing foreigners to come through there and just put hands directly on you and to disrespect you? I'm like, that's crazy. Like, they just be allowing people to just come there and act any other type of way, but the moment in time they want to put their foot down is magically when it deals with like Black Americans, which is crazy. I'm like, I see how it works. So I'm like, if Europeans come over there and start acting a fool, y'all ain't really doing nothing. Case in point, the European men coming up and running up and through Africa and passing around all types of STDs and incurables directly to their women. They ain't doing nothing to those dudes. They don't got nothing to say. Chinese men coming directly over there, they don't got nothing to say. Indians coming directly over there, they don't got nothing to say. When it's Black Americans, now everybody want to sit up there and pull up. Now everybody tough. I'm like, all right, that's some wild work. 1,000% wild work. Somebody said South Africans picked up Nigerians' curbside stores because she said it was legal. I'm confused on that. Yo, Brother Exile said currently at work. If it weren't for slavery, we wouldn't have the situations like Greenwood. Yep. Let me see what else we got. We go directly down. D-Love say, I'll be on both pages and both chats, Seji. Oh, you do? Okay. So I guess I might have to log into the other side then. Let me just do that real quick. Get everything situated. I got you. Like, I wish I had a way where I could just do that directly on both and just make that easier. Let me go directly over. Gotta go to the live stream. Wait for this to load. Let's see if I can spot you real quick. Okay, I see. Hey, we got Miss Griff. Hey, what is up? What's going on? What is happening? Yes, I would have to wait for you to type some on the other side, because I just scrolled through and I ain't see a comment yet. Let me see what else we got. Let me see. So the breeze. Shout out to J-Lock. What is up? Sorry, it took me a minute to get down there because I was trying to, go through the comments. It takes me a minute. My apologies. J-Lock for the $10. Don't know much love. You said, did you hear about the guy who sing The Lion King is getting sued, is suing another African because he is the son of he sung the lyrics wrong, the ridiculous. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, and the funniest thing is, even dealing with that, like, this is what I be talking about. Like, stuff like that is crazy. I'm like, the dude was just being a comedian. It was a joke, right? And because the joke was so solid and he made it just like that much more real, now the dude want to sit up there and get mad. I think, what was it, like a 12 or something $1 million like lawsuit, like something crazy, trying to sue for damages for what? Like, ain't nobody really, that comedian was the only reason that anybody was even talking about The Lion King recently. Like, other than that, ain't nobody talking about The Lion King. It's a once in every blue moon that people start talking about the Lion King. I'm like, if anything, you should actually be happy that he was able to do something as big as that and bring the Lion King name directly back in there and even have that up there for a conversation. Like, some people are just so stupid. Like, they get in their own way. Like, they literally get directly, like, he could have flipped this and he could have gotten into contact with that comedian and they could have just made and then got in contact with Disney or some other artist and they could have made a whole skit or a joke directly about it and been making money off of it. But no, people want to be and divvy out. Like I said, this is messing on blessings. This is how people get in their own way. This is exactly how you do it. Exactly how you do it. Like, that's crazy to me. Gail said, I can't stand Ileana Omar. She was married 3 times. Oh, that's crazy. I didn't know she was married 3 times. That was crazy. Oh, somebody has stopped by your channel, Brother Exile. That's dope. Whoever's stopped by Brother Exile channel, much love and appreciation. Much love and appreciation. You got Miss Griffin there sending out the hearts. Much love, much love. Let me see. That's crazy. So we want to get you directly up out of here being disrespectful. No problem. Let me see. Somebody says there's been several groups, no matter who is in charge or other Africans. Right. Renam said, we are God's chosen people. Somebody said the name if the show. I don't even know what that means. Nobody said I saw a video of South Africans getting knocked out by a Caucasian dude around a crowd of Africans and nobody did nothing. Yep. D Love said, hey, Seji, I'm driving. Oh, yeah. Okay. I got you. Yo, Maya, what is up? You said I have no idea why. I guess they started with us in our country, or in our own country. The ignorance of it all. That's bars. J-Lock said, sorry for the typos. No. You good. Trust me. I make typos all the time. I am the king of typos. I'm the king of typos. Like I said, it'd be like that. It happens. Maya said, Nigerian airport still using paper and pen when you arrive there. That is wild. We are living in a day and age where you can just do this stuff off of a cell phone, and we're still using pen and paper. Yeah, that's not going to work out well. Let one nice storm come directly through there. It's over. It's curtains. Tippy said, blame autocorrect for the typos. They get me all the time. My said in 2025, so I still think nothing changed at the airport. That is wild. Gail said, I saw a video of African getting spanked by Chinese men like he cut up in school. I may have saw the video here. Yeah, that's crazy. That is 100% wild, right? So now we're going to go directly to the other side, which is this.
Foot, West African roots. Banjo, West African roots. Jambalaya, West African roots. Okra, West African roots. Hoppinjon or black-eyed peas, West African roots. Watermelon, West African roots. Southern porches, West African roots. Jazz and blues, West African roots. I'm Taharka Ade, an Africologist, scholar of Africa and the African diaspora. And for the next few weeks, I'll be doing a series on Africanisms in America. At its core, this series is about African and African diasporic cultural justice, naming what has been taken, transformed, and too often left unaccredited in America. Like, share, and follow for the series.
And this is why we be having problems. Right? Like I said, if people want to sit up there and just say like, hey, we have a subtle, influence and stuff, that's cool. But now you're going through foods and you be like, hey, basically Black Americans, like your whole soul food, like that's actually us. Like we basically gave you that. Like, we gave you, all of that. The music that y'all do, we gave you all that. I'm like, no, you didn't. Like I said, let's just stop that. Like I said, how we cook things is still different. Things can come from a place, but how they're mixed and mashed and how they're integrated is vastly different. How they use, vastly different. The significance, vastly different. The history, vastly different. Right? So again, like I said, I don't got no problem with things being out there, right? So we got, just type in watermelon. Where does watermelon originate? They said it originated from Northeast Africa, with recent genetic evidence pointing towards the Kordofan melon in Sudan. So realistically, if we're to, give this directly to anybody, that would be the Sudanese people. From at least that information, not just a whole swath directly up over there, because he was up there like, this whole side of Africa is the reason. Nah, it's the Sudanese. Then from the Sudanese, that basically spread out to, everybody else, right? So then the Black Eyed Peas originated from West Africa, with evidence suggesting domestication in the region of Nigeria and Cameroon over 6,000 years ago. All right, cool. Have no problem. Then it made its way directly over to the Americas, that is said over in the 17th century. Again, cool. I don't got no problem with that. But again, how it's implemented and the history with it when it deals with Black Americans, like I said, it's different. However, y'all sitting up there cooking, like I said, when y'all be cooking stuff over there, it's not the same as when Black Americans cook it. Like, this is why we have soul food. But then even going into the conversation with soul food, you had an African woman who wanted to basically say that the soul food that we have, they have that over there in Africa. And it's like, no, you don't. You have Ghanaian food, you have Kenyan food, you have Nigerian food. Like I said, soul food is specifically and strictly Black. Everybody does not have soul food. That is a Black American thing. I'm not understanding. Again, I am not understanding how it is so difficult for people to realize what belongs to Black Americans and what everybody else has. Like I said, it's baffling to me how people want to just pull up to the scene and they just want to start claiming stuff. And then the craziest part is that same African woman who tried to claim soul food, she was getting torn up online. Like, people were just coming directly for her, even to certain extents, some of her own people. Because like I said, you out here talking crazy. You trying to claim something that really has nothing to do with you at all. You don't have a history of soul food. There's no reason. It's just like over there in Ghana right now, how they're trying to they're going to run a Juneteenth celebration. Do you know what Juneteenth is? You don't have nothing over there in Ghana that is reflective or even has a history dealing with Juneteenth. So how are you sitting up there running a program over there, running anything over there, dealing with Black American history? Like, how many Texans do you have? How many Black American Texans do you have directly over there that's throwing this whole Juneteenth shindig over there in Ghana? I bet you none. They don't got no Black Americans from Texas over there running and orchestrating that whole thing over there with Juneteenth. They don't, I promise you. And again, why would they? Because Juneteenth has nothing to do with Ghana. It has nothing to do with Africa. It has everything to do with our freedoms here. Like, yo, it's crazy out here. It is 100% wild, right? So the other part, Southern porches, right? Southern porches originated from a blend of West African residential design, Caribbean influence, and European colonial adaptations to hot, humid climates. So you basically had a combination of three that basically formulated the Southern porches. But he was like, oh no, it was purely just West African. All right, you just gonna leave the Caribbean, directly. But all right, like I said, now we get to the main part that I love so much. Whenever these Africans start pulling up to the scene, like, yeah, Black Americans, y'all don't have any music. All of your music comes from us. Jazz and blues originated from Black American communities in the Southern United States during the late 19th and the early 20th centuries. Blues emerged from rural work songs, spirituals, and field hollers in the Delta region. Again, not Africa. Jazz developed in New Orleans, merging blues, ragtime, brass band music, and quote unquote European traditions. Again, not African. So I'm a little bit confused. Just a little bit confused on how we got here, because even when you go down to the roots, it said blues originated in Deep South, particularly in Mississippi Delta in the late 1800s. Again, it's not Africa. So I'm trying to figure out, how is it every single time folks are coming directly up here and they like, oh yeah, Black Americans, all of the stuff that y'all got is Africa. It's like, it's weird to see a group of people fighting so hard to try to claim another group of people. It's weird. It's like y'all done already pushed us away like a while ago, and still continuously do it, throughout a variety of content that y'all put directly on these social medias. But now all of a sudden, for whatever reason, like I said, when money is involved, now everybody want to be Black. Now everybody want to sit up there and claim Black Americans. And I told people this years ago, the moment in time that money is attached and money is involved, this is when folks want to start coming out of the woodworks and trying to, oh yeah, we family, we cousins, and da 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 da, we far away, and no, we not. No, we not. Nah, no, we are not. Like I said, everything that they listed when they dealt with the music, blues and jazz, that is Black American. That is American history. It's not African. It is American history, Black American history, a part of these United States, not a part of Africa, not a part of different regions of Africa that came together in order to formulate this music. Nah, it's us. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It's like folks out here hate Black Americans, but y'all want to claim everything that it is that we created, that we basically influenced, invented, and all that. Like, I'm waiting to sit up there and see a lot of these Africans pull up to the scene and try to claim every single African Black American inventor. I was gonna say African American, but you know what I meant. Black American. But also, going back to that, right? I want to make this very clear again. When it deals with the terminology African American going into Black American, there needs to be boundaries directly to it. It can't be just fully abandoned. There needs to be strict rules and regulations, because the moment in time that fully African American is abandoned, that's when Africans coming to America, and by definition being African American, that's when they're going to be like, oh, this is all of our history. No, it's not. 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 And this cannot be allowed to happen. There has to be an asterisk or something directly there where we can clearly see spaces. Because again, when it deals with the face of the United States, Black Americans have been the most, I guess you could say, reclassified or renamed people, bar none, on the face of this planet. Like, we got a nice list throughout history of what it is that we've had to go through, different classifications and stuff being removed, hidden, and all this other type of stuff. Africans didn't have to deal with that. They didn't have to deal with that. So like I said, there needs to be certain boundaries and different things set. So it's like people got to walk around. They can't just like walk through and decide that they want to go in and shop and, and touch on the fabrics. Nah, there's going to be a nice little circle directly around this main thing. That is us, that we have, and y'all just got to move around it. There is no to and from. There is no underground, nothing. Nah, you just got to move around it. You ain't going to be able to claim nothing directly up in there, because you wasn't trying to claim nothing in the very beginning. Like I said before, Ghana and all these other African countries that be running themselves, where were any type of like warships or anything like that to come get us back? What happened? Where were all of these, y'all got like 1 billion, directly up over there. Where were these armies to come basically get us? Nowhere. Y'all didn't care. Y'all stood idly by and just let stuff happen. Y'all just left us here, quote unquote. If we're to go by, again, the out of Africa theory. Like I said, stuff out here is, it is wild. It is 100% crazy. Oh yeah, Pink said it's only what's up, Pink? You said it's only a matter of time before they try to claim Brian Coogler. Oh yeah, like I said, anybody, they're real specific in who they claim. They're not trying to claim everybody, but they'll make sure if it's somebody famous, if it's somebody rich, oh yeah, we want to claim them. I bet you they got some African DNA directly in them, and I bet you they're associated with Nigeria and this side of west coast of Africa, the Gold Coast, and da 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 da. Yeah, they real slick. But when it deals with like everybody that's like in the hood or just in like a middle class or upper middle class. They ain't trying to claim none of those black folks there. They ain't trying to do nothing. They don't even see them. It's invisible. But anybody else that's above any of the stuff that I listed, oh yeah, they'll make sure to aim real high directly for those folks. It's crazy. 100% diabolical. Diabolical. So now we're gonna go to the next. Am I gonna put her video directly up there? Yeah. We'll listen to this lady and see what y'all think about this.
Party, they promote black women. But particularly if she's a lesbian. Yes. They promote black women who are not even qualified. We have seen with the diversity, equity, and inclusion, which is really racism, which is really saying, well, black people just, darn it, they're not smart enough, so we have to give them handouts. Exactly. And you're pushing black women who are not qualified. Dr. Claudine Gay of Harvard. Yes. Now the head of diversity at Harvard is also accused, if I have it correctly, of plagiarism. And we'll get to Fannie Willis, who was elected as a DA in Fulton County, Georgia, primarily because she's black, in my opinion. And we see case after case. But the black man, where is he? That's done deliberately. And it started really in the 60s, where the Democrats pushed policy, right, that said to women, particularly black women, you don't need a man in the home. We'll give you more money if you're single. And I grew up in the 70s and I saw the effects. I saw it in the 80s, the broken home. Now it's more dysfunctional home where you have some women with 8 children by 5 different fathers. Exactly. They don't know who their fathers are, in and out. It has almost destroyed the black community, but they're doing it in a different way now. They're promoting black women and want black men to be down here. And I think black men sense that, and they know that Trump relates to them. They relate to Trump very well. The evil Barack Obama.
Barack Obama is a foot soldier.
Oh yeah, for the globalists.
Elite.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Barack Obama was a plant.
Yes. He was.
And now they want to put Michelle.
Barack Obama was a plant. He did nothing for the black community.
Nobody even knows who he is.
Did he ever come back to Chicago with as much crime to talk to young black men? No. He doesn't give a damn.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't.
Barack Obama is a curse on this nation. So is Joe Biden.
I think it's the black. Yes.
We provided the money for his Marxist socialist programs, pushing abortion in Africa and other things. He didn't care about us.
No.
He didn't care. That gave rise to Trump, because Trump actually listened to us. He actually cares. Many of us, I mean, it was bad. At least Bill Clinton BS and said, I feel your pain. But at least he said it. Barack Obama didn't give a damn. He should have never been elected. Before he was elected in 2000, he got elected in 2008, my mother sent, may God rest her soul, letters to black churches warning them about Barack Obama, saying he was so ungodly. I said, Mom, that's harsh. She wrote it anyway.
That's right.
And everything my mother said, may God rest her soul, was right. He hates this country, but he wants to live off the fat of the land.
And he is.
Like the founders of Black Lives Matter. They don't give a damn about black people.
No.
They didn't have to spend one dime to help build a black business. But these lesbians, they bought homes in predominantly white neighborhoods.
Yes.
See, they say they hate capitalism, but they love to use us and live off of capitalism while they spout an anti-God, anti-America rhetoric.
So right. I just think I...
Right? So we heard that. Brother Exile said, I voted for Obama in the first term because I thought something good was going to happen. I haven't voted for a president since. I told people the same thing. And like I said, I was honest. I said, you got me once. You ain't gonna sit up and get me again. I said, you'll get me once. You ain't gonna sit up there and get me again. Right? Certain things I agreed directly with her on, where it was the fact that Obama didn't do nothing, which is true. Both about what Obama and Biden during the administrations They did everything for everybody else, immigrants, the LGBT, and other communities directly out there. They made sure specifically to pass laws, rules, and regulations, and different things of the sort directly for them. Uh, but when it came, even to the point for the last bit of the Biden administration, there was a type of reparations that were given to the Asian community. I think it was either in California or New York. And I think it was somewhere between what I think was like 15 to 25 million dollars. And that was for them to, for schools, businesses, and things of that nature. I'm like, wow, that's crazy. I'm like, that is diabolical. I'm like, they've never done anything like that for Black Americans. And I'm like, Asians they haven't been in any type of internment camps, for a very long time, for nice generation or so. So I'm like, that's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird that they would be able to get, something like that, either because of, things that happen with the pandemic or, different things of that sort. I'm like, wow, that's quite weird. I'm like, but everything that Black Americans go through, we did not specifically get a type of, reimbursement or a type of check because of what it is that we went through and specifically faced here. Like I said, everybody else can seemingly get monies, but Black Americans. And that's been the main complaint. But when you point that out, and you can show people like, hey, this has happened here, this has happened for these people, and all these other types of things. People are like, oh, well, shut up, stop crying, stop looking for handouts, this is that. I'm like, do you not see what the problem is? But a lot of the ones, the naysayers, they're starting to understand. Like a lot of white folks are starting to understand because they started seeing and understanding some stuff during the pandemic when they weren't able to, deal with certain healthcare and dealing with the stimulus checks, and when they really needed help, because white people, they were really suffering, losing homes and jobs and all these other types of things. They were really dependent, on those stimulus checks to be hitting for their families. And then once the government was like, hey, we're not about to, give you nothing else. Ooh, people lost it. People are like, yo, this is crazy. I'm like, what you mean you're not about to give us that? My tax dollars. I've been here in America since yada, yada, yada. It's like my great grandfather fought the Civil War. What do you mean you're not going to sit up there and give me exactly what they said? And like I said, for me, I ain't care. It's like it is what it is. Black people got to sit up there and swim no matter what happens. Everybody else, they got the luxury of deciding if they want to swim or if somebody's going to build a raft, or some type of canoe or whatnot so that they can travel through the waters. We didn't have that option. We just got to get into the water and swim and just see what happens. But now when it got to that point where people weren't able to get, any type of pre-made or prefabricated, boats or whatnot, and people were just put into that water, a lot of people were sinking and they were crying because they wasn't receiving or getting any more help. But I'm like, I thought that a lot of white folks would have understood that back when y'all had the economic crisis, the housing crisis, back what was it, like from 2007, 8 to like 9? And then I think you started having a recovery happen in like maybe like 2010, 2011 or something like that. I thought y'all would have understood then when the government was like, we don't really care if y'all are losing your houses or if your families are really getting broken apart over, the economy. We don't care. What we're going to do is we're going to bail out Chrysler. We're going to bail out Ford. We're going to bail out the big three, right? General Motors. And we're also going to bail out some banks. But when it deals with the American people, you guys are on your own. The United States literally told you that to your face, that we're going to bail out and place hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars into these other entities first and only over giving it to the American people. And I'm like, y'all stupid. I'm like, y'all stupid. Y'all just didn't understand. I'm like, so the American government showed y'all this before. And then when the pandemic happened, they literally showed you it again. The only difference is they was like, all right, this time we're going to give you a little bit of something. But they still did the exact same thing. It was like, okay, this is the cutoff. So now white folks, get back to work. Get back to the offices. Get back to these corporations and start working for us like the slaves that you are. Like I said, y'all ain't learning nothing. Y'all ain't learned nothing. And it's going to keep happening. And it's going to get worse and worse and worse. Like I said, it's Woo! I guess it's going to take for like a for an actual real shutdown to really happen, where chaos and everything is running up. When it start looking like the end of the world movies and everything, I guess that's when folks are going to technically wake up. But by that time, it's already too late, and then you're going to have the wrong people again in power over different areas when it deals with the United States. Like I said, it's whatever. It is whatever. The other thing that she did mention too that I agree with is when you had the three women that were directly over BLM, and I called that out too. I'm like, nobody finds it strange. I'm like, this woman is in a Chrysler commercial. I'm like, I understand, certain connections with the black community in these automotive businesses. I get that, but I'm like, why are you up here trying to sell a car that that black Americans can't like just go up there and just like and afford? I'm like, what are we doing? I'm like, you're earning more money from this commercial than anything that the average black American has seen. I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, that's highly wild to me. And then, like she said before, it was like those same women were going directly into, it's like, hey, Black Lives Matter, but then you're buying like mansions and whatnot in white neighborhoods, huh? Brother, what? I'm like, yeah, nobody's questioning that. I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, that's a little bit weird, because if you're in a white neighborhood and you got a mansion, you're certainly going to be dealing with white officers. I'm like, doesn't that seem like a little bit of a problem? A little bit of an issue? Like, is it maybe it's just me? maybe it's just me. I don't know. Southern Brave said, I'm not just going to do anything for black people. Yeah, I got that clip too with Kamala Khan. I'm just not going to sit here and say I'm going to, do, this da for black people. That is classic. Then Hillary Clinton talking about, I carry hot sauce in my purse. Woo, diabolical. Joe Biden, you ain't black if you don't vote for me. Yo, classic stuff. Classic stuff. Oh my goodness. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Like I said, it'd be like that. But as I've stated before, I don't got no dog in this race. Because none of those parties are talking about anything tangible. Nothing. For the longest time possible, Democrats ain't been talking about no type of reparations or nothing like that. And the moment in time that they decide to bring up reparations, that's a desperation act, because they don't got nothing else left. So this is why now a lot of the other folks out there, when it deals with reparations, where they may have been like part of the Democratic Party and they were naysayers and like this, that, and the third and all this other, now they want to start talking about everything going on with reparations. I'm like, I need y'all to shut up. I'm like, this is when people need to start pulling receipts on a lot of these fools directly out here. That's when people need to start pulling a lot of receipts when this be happening. Because like I said before, it's crazy when people be getting tricked into a lot of things. But again, within the exact same vein, Republicans don't care either. They are not planning at all to give no type of reparations. Now, the one thing that I will say is that if it deals with locally in certain small areas, I think it was Chicago and a small area directly out there in California, a few areas around the United States, probably not even 5, just a few small areas, those places did get a form of, those people there did get some type of reparations. But again, that does not speak for the whole of the government. For both the Democrats and the Republicans. Just because it happened in a few places does not mean that every single black person out here is getting a form of reparations. No. They'll do it on a small scale. Just maybe, if people are lucky, they'll do it on a small scale. And you'll be lucky enough if you live in that area to fit within the proximity of that small scale. But other than that, it's not going to happen at this point in time on a large scale. Like I said, there's too many people out here that want to say no because they can't figure or find their way to sit up there and get anything from it, or there's so many people that are going to say no because they feel that everybody else deserves it first. But like I said before, when it deals with the talk of reparations, it was black Americans to bring it up and to keep consistently talking about it year after year, decade after decade after decade. Nobody else was sitting up there doing that. It was us. So now, again, like I said, once we get this conversation moving, once we start causing waves in motion, now everybody else want to talk about, oh, we need reparations for us. We need reparations for our own people with, what we went through with America and our lands and all this. I'm like, dog, y'all wasn't worried about nothing like that. Y'all was never having conversations like this. Like I said, crazy. Mo said, do you mean Tamika Mallory in the Cadillac commercial? Yeah. That is the commercial I'm talking about. Along with the stories that I covered before, where it was like one of the women in BLM at the time, one of the leaders, it was conversations deal with like money laundering or missing money and stuff like I said, it was a whole fiasco with that. I'm like, yo, this just ain't, it's not looking good. It's not looking good. But I will sit up there and say, for those who did, for the millionaires that decided they wanted to hurry up and just get rid and throw a couple $1 million real quick so they could just, say that they donated it for taxes so they can get it back, they did a very smart decision. Because this is why when you go back and people were talking about, oh, did you see the list of the amount of donors that BLM had? Yeah, this is why they had a list, because that's how rich people are able to sit up there and get money back. They was like, tax write-off real quick. Oh, word? Psh, let me sit up there and throw like $10 million real quick because I gotta get rid of this real quick. Let me throw that 10 million, and then on my taxes, let me sit up there and claim it back. Like I said, it's a whole game. It's a whole game. Like I said, people do not understand. It is a whole game out here, man. It is a whole game. Renam said Harris messed up San Francisco. Oh yeah, because I think, what was it? She was a DA out there during that time, and it was quite a bit of, like I said, people were body blocking for that lady. I'm like, man, that's crazy. But the other funny part is, I keep bringing this up. I'm like, I can't really sit up there and trust Kamala Khan, because I remember the video clip where before she was known for anything, she was one of two women that was with Montel Jordan. I'm like, dog. I'm looking at your history right here. I'm like, you're basically in this poly type of relationship with this dude. Yeah, I don't trust you. And then on top of that, learning other previous history on how she basically climbed the ladder, literally. And she was, having a relationship with a dude that was like a judge and whatnot, and supposedly that dude was married allegedly and all this. Like, it was a lot of stuff. And I'm like, yeah, nah. I'm like, she, like I said, she did all of that climbing. She started off with black dudes first, and she was like, I can get somewhere with y'all, but the real goal is I got to get that white guy. And you see how far that white guy got her. She almost got to the White House, almost got to it, and then everything clicked. People looked at this, white people, especially white men, looked at the situation. It was like, okay, we would rather have you in here than a black guy, but we're not going to be considered a second-class citizen. we're not about to sit up there and have the image of a white man in the White House being, baking cookies. We're not about to have the image of us making knickknacks. Doing all of this other type of stuff. We're not doing that. So as soon as that basically clicked in with like white dudes, they'd be like, yeah, we're voting for Trump. On top of other reasons, mind you. But they was like, yeah, we're voting for Trump. It's like, yeah, we're not doing this. Like I said, and people wanted to sit up there and say that the reason why Kamala lost was because of black men. Nah, you lost the white male vote because of the imagery. They woke up and it was like, we're not a second class citizen. We are not women. We are not about to be in a woman's place. Like when it deals with the president and then the first lady, white men are like, we are not about to be the first lady. We're not doing that. We're not about to sit up there and have a white man just deciding that, I'm about to show you how to cook this, and then I'm going to be going to the preschools and reading to the kids, and I'm going to write a memo. No. White men were like, we ain't doing that. We're not doing that. And like I said, a lot of those folks out there are part of the, Democratic Party. They don't want to be honest about that. That's how y'all lost. Because those optics were just looking bad. Looking so bad. And everybody was like, yeah, man, it's because of black men. They didn't vote this and they didn't vote that. And like, nah, black men vote the exact same way that they've always voted alongside black women, which is Democrat. And that shows directly in the polls. But for whatever reason, I guess information or numbers don't matter anymore, and people are just going to go off of words. So here we are. Here we are. Renam said Montel. Oh, I'm sorry. I said Montel Jordan. My bad. Montel Williams. My apologies. My apologies. Thank you, Renam. Montel Williams. Thank you. Montel Williams. Sonny and Janet J doesn't like her because was a part of MJ's court case. Ooh, that's crazy. Didn't know that. Did not know that. Renam said Slick D Willie Johnson. Yeah. I think that was the dude that was a judge or whatnot, if I remember during that time from that video. Sonny said she was out publicly being seen with a married man in politics. Yep. Mo said, LOL, this is how we do it. Montel Williams. Yeah. Yeah. Y'all know what I'm talking about, though. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You know, like I said, it's close names. You got Michael B. Jordan, then Michael Jordan. It's, it's close names. Close names. It is. It's close names, Now that you set up there, you put the part of the lyrics to the song up there, like now that's all I can hear in my mind now. Thanks, Mo. Brother Exile said America will never give reparations to us, even though we were working to build generational wealth in the early 1900s. Yep. Sonny says she is a result of the latest MK Ultra project. Renam said if they wouldn't let Hillary win, Harris had no chance. Yeah, and the crazy part about Hillary is the fact that her husband was a president. So that one, it wasn't as much of a blow because there would still be respectability there. There's still a name and a title, and a type of power still there, right? With Kamala's husband, there's none of that. Nobody knows what he does. Nobody cares what he does. It's about Kamala. She is the powerhouse. And if it dealt with Hillary, it's like, it's an even area. But then it came down to Hillary because white dudes are like, yeah, we're not about to have a white woman tell us what to do. You're not about to be ordering us. We're not about to listen to you. We're not even going to take you serious. So we're not voting for you. So they dipped out. Chris said all facts. Sonny said they found her in a expletive through a two-way mirror telling a client her delusions of being a queen. Rabbit said if you're a black person putting your trust in a white person, you'll be severely disappointed. Pink said you got to get your groove on. Then I said Kamala Khan. Yeah. Yep. Yes, indeed. So now we're going to go into another video here, and we're going to see what people think about this situation. Again, I'm not sure if y'all saw this situation, and I have to bring this up because I've talked for quite some time about folks being misled out here by other individuals. So as you can clearly see, you got, a brother from the Skittle generation deciding that he wants to explain his part in this Chick-fil-A ordeal. So you're going to hear him talking, but at the bottom, you're going to see all of the people that took place in the video that he recorded. All of them are black women. He was basically the lead in this. And let me just let him say it.
The story time, I'm gonna make it short and make it real short. I'm probably not gonna make it too short, but I'm gonna make it short enough because the bitch don't feel like talking about this shit no more. Okay? We got fired. Every single last one of us got fired. I'm gonna tell you how I made the video, how the thought process of the video came up until when they called me or when I called them and they told me that I was fired. Okay? So we can all stop throwing around this narrative because where I'm at right now is giving that they're blaming me. Bitch. And I wasn't to blame for shit. Okay? Get y'all a drink or something because this may take a while. I know I said I was going to make a short time, but go ahead and get y'all something to eat or something because, bitch, I'm irritated. So, before I make the video,
I just got to pause it right there. If there was a way I could have edited out all of the smacking or whatever it was, I would have. My apologies that you got to keep hearing this every 5 seconds. Like I said before, I've watched women speak online and they don't even do all of these theatrics. Let's continue.
I asked, I said, hey, I'm about to make this video real quick. If you want to be in it, let me know. If you don't want to be in it, let me know. All I need y'all to do, and I showed them what I wanted them to do. I said, bounce your chest. I'm a boy. I don't really have to, I have to work harder to bounce my chest than a girl. Girls have titties. I have to extra, you know? Oh, I'm a little big, so it was moving on its own this time. I don't know, my chest showing out for y'all. But that's besides the point. It wasn't that serious. This is what I'm trying to say. It wasn't that serious. First of all, our location isn't even like an actual Chick-fil-A. We barely have anything on our menu. If you pull up to our location, I'm not going to say where it's at, but if you scroll down on my page, you'll see where I'm located. And you walk into our Chick-fil-A, you'll see that we don't have much on the menu. Our Chick-fil-A doesn't even take gift cards. We don't do that. Our Chick-fil-A doesn't even take cash. We don't do that. And I'm saying all this just to let y'all know that this is not an actual Chick-fil-A. It's a Chick-fil-A, but it's not a real deal Chick-fil-A, if you get what I'm trying to say. So I asked everybody if they wanted to be in the video. Of course, everybody said yes, because this is not my first time making a video with my night shift. It's not. And this is not the first video that I've posted that went viral. It could have been just the simple fact that it was the whole crew doing the same thing. And maybe I did do a little bit too much when I turned around and I shook my back, because nothing but back and fat was moving. No ass. Okay? None.
So he don't want to be honest about stuff, right? Shout out to C. Terry for the $10 dono. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love. Chick-fil-A, I'm not sure if people realize this or not. Chick-fil-A is a Christian organization. That is a Christian business. You decided as a black individual, not only did you want to have the black women there shaking right on camera while wearing the branding, again, which is foolish and stupid by itself. Foolish and stupid, knowing the fact that we've already had black women in corporate America losing their job by the thousands and higher. Not only did y'all decide to do this, but then you also decided as a black gay male working for a Christian business, Chick-fil-A, to then be a part of this video and decide that you want to shake yourself both ways. And you thought that this was going to be fine. This is why he's giving an excuse where he's like, hey, this ain't my first video that went viral. You're stupid. Now all of y'all in the cheese line. Now all of you guys are unemployed. That's correct. Like, how stupid do you have to be? And you sit up there trying to play around and act like, I don't know why we got fired. Maybe it's because we were all doing it. No, more so specifically, it was you. It was you. You're at a Christian, or you really think that a white Christian business wants to sit up there and see a black man shaking anything? They barely even want you in there from the beginning. But then you're going to make it worse by doing this. And then you're going to sit up there and try to play around, like, I don't know why we got fired. Wow. Yo, that is wild. That is wild. That is 100% wild. This man is a causation of all of those women getting fired. I mean, they also play the part as well too, but I'm like, you shouldn't be trying to walk away from responsibility. You're like, don't be looking in the sky and be like, yo, it's something else out here. It's something else out here. For the reason that we said they got fired. Like, yo, that's wild. Shout out to C. Terry for the $5 dono to the channel. Much love, respect, and appreciation. All I'm saying is this, right? In far too many instances, I done seen women allow guys like this to like lead them into like some like dark walk in life. And I'm like, yeah, folks, you got to stop doing this. I'm like, this ain't it. Like, this ain't it. It's like, if people wanted to be, if those women wanted to be stupid about themselves, that's great. That's cool. Everything would have been on them. But you decided, as you said, you were the playmaker. You were the one that came up with a plan. You were the one doing the filming. And then you wanted to sit up there and think that you were like Jermaine Dupri or Diddy. You wanted to come through is Diddy. You want to just be sitting up there like dancing through the video the whole time while everybody is doing, what it is that they doing. I'm like, man, yo, it's stupid. Like, folks out here is just stupid. Folks out here is stupid. Like I said, I don't know. It is, yo. Wait, you said no says you were not going to feel anything by this. White people overreact, and we're not about to validate their fake outrage. While you're at work. I mean, it's not even fake outrage. It's the whole thing. It's like I said, it's a variety of things. But more so, just like I said before, and I've stated again, the other complaints that I have is that normally, let's say if it was, well, I can't even say if it was like a straight black man doing it, because none of those women would have ever did the video, because they'd been like, nah, this dude is trying to sexualize, hypersexualize, It would have been that whole, type of thing. It would have been already condemned and seen directly as a negative. But what I'm saying is here, he is the causation of everybody getting fired. But you don't have folks sitting up there trying to place blame and all this other type of stuff. But if it was a straight black man, we already know how this will go directly online. We already know how the blogs will be, flowing directly with this. And then you'll probably hear some people talking about sexual harassment and all this like other type of like nonsense and whatnot or whatever. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, this is all I'm saying, right? If people are going to sit up there and say that quote unquote black men are a danger or are a problem when it deals with black women causing negative things to happen, then people need to say all black men, not just specifically stick it to straight black men. Because when I look at this situation and everybody that was being filmed, there was not a straight black man in sight. I saw black women and I saw one black gay male that all took part in this video. And because of this male directly up here that does not want to take responsibility for what happened and for everybody getting fired, again, everybody got fired. He got all the excuses in the world. Do you think that a straight black man could pull up to the scene to make a video and have all the excuses of the world and it'll just be dead? Nah, that would never happen. That's not going to happen. It's like, yo, you didn't cause these black women to sit up there and lose their apartment, lose their house, lose their car, lose their safety, and all because they wanted to associate themselves with a straight black. It will be all of that. And then it'll go into, oh, this is what we're talking about with these black men out here. Like, come on. You said get used to recognizing when we're enjoying our freedoms, because those people don't sleep and they're not always right or correct. I'm a little bit confused, honey. I'm a little bit confused. Well, more so I put it to you like this, right? Just like the video that I brought to you guys before, where it was a black woman, lesbian, and she specifically stated back during around the time of the late 80s to the early 90s that she was a part of the industry when it dealt with magazines and entertainment and stuff like that. And their main objective was to bring black women into the fold of lesbianism. So when I sit up there and say that there are folks directly out there that have an initiative, and their main thing is to have certain things transpire and happen, I at least try to showcase that. And it's like people tend to ignore that, which is crazy to me. And then that same woman also stated how it is that their main goal next step was to get directly to the young ones out here by forms of media, because they said that after the split from whatever media like Venus magazine and all this other type of stuff, those women started going into higher profile areas, let's say like NBC, MSNBC, Fox, and all these other types of places to distribute and to carry out that exact same plan that they started out with Venus magazine. So now they're widespread. So, like I said, I don't know what to tell people. If, hey, if people want to, ignore the information, don't want to pay attention to it, I don't know, specifically what, to tell folks. But like I said, it's all love. I for me, I try to be as balanced as possible. If people want to say that one thing is problematic, I'm going to sit there and point out something else that's problematic so that everything can be problematic. Because my main thing is that I'm tired of people just looking at it as like a one-sided type. Just like the same thing with Democrats and Republicans. Everybody's like, no, it's the Democrats. No, it's the Republicans. No, actually, it's both because they're both a part of the government. They're both making money off of all of these problems, and they're both also the causation of all of these problems. Like, like I said, a lot of people just want to, in a sense, focus directly in on certain things because they feel like it may pertain to them a little bit more. Right? Or that they may specifically see themselves in the situation versus pulling themselves away and looking at the situation as a whole. But like I said, it's all, it's all love. Because I don't want people out here to sit up there and try to claim that, Seji, you being like homophobic or da da da. I'm like, nah, actually, I'm not. Not at all. Because I'm like, if there's a, if we have the such thing as homophobia, then we should have a such thing as heterophobia. Right? If we got a such thing as xenophobia, we should also have a such thing as BA phobia, Black American phobia. And it seems that a lot of folks do have Black American phobia. Just saying, looking at online, I can at least give like some proof directly to at least to that one. Like we've all seen that. Everybody, the multitude of different ethnicities and faces going all around making videos about Black Americans, and they want to, throw all of these different brandings and all these different things at Black Americans. Oh, you guys are hating us. You guys are xenophobic. You guys are fearful of the immigrants, and we ain't fearful of nobody. It's like where people come up with this stuff is crazy. Just like when white folks pull directly up to the scene and they want to sit up there and say that I'm anti-white and I hate them. Like, where did y'all get that from? I'm like, that's crazy. That's like where forever did thou say that? Like I never said that at all. But it'd be like that. But like I said, I try to make things as even as possible, even though people may be resistant to actually understanding and seeing what it is that I'm saying. I try my best. I might speak like Scooby sometimes. Raggy? So maybe I need, some translators, here and there to fully get the message through. Just saying. You said if your chicken needs Jesus, it's obviously nefarious in the first place. On that, you are correct. Because somebody did a video talking about Chick-fil-A and they stated that Chick-fil-A has like 40 or something. I think 40 or plus, ingredients directly into that chicken. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, the chicken is, now mind you, the chicken is good. But I'm like, yeah, 40 ingredients, that's crazy. That's 100% diabolical. I'm like, is it really even chicken anymore? Like I said, I had Chick-fil-A. It tastes great. It really does. But it must be the drugs that's in there that makes it taste so great and so addictive. Like I said, shout out to They Clone Tyrone. Like I said, that's a real movie. That's a real movie. Like I said, Chick-fil-A, they got robots working there. Everybody is normally so nice. It's my pleasure. Welcome anytime. It's just like, they out of all the fast food, I've never seen a group of people so I don't know what type of, they got some hidden narcotics on those people. They are infusing them with some type of like sedative or something. Because I have never in my life, out of my whole existence, seen fast food workers so nice consistently. It don't matter if it's rain, sleet, snow, Armageddon, hell could have opened up itself. And they are still the most pleasurable people directly out there to meet. Crazy work. Like I said, but shout out to Chick-fil-A. Y'all got it. Y'all got it with those workers. Y'all got it with those workers. Got it with those workers. What was it? You said 40 years from now, Chick-fil-A will be exposed for having chemicals that make humans bounce like that involuntarily. That's possible. That is highly possible. That is highly possible. So now we're going to go to the funny thing is, I see Renam, you talking about In-N-Out. I actually wanted to try that. and I wanted to try Raising Cane's as well. Wait, did I try? I think no. I think didn't I try Raising Cane's? I did try Raising Cane's. You know, the sauce is actually pretty good. That sauce is actually pretty good. Let me tell you, pretty good. But now we're going to go to a different video. I think I did actually see something highlighted. It was like on the bottom of the screen, but I think it disappeared, which was weird. I don't even know what it was either. That is a shame. Let me see let me look in the background real quick. Yeah. I don't even know what it was. So now we're gonna go to this real quick. So let me just give you I guess you could say a briefing, for lack of a better word, because the other word eludes me at this moment in time. So basically what this brother's going to talk about is the fact that his father was I guess not terminally ill, but he was ill. And there was a plan directly out there where if the kids wanted money from that life insurance plan, they had to make sure that they were married. If you were a son or daughter, just make sure that you're married. And then also your kids could not be, drugged out. Like basically, people had to be married, people had to be drug free. And I think it might have had something to do with college education and stuff like that as well. But the main goal was the father was trying to do is have people break generational curses. That's what he was trying to do. But obviously that's not what people wanted to do. Right. So let's get into the video.
Passed away, and now my siblings is fighting over the insurance policy and things of that nature, right? So let me break it down to you. One, my father has 5 kids. I am the youngest of 5, and I had no clue he had me down as his beneficiary, right? Because it's my first time dealing with something like this. So in his will, he made sure that I was in charge of the trust, so I can't just give money out, right? Even for myself. So with this being said, my siblings is fighting over them being able to spend the money in the trust on their personal, things they have going on. But it clearly states anybody unmarried or unwed cannot get no money. It clearly states if you are unmarried, no husband, no wife, the money goes to the kids. The kids have to be jail-free, drug-free, college, or entrepreneur to get only $10,000 to start their business. He gives them in the insurance policy, in the trust, you only get $50,000 for a house, and that's it. In the trust, it has over $2 million. For me, when he left me? Nothing. And I'm not mad at it. Because I'm not married, and because I had kids out of wedlock, I don't get no money. All of the money that was going towards me go towards my kids. I have no issue with it. Me and my father discussed this when he was alive. He broke it down to me. He's trying to break generational curse and habits. So even though me and him was the closest, he told me straight up, I have to make an example with you, because if I start off with you, nobody else can complain. So when he passed away, nobody got a red cent. Nothing, me included. Now, I had my own insurance policy on him. I suggested to everybody else they did that, to do that, and they didn't do it. Now, when he passed away, I ended up with a $2 million policy payout. They feel I should pay them. I'm not. When I told everybody 15 years ago it's only going to cost $200 to $500 a month to get $1 million policy on the pops, they didn't listen to me. Now that I've done it and it paid off, I'm not sharing with you Negroes. They wouldn't share it with me. So am I wrong for that? Comments below and be honest.
And as I stated before, I do not have a problem with this brother did, and he did it while his father was alive. So obviously his dad did not have a problem directly with it. Like I said, this is a smart man. And again, this is another situation as well I want to add in there. Because far too many times people want to sit up and say that, black men are not leaders. They don't provide. They don't do this. They don't do that. The father knew that he was ill and he wasn't going to be here much longer. So he put together an insurance policy and he had a plan directly with it for his kids that were there. You want some of this money, get married, start a business. If you have kids, make sure, everybody's in school and ain't doing drugs and rah. And people didn't want to do that. They just felt like just because they were his child, like they automatically deserve money. That's selfishness. Nah, you're going to have to earn this money. Just because you were born doesn't automatically mean that you deserve something, because stuff that you feel that you deserve and that you didn't have to earn, you're just going to let fall to the wayside because you feel that, oh, you can just run back and get more. Nah, it ain't gonna be no more. Like that one-time payment that you get, that's it. Like if you want to get a house, all right, cool. He said that you can get like $50K for a house. You can get $10K to start up a business. I'm like, what's the problem? I'm like, you get more money than what you would be able to get from the bank or even other people. But like I said, a lot of people like, oh no, that's enough. Like that's not enough. I'm his child, and it don't matter. None of that matter. Like I said, he was the smartest one. I understand why the father sat up there and used him as an example, and he put him as the head of the whole thing, because he was the brain that decided, but like, oh, the smartest thing would be to do, like, let me also take out an insurance policy about like $1 million, because I already know what's going to happen, down the road, and to make sure that, everything is secure, like just in case you got to take care of like, some medical bills or whatnot or whatever, the funeral and whatnot. I have some money to sit up there and do that. And then I got the rest to do what it is that I need to do, for the rest of my life and yada, yada, yada. He literally had the plan and acted the plan and told his siblings. His siblings didn't want to listen. Again, this is the second time. So it's like, just like the old adage or whatever it is, when people were sitting up there saying like, you got a person that's out there in the wilderness and they sit up there and pray to God to send like a message or help. And then God sent people 3 times and then they turned those 3 people away because they were specifically looking for God to show up. But it's like God showed up 3 different times in those people in order to give you the help that you needed. But because you didn't physically see what you wanted to consider to be God or whatever it is, whatever that was acceptable, you were like, no, that's not it. That's okay. I'll just keep waiting for God. And now you're just going to keep waiting. So like I said, and you got a lot of folks out here that will, sit up there and be like, yo, this is what we're talking about with black people in the black community. It's like people don't want to, help one another out. People don't want to share. It's like, dog, you can only help people as much as they want to be helped. He gave them the proper information. He not only told them, but he did it himself. So it's like, what's the issue? Why wouldn't you follow his information? Like I said, too many folks out here is lazy. Too many folks out here feel that they just deserve something just because. And it's like, that's not how the world works. So like I said before, I'm proud of this dude. He did the right thing. I'm also proud of his father. He did the right thing too. The rest of those kids are stupid. 100% stupid. I hope that their children fare better than the parents. But like I said, the rest of his siblings, 1,000% stupid. He did not do nothing wrong. He did everything right. And no matter what happens, he better not help those fools out. Because fools will sit up there and bring you down and put you in a worse poverty situation than what you were in before originally. Like I said, that's crazy. That is diabolical. That is 100% diabolical. Like I said, that father did. He tried to do the right thing. 100%. And even with like I said, even with the father being there, even with the father putting down rules and regulations, what did the kids decide to do? We not listening, but you about to give us some money, Dad. Like I said, it's crazy out here. This is why I keep sitting up there trying to tell people it don't matter if you got a father there or not. You got kids that's still going to do what it is they want. And I'm saying kids, but again, we're dealing with grown adults, because obviously you're looking at this dude here. This dude is probably like late 30s, 40s or whatever it is. So, like I said, don't matter father or not, people are still going to do what it is that they want to do. They're still going to be as stupid as they want to be, no matter what example a father has specifically set or put directly out there for kids to follow. So, like I said, it's crazy. That is diabolical. Cornell Davis, what is up? What is up? You said I helped people out before and it bit me in the end. Yeah, it be like that. It really does. Third said, if I was in the family, I wouldn't have gotten squat, LOL, because no marriage. No. But third, this is the thing though. He knew he didn't get anything, right? With the first policy, he went out and got his own policy on his dad. That's where he got money from. That's the thing. He got money because he ended up getting his own policy on his dad. He didn't get nothing from the original policy that his dad put directly out there, which has stipulations. He went out there, was like, yo, let me get this insurance policy on my dad. I was like, I know he's terminal, and all this other type of stuff is going to come directly with it, and rah. Right. So, like I said, he is the blueprint. Right. Let me put it to you like this, right? The dad is the blueprint originally because he came up with the insurance policy and basically had that directly out there. Right. So then from that blueprint that the dad laid down, one of the children who ended up being the smartest ones out of the bunch, he was like, all right, dad, let me sit up there and follow your steps. If you got a policy on yourself and these are the stipulations, all right, cool. I know I'm not going to get anything, but I love you and I'm still going to hold this down and everything in a sense. But let me take a page out of your book and go out there and get a policy on you. So then I will have something. Like I said, this man, he made smart moves. Hero for Hire, what is up? You said his dad was a quarterback. I did not know that. Did not know that at all. Like I said, I didn't even know who this dude was. Like I said, I see a lot of these videos. I'm like, some random, dude online, but got some knowledge out there. Third said, smart man. Third said the father definitely didn't think it through. Jerry said, my father left me nothing. Yo, that's tough. That is, that's tough. Might want to get if time travel could happen, maybe you might have been able to get, an insurance policy. Like this man did. Third said it was a 10K IQ move. Yep. Renam said smart brother. Yep. Sonny said yes. You were responding. You said yes with one older brother who tolerates me because I usually get the response of the oldest as if he doesn't offer anything, but I'm glad he's my older brother. Third said life happens. Anything can happen in life to disqualify you from the will. That's true. Cornell Davis said kindness is overrated. It's tough. Third said they definitely should have listened to the brother. Yeah, they should have. And but the craziest part is, even if they listened to him, they would still try to fight over scraps, which is crazy. Like the amount of times I'd have seen people, lose, their parents, and people are literally just fighting over just like scraps. They're fighting over pictures, like, oh, I want the picture book, I want this, I want the jewelry, I'm like, man, what is up with y'all? I'm like, even when I look at my own family, right? The most disheartening thing to sit up there and see is that, going through my whole life, sitting up there looking at one version of people, which for me, I thought was the truest version. But it's like, once I seen, my grandmother pass, I got to see who people actually were. Right. So it's like when you look at your family right now, you're looking at them as the fake face that they're putting on. The moment in time that mom and dad are basically gone, that's when the actual true reality of who that person is that is your sibling, whatever, that's when they're really going to sit up there and show forth. Because I'm sitting up there like looking at like all of my family and whatnot. I'm like, dog, so this is who y'all was the whole time? I'm like, this is how y'all was really moving and really acting out here this whole time? I'm like, yo, that's crazy. And like I told y'all before, this is why I got a huge problem with both of my uncles, because I'm like, y'all just been like straight like moving crazy out here like this whole time. But it's like I just never got a chance to see it because grandma was still alive. But I'm like, now after she gone, like now I get to see like how your character really is. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. I'm like, yeah, I got part ways with that. I'm like, yeah, I can't associate myself with that. Nah, can't do it. D-Love said, I don't want any money from my parents, but that is just me. I understand that. Renam said the audacity. D-Love said, yep, I saw that when my grandmother went on The walk out. Yep. Sonny said, I'm my own father's oldest. Wait, I'm my own father's older brother. This guy was in his 20s, having me figure out. Having me figure out how to create him an AOL screen name. That whole statement just like threw me for a little. I'm still trying to. I'm still trying to get my mind like wrapped around. It's like I get what you're saying, but it was just like it was the way you worded it. It's like it completely just like threw me like through a loop. Still right now. Yo, Master Blaster, what is up? You said I'm the oldest of 5. All of my siblings have the same father except for me, but my siblings act like I'm their dad most of the time. I got over it years ago. He said, yeah, when Granny dies, you see how people move for real. Yeah, and like I said, it's disheartening. Like I said, like, you know, my uncles, like I told you before, like, I looked up to him. I'm like, want to sit up there and do this and do that and whatnot. And like I told y'all before, like during the time my grandmother passed and going to the funeral, and before the funeral, like is that considered like the wake? But basically the viewing of the body. And I sat up there and saw, one of my uncles like pull up. And I was already sitting up there, I think like crying or something like that, like just like seeing it because like everything finally set in. And then I'm seeing my uncle like come directly through, and I'm sitting up there calling him, and it's like it's not registering. Now I get when some people are like, well, people go through things like mentally and all this other. I'm like, nah, because I'm like I've called this man like over like 100,000 times, through my lifetime. So I'm like, my voice, what I look like. So it's like you see me out here, during this, like basically out here in the street or whatever, and it's like it don't register to you who I am. I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, that was already step one. That was already a strike right there. That was already a strike. And then dealing with like a further situation when it deals with like my mom and how she's being like treated by them and whatnot. That's like, that's strike 2. It's like it's done. We ain't even going to a strike 3. We're not even going directly to a strike 3 at all. Like I said, I expect a lot when it deals with seeing men in my family that's close. Like I expect a lot because as a younger dude, like I'm sitting up there looking up to y'all and seeing what it is that y'all do and whatnot or whatever. But it's like now y'all moving like this. I'm like, it's like I'm sitting up there looking at the situation. I'm like, realistically, as a man, I'm better than y'all. I'm like, I'm like, I may not, have the same, type of money and whatnot or whatever, but at least how I'm moving out here, I can sit up there and go to sleep comfortably. Like I know at least, my morals are, at least decent. Like, yo, man, it's something. Like the amount of anger that I had, what was that? Because of situations that was going on. What was that, like last year? Was it 2024 or 2023? No, yeah, okay, yeah, it should have been. Was it 2024? Yeah, I think it was like the tail end of like 2024. Lot of rage and anger. Lot of rage and anger. Let me sit up. Like I said, man, family is something. Family is something. Like it's crazy work. It's diabolical out here, man. It's diabolical. D Love said, "Yep, that's how I be." Renam said, "Not AOL, Sonny. That tells your age." Memphis said, "Your dad left us alone." I guess you were sitting up and saying. Sonny said, "Wow, SEIJIHITO, that is so deep. I feel that 20,000 0.314%. That's crazy." D Love said, "Exactly at Master." Yo, Miss Nova, what is up? What is up? You said I'm the oldest who took care of my mom that the last 2 years of her life, and she left me the acres. I'm also over oil royalties. Oh, Jesus, that is dope. Yo, congratulations. Congratulations. Yo, that is dope. That is dope. You said, which I will split because that is what my mom wanted. Yo, that is a blessing. That right there by itself. And this is why I sat up there and said before that, for a lot of black folks, go out there and get some land. You never know what happened. Like you never know what'll what you'll see from it. Like maybe in your time you might not see nothing from it, but when it deals with the kids and the grandkids, they may be able to see something that you never were going to be able to see, right? Because given like the times and stuff like that. So like I said, that's a blessing. Whoo, sitting on oil royalties, Jesus, Lord, that is dope. That is dope. Shout out to moms. Shout out to mom. She had the plan. She had the foresight right there. She had the foresight. She knew it. She was like, "Hey, this I'm going to get this right now, but it's not for me though. It's it's for the kids and the grandkids." She had the sight. She had the sight. She already knew it was going to be in good hands. That's dope. Gail said, "Yes, I see my aunts and uncles for who they are, and I am thoroughly disgusted. I can't believe that I actually gave a darn about what they thought of me." Yeah, it's tough. Ash said, "My stepdad is a broke investor with no mind of business. He's going to die broke with nothing to his name. Bless his little wasted white privilege." Dang, it's cold. Sonny said, "I'm a songwriter. I use the mess out of words." Got to sit up there and edit that out. Yo, Tanya McCoy, what is up? What is up? Hopefully I pronounced your name right. What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is happening? Renam said, "You see family and all for who they really are. If they think you got something they can take from you." Yeah, like I said, I know family of which that has helped me out. When I was pretty much down and and things of that sort, and those would be folks. If, like I said, if anything happens in life, like I said, I got a list. Those would be folks in the family that I would help out and and look out for. Like I said, I'll be honest. Like other people, I'll sit up there and tell them, "You better not claim me," because I will be real quick to sit up there and bring up a lot of stuff. Like I said, I love my mom a lot, and I understand that she cannot at the age that she is, that she can't hold on to the emotions and the rage and everything. Like I said, I am a vessel. And for the time being, in my youth, I will have all of that rage and all of that energy. Like I said, she may not be able to deliver it and want to go into that, but I got the time. I got the time. Like I said, I had to, and this is why I sit up there and say, like, I give examples of what it is that I go through, because in a sense, I do want people to be better, right? Because everything is not for everybody. Right, everybody's not meant to deal with things the way that other people are meant to deal with. People gotta walk, evolve and figure stuff out. But I sat up there and told people, because I live by what it is that I tell people. And when I tell people, like, "Yo, I'm about that life of cutting off family, even if that leaves me with nothing, I'm going to sit up there and cut off family, because I'm like, it's no use." I sat up there and specifically told both of my uncles. I still got the voicemail and the messages on my phone. And I sat up there and told them, like, "Yo, grandma would be, ashamed of how it is that you're moving out here. Like, you moving like real crazy. You allowing, things to, move in this type of way and all this other type of stuff. And, you're allowing, your sisters to go through this. And it's like, for me, I expect better of you being men, and all this other type of stuff." And I'm like, "Yo, if anything happens to y'all, like health-wise, like, yo, I don't care. It is what it is. Don't call me. Don't let me know. I'm not showing to no funerals. I'm not carrying no caskets." And I specifically told that, at least to both of their sons. I told them the exact same thing. I'm saying, like, "Hey, don't call me. Don't contact me. Don't let me. Don't tell me nothing." Because I'm like, for what it is that they sitting up there putting them through, their sisters, I'm like, I don't care. I'm like, whatever they got to go through, they're gonna be taking that walk through their life. I ain't shedding no tears. I'm not taking that last walk directly with them either. I'm like, you got that. Because I'm like, this is the bed that you made, and these are the consequences that you're going to have to sit up there and suffer. Like I said, I keep trying to tell people, I'm not the same as everybody else. Like I said, if I got to sit up there and like walk by myself alone, that's exactly what I'm going to sit up there and do. Like I said, I don't got no type of time for foolishness. And especially, when you putting up, a fake type of face. And you're going to turn around and, and treat your own family, like that just because your mom is gone. It's like, dog, like I said, this is why health wise, when I look at situations, this is why I'm looking at them and I see the situations that they're directly going through. And I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to associate that with the way that you treated people. And, some people are too hard headed and they still don't want to learn. So you got to, I guess, what has to happen is that everything has to be stripped away, in order for people to figure out some stuff. And that is currently going on at this moment. I got one uncle sitting up here going through cancer and another one going through something else. Like I said, man, people gotta move better. People gotta move better. People gotta sit up there and do better. Like I said, I don't got no time for to feel sorry for folks. So like I said, I'm just saying that because a lot of people sit up there and say like, people just get up and they just start saying whatever and but they don't actually live by it. No, I live directly by it, and I mean it. Like I said, I don't want nobody to get nothing confused directly about it. I mean exactly what it is that I say. Especially when it deals with like family stuff. We ain't doing that. You love said, I'm sorry you had to deal with that. It'd be like that. Like I said, I had to go through moments and whatnot, and and walk through that, and it's all good. It's all good. You become stronger. You become stronger. Master said, my father did me like that in the mall when I was with some friends in high school, and then tried to text me saying, I'm sorry, like, all right, dude. Yo, that's crazy. Yo, that's wild. Yeah, like I'm saying, it's like, yo, you see me your whole life. You see me your whole life, and now you don't recognize me because you got to walk in and look at your mom now. Like your mind is so discombobulated, like you just don't know faces now. I'm like, come on, dog. I'm like, that's crazy. Like that right there, it'd have been different if it was like, I was then like during that time, like I understood if I myself technically didn't register to my grandmother because I think she was going through like Alzheimer's or dementia, like one of those. Like everything was just like it was going. Like in one moment she was in the present, and then the next moment she was still having a conversation, but she thought I was somebody else, and she was like, you could literally hear. It's like it's a difference when somebody is going through, that type of like mental, deterioration, and it's like you can feel and hear them in the present, and then when they shift into a different memory, it's like you can you didn't live through that time, but it's like you can feel it when they talk. It's like, yo, she's really in like a different moment right now, and it's like I'm not that person. It's like it was crazy, but that's not what my uncle was going through. It's not what he was going through. So it was like it was no excuse, and he's not a drinker or takes drugs or anything like that. So it's like he didn't have no excuse, and I'm like that actually hurt. That technically for that hurt more that situation than one of the previous situations dealing with family. I'm like, yo, that's wild. I'm like, man. All right, I see you. I'll remember. So I will remember this. See, Terry said, that's right, Seji. Solo, what is up? Solo Brown, you said, hope my father is in the pits of Hades. Never did a thing for his 5 children. We didn't even waste money going to his funeral. That's tough. That is tough. D Love said, SEIJIHITO, sometimes all you share is blood. Yeah. Yep. That's facts. Solo said, now my mom is gone and I have to fight my family for my inheritance. I'm the youngest and my oldest sister is gatekeeping. She thinks she is the only one who should have a copy of the trust. Yeah, that's crazy. Like, I'm sorry that you got to go through that. Like I said, and it's the truest thing out here. Other than life and death itself, when it deals with family and money, it will show you the true colors of a lot of people, and it will tear whatever little bit of family that you have. It'll tear that all apart because you will start to see the real greed in people. And like that's why, like I said before, if I might have some siblings out here possibly, but I would probably have to just walk away from that situation. Because if I do got siblings out here, I can tell you 100% I'm not close to them at all. Zero. Don't even know who they are. Don't even know what they look like. But I know I probably got some siblings out here. Maybe they might know about me. Maybe they not. Maybe they might not. It don't even matter. But I know if there came to be a situation where there was like inheritance or will or whatever it is, and something was left to me, those folks would probably be looking at me strange and trying to fight me for something. And I'm like, y'all can have it, dog. I'm like, I'm good. It's like, whatever. It's like, shout out, like, like I said, just for that example, like, shout out to him for, thinking about leaving me something. But I'm like, I'm not about to be fighting y'all for like nothing. I'm like, it's not even worth it. I'm like, all y'all, like I said, I don't know, man. It's just this stuff out here is just, it's sad. It's sad. Sonny said, trauma to me was my 3 aunts moving out my Uncle Brian's house after years because all my cousins would get together there for the holidays. But trauma was learning my aunts were garden tools the whole time. That's tough. That's tough. Yeah, it used to be that way at at my grandma's house. Everybody, that was the center fixture. That was like the linchpin where everybody would come directly together and celebrate, Thanksgiving, New Year's and Christmas. And it was dope to always see everybody. Got to see, the little, nieces and nephews, like see them, growing up and how they were shaping up and everything of the sort. It was beautiful, but then as soon as, my grandmother was no longer here, it was like magically those people didn't want to do, that same gathering no more. And I'm like, man, well, there's that. So like I said, it's been quite some years that I have, seen a lot of the family that I've seen like over my many years of being alive. And I'm like, well, it'd be like that. At first, at one point, it was like, it sucked. I'm like, man, I ain't seen people in a long time. I miss seeing them. And then slowly but surely, as time basically keeps going, you're used to it. And it's like, all right, well, it's whatever. I'm not missing nothing. It'd be like that. I guess I'll catch people at another funeral sometime, or somewhere down the future or whatnot. Maybe we'll see each other at some point. It just gets to that point. It's sad that it got to be like that, but it'd be like that. Ms. Nova said the land has been in my family since my great grands, but I'm not sharing the land. If I put Airbnbs on it, I might share the profits, but the land is in my name. I'm only sharing the oil royalties. That's dope. Congratulations. So like I said, I know what some people are going to sit up and say about certain things. So for Ms. Nova, again, just take it with a grain of salt. Just kick it directly over, right? Because you do have land, and you got some area and different stuff of that nature and whatnot. I would say another way to also make money directly off of that is that you could potentially look into a cryptocurrency farm. Various people do have things like this directly on different lands and and stuff like that. So I'm just saying, just throwing that directly out there. Don't even gotta look into it, don't even gotta do it. But I'm just saying, like, another way to make money directly on top of what it is that you already getting money directly from it, whatnot. So just something. Again, I am not a financial advisor, but I'm just throwing some stuff out there. Like I said, I want to see people make it forever, forever, ever. Want to see people make it. Oh, what? D Love left out? Oh no, she's still here. Okay, now. Master said that's Sunny. D Love. Solo said 100%. Right. Solo said, big facts. All of my siblings are dealing with chronic illness. Oh, that's tough. Sorry to hear that. Third said, planting certain trees can net you $1 million. It will take a couple of decades for it to mature, but it can be revenue for future generations. Oh, that's dope. That's cool. That's cool. I didn't even think about that. That's a good one right there, because that just reminded me of a video that I saw about certain types of, like, I think it was like amber that you can get from certain trees that you grow, and it's a certain type of way that they extract or have the amber basically form from those trees. and that amber is actually pretty expensive and it's worth a lot. So yeah, that's a good one out there. Third, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yo said, I'm a huge believer in returning the same energy. I don't care if you're family or not, especially family, because you should know better. As facts. 100%. Sonny said, I saw nothing odd about my uncle having 3 girlfriends with 3 separate cousins living in one home. My best memories were really at the house as a kid. They moved out one by one, and I got old enough to realize why. G Love said, that's crazy. At Renam, my condolences. Only 2 years there. No date on grief. D Love says, Seji, standing on business, they will need you. They'll have to figure it out. Like I said, for me, the only people that I'm gonna, like, family wise, look out for, like I said, I got a list. Like I said, because off and on I got, folks that'll sit up there and like watch, things and whatnot. So I'm like, yeah, I got some people. I got a list. Got that list directly in my mind right now as we're talking. I was about to sit up there and say it, but I was like, nah, I ain't gonna do that. Because just in case, somebody's watching, I ain't trying to have people sit up there and be like, oh, no. I'm like, nah, don't be getting too happy. Bottle that happiness right back up. Don't do that. Don't do that. Solo says silence is the best way to move. My sister tries to do so-called wellness checks. I'm complete no contacts. Brother Exile said at work, but listen. Oh yeah, I got you. Shout out to Brother Exile. D Love says solo. Okay, I got you. Shauna said all day. D Love said if you try to fight me over money and possessions, you got it. I'm good. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm like, it's not even worth it. It's not even worth it. Now, let me say there are limitations. Now, if somebody left me $1 million, hey, I'm taking that. I'm leaving here with something. Certain situations, I'm like, hey, I ain't about to fight over this. $1 million, I'm gonna have to think about that a little bit. I'm like, yep, it's gonna be a tough fight, but I'm gonna come out the victor. I'm gonna come out the victor. Like I said, I'm just saying, just saying, just thinking about some stuff. Because in my mind, when I think about certain things, I'm like, all right, if I were left, something, I could, easily use that to help out, like my mom or, or different things like that. So, that's what I'm really, looking at, and stuff of that nature. Sonny said you probably got some siblings on your True Social. This man. Every time. This man been talking about True Social for the longest time possible. Brother Exile said, not looking for no sympathy. You said it's a situation that made me produce Teflon skin. I was thrown to the wolves at 15, wrote my dad off years ago. Oh, yeah, I understand that. 100%. D Love said I just went through it with my aunt's passing and said just keep and been radio silent to them. Dang. LA, what is up? You said when you get so old you can't make your own income, the government and the state will take possession so that there is nothing left to leave your children. I'm near retirement and disabled widow. Well, shout out LA for pulling up to the live stream. I would say, well, you said that you're widowed and you're in retirement. I'm not sure because I didn't see that from your comment. I'm not sure if you have like children, but I would say that the best way to do it is life insurance policy and a trust, and you can set that up, and from there you could decide who you want to be a beneficiary. And you can do it that way. At least that there's something. But shout out to you. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Sonny said, "What was normally a grandma's house to everyone was, for lack of a better term, a garden tool house with cables and toys." That's tough. I'm sorry that you had to see that and go through that. I'm sorry you had to see that and go through that, man. Renam said, with stepchildren too, Seji. Oh yeah. D-Lev said, yep, it happened to me and my family too, Seji. And I'm always checking on everybody and not anymore. Yeah, like I told y'all before, like, yo, it was like I said before, doing this, there was a point in time where things were just, it was looking kind of bad. And there was only a few people in my family, 3 at least, that really helped me out. And I'm like, so these 3 know. But I'm like, so both my uncles, I'm like, so because my grandma, she liked to talk and whatnot. So I'm like, so she didn't tell y'all nothing. So I'm like, y'all ain't hear nothing, like nothing. Didn't even get I don't even think I even got phone calls for a checkup, like, yo, man, I wanted to check in on you, like how you doing? I heard what was happening. I don't even think I even got any of those. And I'm like, yo, that's wild. So I'm like, these 3 knew what was going on and was like, yo, we're gonna put something together to basically help you and to make sure that you're stable. You can make it, from day 1 to day 7. And y'all were just out there just whatever. I'm like, wow. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, all right. Because even during that time, I had friends that pulled up, to either check in on me or to just even offers yo, man, I hear you going through this, hey, just let me know what you need and I can sit up there and get that to you. And I was like, man, I can't do that. I'm like, is that, that's that's a lot. I'm like, I know other people got, stuff to deal with, families and their own, type of thing. So it's like, like I said, I always remember stuff. Always, remember stuff and whatnot. And just I remember uncles was not there. Crazy work. Brother Exile said, wait, did he just skip through? Too old. D-Love said, yeah, it happened to me. Brother Exile said he passed last year as well. I haven't been to the grave. That's tough. That's tough, man. That's tough. Sonny said, I'm bugging out, LOL. I said that wrong. Oh no, that's cool. That's all right. Faith Lewis said, "You have my deepest sympathies. Much love, much love." Solo said, "When the glue to the family is gone, all of a sudden the love is gone as well." Yep, that's bars. Brother Exile said he definitely left me nothing. Miss Nova said, "In Texas, crypto farm. Let me look into it." Yeah, check into it. Check into it. We got Brandon V World. Let me highlight this. Brother said another Texan directly about here. He said the best way to lease the land is to a solar company, in my opinion. That's another brother that's out there in in Texas, as well. But yeah, look into it. Like I said, I'm about people sitting up there, trying to earn as much money as possible because as quick as possible, legally, because of how the economy and how the world is basically, moving. So, even if let's say job wise stuff may get shut down, for you or whatnot or whatever, you still got something coming directly in, right? Because you got the oil royalties directly coming off of the land, and then you got other things on top of the land bringing revenue on revenue on revenue, and then from that you can diversify and put money in other places, right? As Mr. Wonderful would normally say off a Shark Tank, when I send my money out, I want my money to bring back friends. That's what he always says. Sham said, I'm late. Hey, no problem. Sham, what is up? D Love said, I'm still here. Okay, I got you. Sham was like, I'm gonna have to watch this from the beginning. How long? Oh, it's only 2 hours. That's not bad. It's not bad. Sham said, what was the global shutdown about? So basically that part of the video was going over different things in different areas. So we had something going on in Asian countries. We had things being talked about in the UK about people, shortages of gas and what's specifically potentially going to happen. Such as let's say Sundays or things like that, people may not be able to drive or go to work or something like that. And other folks within the videos are saying that it's going to be reminiscent pretty much of the pandemic, where everything was getting shut down, but the only difference is during the pandemic the economy was still going. During this, if this actually goes the way that it's looking, and things start to get implemented and shut down, or a here and there type of situation, yeah, it's gonna be bad. Because if gas gets to the point where people can't afford it, ain't nobody going to work. Uber is shut down. Like ain't nobody going to be sitting up there deciding that they want to do DoorDash, Uber, Lyft, or any. All of that is going to be shut down. So that's going to be less cars on the road automatically. And then those gig workers, in a sense, they're not going to have any type of money. So then you may have people going to unemployment for a bit, and no telling how long this whole thing is going to sit up there and happen. Go directly on for, and all that other type of stuff. And then you got the whole instance of them potentially trying to bring back remote jobs after trying to tell people we need you to go back to the office. After sitting up there telling people to go back to the office, and then they go back to the office, and now they're getting laid off. Like I said, and then doing all of that, and now we're here, and now they're like, hey, we might be looking back at remote jobs again. Like it's like I said, it's a whole game. It is a whole game that is crazy. Yo, Lunch, what is up? What is up? What is up? What is going on? Wait a minute, I could have sworn wasn't Lunch a moderator up here? Oh no. Am I thinking about? I think it was like the your name was green. I think it was because of the membership thing. I think that's what it was. Because I'm looking at some of y'all names. I'm like, I could have sworn y'all names had colors to it. I'm like, am I slipping? Felt like a Mandela effect real quick. What is up, Lunch? What is going on? What's going on? Was it Renam said protect your land? Oh yeah, you talking to Miss Nova. He said protect your land, especially from the government. Yeah. That's facts. That is 100% facts. Sam said, I look out for me and my mom. Bars. Sonny said, in place of grandma's house, the family got together at my uncle's place because most of the children were there, being that he had 3 of my aunts living together. They always had McDonald's money. Oh yeah, McDonald's is always classic. That was that's classic. But I know, I get what you're saying though. D Love said, right, said he don't get happy. Yeah. Shauna was like, all right, Denzel. hey, if I'm telling you, if it's an M out there, you gotta take a second look. It's like I might feel a certain type of way, but hey, that's we might have to sit up there and set up a WCW match. I'm bringing all the steel chairs. We'll have to put people down real quick. Oh man. Sham said my siblings went after me for money and got nowhere and got disowned out of the family for the behavior, and now they got nothing. Sonny said Teflon skin. Nah, we got copper last week to Teflon. I swear, I hate on anything for no reason. This man is crazy. Sam said all I know is the inheritance in the family goes all to me. When I die, it's going to who I choose. Sham is like, you know what? I'm leaving that to my cats. I'm leaving that to all of my cats because ain't nobody getting nothing. That's what one person that I think it was a dog walking around here that was like a millionaire. Like it was crazy. I think the dog had about like 40 million in a bank account because the person just like left the money to the dog. But I'm like, if the dog is gone, like who does the money then get left to? I'm like, I guess the money gets left to nobody, I guess. Solo said no children, will leave all assets to my favorite charities. Gotcha. Sonny said I love those days. It's just uncomfortable as an adult approaching the elephant in the room because I'm old enough to know my aunt gets nervous, but I love them and never mention their youth. I got you. Brandy World, shout out for another $5 dono. You said that was a hard lesson to learn when I was in my 20s, that blood sometimes doesn't mean anything. Yeah. Yep. I did not get a chance to really learn that early on. It was more so later. And it's like, man, I wish I would have took that hit earlier on versus, dealing with it now. Because it's like you sit up there and still fighting and reminiscing about like, yo, man, I remember this, that, and the third. And I got to catch myself. I'm like, yeah, I got to dead that whole situation. I'm like, yeah, can't be doing that. I got to kill off that whole situation because I'm like, it's not even, worth going back to because I'm like, it ain't there no more. It really technically wasn't even real, at least in my instance, Let me see. Oh you talking to Renam? Right. Yo, Mahoko, what is up? What is up? What is up? Much love, respect, and appreciation. Brandon Royal said, Officer Haku, you always have saved the day a bunch of times. That's facts. That is straight bars. I sat up there and was able to get back home. Because of this, man. Let me tell you what. Mahoko said, I don't know why, but I'm not getting notifications until the stream passed already. Yo, let me tell you something real quick. The thing that I've noticed is YouTube has decided to do, I guess, like a type of shadow ban or block or whatever it is, because when I look at the situation and I'm looking at previous videos that I did, I'm like, yeah, these videos ain't getting no type of views. I'm like, they ain't seeing nothing out here. And I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, how is that even possible? And I'm like, yeah, I guess they must be a type of shadow ban directly about there. I'm like, well, it'd be like that. I must have said something that upsetted somebody. Cause I'm like, man, can't even get the video to sit up there and reach 1 to 2K real quick. And I'm like, I know I got like quite a bit of active people. I ain't saying like the whole base is active, but I'm like, yo, at least know I got something out here. I guess not though. Guess not. Also, shout out to I'm sitting up there looking at numbers real quick. Shout out to that nice random 26K that pulled up to the other side of the stream. Shout out to y'all. Like I said, it's random when that ends up happening. It is ultra random when that ends up happening. And it's usually either on one side or or the other side where that happens. But yeah, shout out to those folks, even though I know they're not here. They was here for like a quick, brief sprinkle and they dipped out. But shout out to those folks. I wish they would have hit that like button though. That would have been great. Wish they would have hit that like button. But yeah, to go back to Mahoko, yeah, that's probably why y'all ain't been really getting like notifications directly about here. Ms. Nova said, thank you guys for the tips. No problem. Like I said, I hope that money is raining down. Like I said, you already got I'm trying to think back to the Beverly Hillbillies. What was it? What they say, like black gold? Yeah, you already got the black gold out there. Like I said, we gotta make it rain some, some other type of money, maybe some diamonds or something. I don't know. So, I was trying to go with the theme of it, but my brain can catch up to it. But you know what I'm saying. What was it? Renam. Sham said, "Oh yeah, the global market about to become worse because they made some horrible moves with this war and the data centers. And the data centers got about 300 billion investments, but they're about to go belly up." Oh yeah, that was the other thing too. I'm glad you mentioned that, Sham, because it was a video that I watched, and there's a potential when it deals with this war that they're threatening to cut, the internet cables, and they were saying like 95, I think it was about close to 95%, 90 or 95% of all of the world's information is, coming from a lot of those cables directly over there that's in that sea. And I'm like, if they cut that, it's done. It's going to be a lot of different parts of communication, like let's say like some Google, like Amazon type of, like, yeah, it's going to be curtains on a lot of stuff if they decide to do that. And not to mention include stuff that is like AI, because you do have in certain countries remote drivers and operators for vehicles. And I'm like, yeah, it's going to be bad. It's going to be real bad. But again, people told you we got satellites. So I'm like, really, if they cut those, it shouldn't technically matter because we got satellites and whatnot directly in the sky, quote unquote. But, crazy work. Sonny said, this is the other app, Seji. Wait, what you mean? I'm so confused, Sonny. Let me see. Tippy said might need to look into owning a horse carriage to bring the whole West days. The funny thing, Tippy, is I can see you. I can automatically see you like dressed like those folks back in like the old West where the women had like the dresses and whatnot. I can see it, and like just being in the carriage, like Little House on the Prairie. I see it, Tippy. I see it. Stamp said, my grandmother down south got involved because she was the one that rescued my dad. She took his money, got it all in his name and his inheritance. Then my mom left everything on her side to me. That's interesting. That is interesting. Let me see. What else we got here? You also said that they was trying to blackmail her next. They had this whole setup, tried to steal the house from under her and some properties. So my mom got a lawyer and put it all in my name. Ooh, your mom was smart. She was like, "Yeah, we ain't doing this." She's like, "Yo, I see the snakes in the grass." Like, let me go do this real quick. Your mom got like the stilts, started walking through that grass real quick, made some connections, and walked back. And she was like, "Okay, I'm gonna let the snakes still be out here, but they gonna understand they're about to get caught by some hawks real quick." They turned around, was like, "Yo, what's that in the air? What's that large shadows?" And it was like, "Word? How'd she do that?" Yo, D-Love, she said, "I don't always get notifications either, Seji." Yeah, like I said, it's YouTube. It's YouTube doing that. This has happened periodically throughout the years, where it don't matter how the subscriber base is moving. I could easily get like 10K subscribers right now, and all 10K of those people, those brand new people, they're not getting notifications that either I'm going live or even putting up videos. Because I'm sitting up there looking, I'm putting up videos, throughout the day or whatever it is, and I'm like, nothing. I'm like, word, that's what we doing, YouTube. That's how we moving out here. I'm like, wow, that's bold. I'm like, all right, it's cool though. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Sam said, she made it so that nothing can be contested. So when people ask me now, I am an only child. The inheritance fight is no joke. I was worried for my dad's safety. I had to hide him till I got his papers. Renam says, Seji family will, he said family will go to, we'll go to the passing and loved ones and get a lawyer to steal all of their assets. Yeah, that's wild. Like I said, it's a lot of stuff that I didn't even like think about. Like even when it deals with like, money and stuff, like it's crazy. Let me see. I knocked, you said expect a black man to leave you anything except broke and disheveled is the feat of its own. Well, I sit up there and put it to you like this. Every black father is not the same. Like I said, even within this video that is directly in front of you, the father had a plan. He got a life insurance policy, and he made simple stipulations. He was like, "Hey, for my kids, like, hey, be married and productive and all that other type of stuff. If you want to buy a house, bam, 50K is what you get. If you want to start a business, bam, 10K, right? And if you got kids and all that other type of stuff, like make sure they're productive and people ain't on drugs." And none of those kids decided to do that. The brother right here that's in front of you, he stated that he knew he wasn't going to get nothing because he's not married. And maybe some other things as well too. But he took the initiative to follow his dad and was like, "All right, you got this life insurance policy with these rules. Let me go get a life insurance policy on you so that I can make sure that I'm good and safe." And then the brother here, he also told that to his siblings, and his siblings decided not to listen. So now he got like $1 million or whatever to sit directly back on to at least he can feed off of that. And then the siblings are sitting up here saying that they feel like he owes them money, and it's like, nah, he told y'all what to do as grown adults. Y'all opted not to do it. D-Love said, my prayers for her and her dear ones, and the land is protected. Talk about Miss Nova, yeah. Bars. Renam says Seji family will go to the bedside and change their paperwork to them only. Wow, that's crazy. Renam says shoots who still has the landlines now. I have not a clue. Sham said, and oh yeah, that was a hard situation for me to go through. And you said my whole life. You said, what was it? Your whole life is an opera, and that's why I like my peace and quiet. I hate drama. And when we cut off certain families, my blood pressure dropped so low. Renam said, as you should. Tippy said, singing bluegrass, blue riding, and on a horse. Yeah, Tippy. That's gonna be you, Tippy. Let me tell you. Let me see. Gail said, I see why you're the way that you are. Yeah. Like I said, Sham been going through it. Sham been going through it. Let me tell you. Like I said, we're gonna have to figure some stuff out, Sham. We're gonna have to figure some stuff out. Sham said, anyways, those lines are the main in what is that? You said basically the main lines that we have. They cut those and America goes black. We'll have no lines of connection to anything. Yeah, that's true. My uncle said, did you cover Disney backing out of Sora AI? RAM prices started going down a little bit. No, I didn't even see that yet. I did not see that yet. Renam said, time, it is 12:58 in the afternoon in SoCal. Glad I caught you, said you. No problem, no problem. Oh, you in Cali too? So that's you and Tippy. So I know, like, two Cali people. That's dope. So we got Cali, we got, Texas, we got some Carolinas, directly here. That's pretty dope, pretty dope. Let me see what else we got. D-Love said, help with you, BP Sham. Oh, the blood pressure. Okay, I got you. Sham said, LOL, help with both my stress went down and helped a lot with my blood pressure. Now I just got to build back up my health. I went swimming today at the gym, so I am baby stepping. That's good. You sitting up there, you moving, getting the lungs, expanding and air in there. That's good. That's good. Renam said that brother can get married, just get a prenup. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. But a lot of women directly out here don't believe in prenups. They be like, "Oh, so you don't trust me?" And this, I'm like, man, don't nobody got time for that. Don't nobody got time for that. But like I said, the craziest part about a prenup is now you got women out here that got money and they sit up here talking about, oh yeah, I'm gonna have men got to sign prenups. I'm like, but isn't this what dudes been saying for the longest time possible? And you don't hear dudes talking about like, oh, but you don't trust me as a man, and you think that I'm with you for your money. Like, it's crazy. The same thing that men been talking about. Now you got women that got money. Now they magically understand. It's, like I said, it's wild out here. It's wild out here. Sean said, I'm here in Cali as well. Here on Covina. Wait, is that a place in Cali? I'm not sure. Because that threw me off. I thought that was like something else at first. But what's up, Sean? What is up? What is up? Shout out to you and yours out there in Cali. Sham said, my dad is a black man and he was leaving his kids' property and stuff. Now, after my siblings acted out, they got disowned. I think this started out because you bought your own house and they think my mom got it. Okay, I got you. Renam says, Sham, don't stop moving. D-Love said, I'm about to drive to pick up my kids, but I'm listening still at SEIJIHITO. No problem. Also, drive safely. Drive safely. What was it? Sean said, you typed in Covina. You said it's 20 minutes east of LA. Okay. Like I said, I don't know nothing about Cali about there. I am a East Coaster. So I got a few, people that I know, over there in in Cali and whatnot. So I'm like, that's pretty dope. Renam said, i.e. SoCal Riverside here. So yes, Covina is here, Seji. Okay. Like I said, it's pretty dope. Like I said, you get to learn some new stuff that you might not know nothing about. So now this video turned into a whole different topic. So now we're gonna go into a let me see. I might just save. Yeah. I'll probably just move over to this one's video. So some people. So before I start her video, I'm just gonna say it may make some people angry. I didn't really get angry because I'm looking at her and I'm listening to how she's talking, and I'm like, I know she's like in her early 20s. She's trying to do like some extreme Candace Owens type thing, but also within the exact same vein, she reminds me of an older woman. I guess you could say like a feminist, who specifically tells black women certain things online. And I'm like, when I look at her and I hear her talk, I'm like, it's as if I'm looking at that woman just in a younger form, but I'll probably play it twice so people can hear the clownery that she's saying.
Out over a man saying because he has Tourette's, but black people take it into their hands to terrorize anybody who says the N-word. That's what you people are. Let's get that into your little tiny brains. Statistics show, news show, every media is exposing you people for what you truly are. If they're offended by the N-word, by that much, how about we stop acting like a in the first place? Because that's how you get called one, is when you act like one. It's ignorant. 99% of you are. Definitely shows that word is very much synonymous with black people.
Right. So let me just do it one more time. just one more time. And remember, certain words had to get edited and just muted. So you can fill in the blank on what it is that she's specifically saying.
Out over a man saying because he has Tourette's, but black people take it into their hands to terrorize anybody who says the N-word. That's what you people are. Let's get that into your little tiny brains. Statistics show, news show, every media is exposing you people for what you truly are. If they're offended by the N-word, by that much, how about we stop acting like a in the first place? Because that's how you get called one, is when you act like one. It's ignorant. 99% of you are. Definitely shows that word is very much synonymous with black people.
Yep. And she clear cut has that little headband directly on to make sure that the glue sticks to the wig cap that she is trying to attach directly to her scalp. Like I said, it's crazy how you got folks out here that normally want to call normal black women pick-me's. She would be one of the ones that would call black women who want to be with black men pick-me's. But yeah, she's doing all of this theatrics and all of this outrage and grifting, whatever you want to sit up there and call it, to get the attention of white men. And she would also be the exact same ones to be with a white dude that talks just like her, and they'll be doing slave and race play in the bedroom. Crazy. Like I say, you want to clown, black women out here for wanting to be with, you want to clown black women for wanting to be with black men, but then you're doing this and you don't consider yourself to be a pick-me, even though this is your bat signal to get the attention of white guys. Like I said, this stuff is crazy. This is wild. It is 100% wild. It is 100% wild. 100% wild. Like it is diabolical in nature. Now, what was it, Bushido? You said Candace Owens a little. The craziest part is she's not even close, and that's not even me trying to defend Candace Owens, but it's like even at points, Candace Owens has common sense. Like she was like, all right, I gotta stop doing like this grifting thing. Let me actually put out some information that actually makes some type of sense. Like I said, she's learned. This one right here, I don't know what this is. Like she's just talking stupid. She is just talking 1,000% stupid. And these will be the same exact folks where no matter what is going on in quote unquote white America, they'll always sit up there. Let me just sit up there and focus on blacks. We got a war, basically on a brink of war. Let me just sit up there and focus on the blacks. The United States military could sit up there and just bomb an innocent country. Let me just sit up there and blame on the blacks. We're currently closed in on $40 trillion worth of debt. Let me just focus in on the blacks. It's crazy. It is wild. Wait, Lunch said what? When Jasmine Crockett lost, you said lost to that white man, do you think that she was sad or happy? I have not a clue. I have not a clue. Third said she's going to end up the base of Jared's what? Compost heap in years? Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah. Tippy said just another delusional mammy. That's crazy. Tippy said exactly. Oh man. Let me see. What was it? I swear I remember the anime picture. Somebody said, wait, Iran is definitely not innocent. Who said anything about people? This is my thing. When it deals with like the United States shouldn't be in any type of issues dealing with wars. The craziest part is knowing the fact that other people want the United States to go to war. That's the stupidest thing possible. I guess y'all didn't. I guess people didn't learn from Vietnam, right? Y'all didn't learn from quote unquote that war, right? Or better yet, I'm sorry. Let me just call it a conflict. Let me just lessen it, right? But it was still a loss. The United States lost horribly, got beat. Just like when Haiti beat France, yeah, the Vietnamese, they beat the United States. Crazy, diabolical. And if this keeps going the exact same way, it's going to be number two. Like I said, it is not in the United States' best interest at all to be doing this. It's just not. It's like we got other stuff to be worrying about. We need to fix up our country, right? We need to bolster our defenses. We need to fix our economy. We need to be bringing jobs directly back, right? Instead of being in issues and conflicts everywhere else, we need to be fixing issues and conflicts within these United States. Obviously, people don't care about that. It's crazy. It's diabolical. Renam said Jasmine will be fine with the bag that she got. What was it? Tippy said these high gas prices, but she's focused on black people. Yep. Sham said, LOL, look at third doing the Lord's work. Oh, yeah, probably pack somebody up. Yep. Like I said, people must not realize people don't pay attention to colors. People don't pay attention. People do not pay attention. What was it? Let me see. Somebody else about to be getting packed up in a minute. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Oh, we just got clowns in here. Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Sham said them people did not hate America until we went over there messing with their government because people extreme suffer and act like they shouldn't hate America. Yeah. Lunch size was like, yep. What was it? Dun, dun, dun. What was it? You said throw money at our economy won't fix anything. It's management. New York spends $80K per homeless person, yet they have the worst homeless crisis. But how about this though? We got we're supposed to be living in the first world country, right? Why should we even have homelessness? Right? Does that make any sense? We're living in the first world country, but yet we still have polluted waters. Right? we're living in the first world country, and yet you got kids out here on the streets. Huh? It's like that doesn't make any sense. Things that should realistically be fixed and that are easy to fix, like a water supply, a water line, that doesn't cost much to fix, especially with the money that a lot of these states basically get. It doesn't cost that much to sit up there and fix. Like I said, United States, when you think about the United States, you food is getting poisoned left and right. We don't even know what it is that we're eating when we're eating like McDonald's, Burger King, and whatnot or whatever. Like there's all types of stuff going on here that realistically, with all of the money, the hundreds of millions to the billions of dollars that were sent over yonder, we could have used that in order to fix up stuff here. Even basic stuff, even just with schools, can fix that with the amount of money that they've sent over there. With a fraction of their money, we could be fixing up the school system and have that better. Because it's crazy when you look at the education in comparison to other countries, we're severely lacking. That makes no sense. It shouldn't even be like that. Just like even given the whole thing dealing with the internet that we have here, when compared to other countries, like yeah. Let me go back and check that real quick because I think what was it, Korea? The United States. Rank in the world. So okay, so they said as of 2026, the United States generally ranks around the 8th fastest in the world with a median fixed broadband speeds, with speeds exceeding 300 megs, while ranking in high speed, the United States is the third largest market by total internet users, behind China and India, boasting a high penetration rate of over 95%. Right? We're in 8th place, first world. So let's see who would be what country is number one? Singapore. As early of 2026, Singapore is consistently ranked as the world's number one country for fixed broadband internet speeds, boasting a median download speed exceeding 370 to 400 MPBs. Singapore has maintained the top position due to high quality infrastructure investment and leading in most global speed tests. So, like I said, you can click. Singapore is investing. So the money that they get, they're reinvesting. For whatever reason, we still got a lot of areas around the United States that don't have adequate internet service. If you don't have adequate internet service, that also means that that's less information, newer information that's actually being able to get accessed by a lot of folks directly out there. Even if it means, let's say, like the Appalachians and different things of that nature, you got a lot of poor folks out there that are lacking in a lot of information, and their schools are probably dilapidated and in disrepair. So, like I said, even if they wanted to do stuff from home, they don't still have the adequate internet service to even get the proper teaching lessons that they may need if they can't even go to school. Like I said, I'm just saying. Just saying. You said it's not a lack of money. We have infinite money. We have infinite amounts of money. I gotta go back up. Infinite amounts of money that states can request money whenever they like. Nothing improves because of government mismanagement. You said corruption and government incompetence. It's not because of foreign wars, right? Now, this is the thing that I'm sitting up saying when it deals with infrastructure and things of that sort and lack of information. Due to the only reason that we have people in power that can mismanage money is due to voting or not the facade. I can't even think of like the word that I want to use right now. But due to how it is that it seems as though people have a control in voting or voting itself, this is why we have the mismanagement and the corruption that we have. Also, due to lack of correct information being broadcasted out there. And also due to the fact of people being told that one side is better than the other allows a lot of this corruption that we are able to see currently in the United States. How many times have we seen political officials, or better yet, videos that I've done when it covered the Pentagon, where it was pretty much a black hole, where money was just getting thrown in and nothing was coming back out. The government sitting up there having a plane with the lifespan of 1.7 trillion, but then that plane, it broke apart, it went down somewhere in Georgia, right? And that was a state of the art plane. Or many other things going on in the government, like trillions of dollars being lost and all this other type of stuff. But the infinite money thing as well too, it's not, infinite in a sense. Normal money is usually backed. The United States dollar ain't really technically backed by nothing. It's pretty much just leaning directly on petrol, which is bad because, if anything happens to petrol, it's over. The petrol dollar is gone. It's like the American dollar has nothing basically holding it up. It just doesn't. And then guess what? We're going to war somewhere because we don't got nothing else. Like I said, we import more things than we export. Like the jobs are pretty much not in America. Like if you want to call your bank right now, guess who you're talking to? You talking to somebody from India. It's like if you ever seen The Simpsons and you saw like Apu, that's exactly what it is. Pulling up to the scene, thank you, come again. Like it's that, and I'm like, are we not dealing with the United States bank here? Why am I hearing somebody from a whole nother country? I'm like, matter of fact, are you even in the United States? I'm like, and then that becomes a whole thing because it's like if the people that you're talking to online about your bank, your American bank account are in another country, what does that then mean about the safety? Like what safety checks are specifically present in order to make sure that your information is not going anywhere else? You don't really have nothing. You got to go off with hopes and wishes. Like all I'm saying is like, we got problems here that we need to deal with, and us being over in other countries ain't helping. It ain't helping. If we can't help ourselves here, what makes people think that we can help other people in other countries? Sham said there's no such thing as infinite money. Infinite amount of money. Money is supposed to be an IOU, means it needs to be backed by resources. Otherwise, the dollar inflates and it becomes worthless. And it's going to happen. Like we saw that with, what was it, Venezuela or whatnot during the pandemic. It was bad. It's crazy. Sam said it's because of corruption and incompetence that we are in these foreign wars. Renam said we can't mention how can I put this? How did I used to put it? The white spike, right? Because like I said, YouTube still be funny with certain stuff. That sent some of our loved ones to glory too soon, and you said your hubby included, and all the other elements that also follow with it. I'm sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. Gail said the Appalachians don't need no information. I mean, yeah, that's true. That's true. They got a lot of stuff up there. It's almost like Australia in the mountains, which is crazy. Sham said no one enters war when your economy and the people are struggling. It's an idiotic move. That's facts. Third said I've always knew America had among the slowest internet in the world, but what are we going to do? Nothing, because we also got a poor energy infrastructure as well too. It's like I said before earlier, like that whole system is cooked. It is done. Renam said the fires in Cali is just a land grab. Yep, 100%. Kibaru said, right, tribalism, politicians also don't have to be good or smart people, just charismatic. Yeah, that's true. Well, Sam said 24 trillion in defense spending is ridiculous. Majority of it is going to foreign aid and wars. Majority of that money can't be accounted for. It's definitely corruption to where it goes to the rich people's pockets. Yep. And don't forget, I was going to say black site, but don't forget the other, military stuff that's undercover, where they just be throwing billions and trillions of dollars. Tippy said, cause they are evil and don't care about human life, just power, control, greed with them. Yep. Yo, Earth, what is up? You said Seji and family. Renam said the United States dollar is based on our very lives. Look at the stock exchange. True. Sham said, right. And people who create the middle class is the government jobs. So they cut the program and cut tons of jobs because the rich aren't job creators. They're parasites sucking resources. Lunch said, I've been coming across videos talking about how much gallons of water these new data centers they're building consume. And that could be a problem now. Oh, no, it's going to be a problem. If they build any data centers around the lakes in Michigan, it's going to be curtains. You're going to see a dramatic drop. Like if people haven't seen the area of which Coca-Cola pulls water directly out of, and the water line that is there, like that, the water line was never there. That water line happened over time because of how much water they were pulling directly from that area. If these data centers do the exact same thing, if they do what Coca-Cola did, and they start lining themselves up around, the lakes and whatnot, oh yeah, it's over. It's going to be a dramatic drop in water level in those lakes. It's going to be crazy. But you can't tell people nothing because, like I said, the rich don't care. Like I said, their main thing is to like jack up the resource for everybody else, and then they're going to start charging for everything. The crazy part is, I think I had a video where a woman, she was on some stage, and she was talking about in the future, what it is that they could potentially charge for, and I think she was also talking about air. And it's like I told people, I told people this like way some years ago, almost on like some Mad Max type stuff, where they'll start trying to charge for a lot of these different resources out here. I'm like, this is crazy. I'm like, you gonna be trying to charge people for air, brother? No, like y'all have lost your minds. You have lost your minds. Like the amount of, like I said, but they got to tell you like these different truths. They got to do it because of the rules and how everything basically works. Just like what the stuff I told you about with Balenciaga and all them and whatnot. Shem said it's so funny to me because white people think that because they're so superior that they can keep underestimating the man. He got missiles that can reach directly over here, and he got ways to hurt this country. His allies are China. Rabbit said you always be in the war. Said you always be in the war with white people in the government. These people, especially the men, get off on war and conflict. White supremacy can never be at peace. Renam said we have not forgotten Gavin Newsom during Cena. Yeah, that dude right there, that man is a whole clown. Gavin Newsom is right up there with Trudeau up there in Canada. Like both of them dudes are clowns. Straight them, Gavin Newsom, Trudeau, and Macron, all clowns. Straight clowns. Yo, DC, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said, Seji, if you don't get your sister off the screen, that's crazy. That's wild. Yo, that's crazy. That's wild. Renam said, the rich do not respect the land at all. That's facts. Gail said, these people just destroy. DC said, that's tokenization. You already know, sir. Oh, yeah. I was telling people about that before. How, like the metaverse and stuff like that, they've already started the whole system of tokenizing real areas around the world. Like it's just like how they gave us the game of Monopoly. That's what they're doing slowly but surely. So in the virtual world, the land and stuff that's directly out here is already owned. Like you already got, because a lot of people don't know about it and they're not interested. They're like, I don't even care about that, whatnot. Again, people are going to catch up to a lot of stuff late. And that's again what a lot of these folks are betting on. It's like, hey, let me get in here early, because then when we start giving out this information and we start telling a lot of these truths, we expect a flood of people to start coming over here and start trying to do this, that, and the third. Like I said, people will see. Like I said, 2030 start is rolling up. Like I've been saying, 2030, 2035. People will see it. People will see it. Renam said, Bangkok charges you for clean air and water bottles. Oh, that's crazy. Lunch said, you about to charge for air. We're about to have a fight. Sham said, white people stay stealing too, not just destroying, they stay thieving. The whole war was started to steal. Timmy said you did hear about Oakland, California. They're kicking out homeless people living in RVs, trying to rebuild their lives. They're kicking them out because they need their land. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. No, the other thing, Timmy, is I cover videos both in New York and LA when it deals with the homeless. Like just like how pigeons at one point in time started disappearing in certain places, it was the same thing with the homeless. You had the homeless, like they were just in certain times, like they were just not on the streets. Like you just did not see them. No, I'm like, yo, what happened to all the homeless population? I remember specifically over the years, like there would be different videos and documentaries about homeless living in the United States and all of these types of things. And then all of a sudden it was like it was less and less homeless. I'm like, that's wild. That is wild. But now we're going to go directly to the next video.
That people of color are inherently more violent than white people, you're an idiot or you've been propagandized. I've got people in my comments sections arguing that the reason the homicide rates in these red states are so high is because of all the black people in the Democrat cities within those states. It's garbage. We're putting it to bed right now. I've got FBI homicide rate data. I've got US Census Bureau data. I've got the 5 cities with the highest percentage of their population who self-identifies as black. So according to these people in my comments section, they should have the 5 highest murder rates in the country, right? Number 1 is South Fulton, Georgia, where 90.6% of the population self-identifies as black. Their murder rate, below the national average. You know what else is below the national average? Their poverty rate. I'm sure that's a correlation that won't persist throughout this entire thing and around the world. Number 2, Jackson, Mississippi, 82% self-identify as black. Murder rate is near the top. You know what else is near the top? Their poverty rate. That's 2.63 times higher than the national average and is the 8th highest in the country. Number 3, East Orange, New Jersey, 79.1% self-identify as black. Should have the 3rd highest murder rate in the country, right? It's not in the top 200. It is above the national average, just like their poverty rate. Number 4, Lauderhill, Florida, 76.3% identify as black. Should have the 4th highest murder rate in the country, right? It's not in the top 100. It is above the national average and slightly higher than East Orange, but so is their poverty rate at 19.4%. And number 5, Detroit, Michigan, should have the lowest murder rate on this list, right? 75.3% self-identify as black. Their murder rate is the 8th highest in the nation. Their poverty rate is the 4th highest in the nation, 3.08 times the national average. Look at this table I'm building. Right now I've got 40 cities with populations of 40,000 or higher sorted by homicide rate. Not a single one of them in this top 40 list is below or at the national average for poverty. They are all above, and as you get higher and higher in magnitudes above the poverty rate, the homicide rate tends to increase. We've got nations around the world who have done this research for years. We know that poverty and lack of opportunity lead to higher crime rates. Look at this map of the states with these high homicide rates. You've got Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, New Mexico, Michigan. People are like, oh, it's the black people. It's the poverty. They're the poorest states in the country. Now, if you want to talk about why these people are so impoverished, you'll probably start asking yourself some questions that make you uncomfortable about a system that allows these things to perpetuate themselves.
So we heard it, right? And I've listed the same things before. I said that a lot of this has to do with poverty and it has to do with opportunities. Because the craziest part is that when you have more well-to-do, let's say like a decent middle class or an upper middle class black area, nobody's ever sitting up there trying to throw stats talking about like, oh, look at the crime rate and look at this and look at that, because they can't. There's nothing that they can sit up to say because those people are working. They're taking care of this. They're not living in a stressful environment. They're not living in a automatic like life or death situation where it's like, hey, it's do or die. I got to figure out a way to survive. I got to, they can't do it. But they always want to sit up there and point and talk about what they know to be the most poverty-stricken areas, the ones that have to be in some type of like fight or flight, the ones that are always losing out on jobs because magically the corporations want to pull out. They're not going to pull out the white communities, right? But they'll make sure the first ones that they'll go to, they'll make sure to pull out those factory jobs and whatnot out of the black communities. And I've touched directly on this before and how it is that at a point in time, factory jobs, like you had both teenagers, I'm talking about like 17, probably 17 and 18 at a point in time working in factories. And then you also had, the older men, the fathers. And the older men would sit up there and be training like the young dudes, like either their sons or their nephews or whatnot, training them so that they can both be there or also train them so they can take over for their position. Because that's what they would sit up there and do. And that was lucrative. It worked out. And when that worked out, people in the black community was looking pretty solid, doing pretty well, and crime and stuff was going down and all that other type of stuff. But then they were like, we can't be having this. It's too many of y'all actually sitting up there doing too well. And it's like, no, we're about to put a stop to this right now. And then this is when they started pulling out those factory jobs bit by bit. And you saw the after effect of them pulling out those factory jobs. It had a detrimental effect on the economy there in those places. It had a detrimental effect on, the taxes on the state when it deals with the police, the EMS, response with people wanting to have home ownership and being able to take care of the homes and take care of the block and different. Like I said, it had a whole domino effect. But like I said, you can't tell nobody nothing that don't want to see it. Because the only thing and the main thing that a lot of them like to do is be like, oh no, it's the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks. And I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, so we're in control of these factory jobs, dealing with like the big three and all of these other types of things. Like we're the causation that they pulled out. No. Because you got black folks pulling up to the scene, getting a job and doing a job and doing a good job to make sure that they can stay there. But like I said, people gonna realize it. Like I said, we're the first ones to have things taken away. And then white folks are going to be hurt the most because they're going to be the last ones, but they're going to feel it the most because a lot of them heavily depend directly on it. And then once that's really gone, it's over. It's over. Like you're going to start to see so many people directly enraged, and how people didn't see this back during the early 20s. And I'm talking about white folks, how they didn't see this back in the early 20s when outsourcing was 5%. Crazy. Like I said, they sat back and watched it happen. Sham was like, so you start seeing a lot of white people in jail for being homeless? Yeah, because that's the 3 square meals. Like hurry up and do like a dumb crime real quick and just get locked up for about 30 days. And you don't got to worry about nothing. Renam said people live in RVs and now considered homeless now. The rich purchase the RV parks now. Yeah, it's crazy. Like I said, they're making a lot of chess moves out here. Whatever it is that people did in order to just like live free, they're like, nah, we're not going to do that. We're going to privatize or whatnot, all of these different types of land. So y'all don't have no place to actually move and be comfortable. And if we see y'all on this land, we got every single right to, evacuate you off of this land. I probably said that wrong. It's in my brain. But, get you off of this land real quick and arrest you and probably take your RV and all that type of stuff. Like I said, it's crazy. Renam said they are deleting the middle class. 100% facts. That's the one main thing my mom told me consistently throughout my years, that either in her timeline, somewhere during her timeline, or especially during my timeline, the middle class is going to be no more. And it's going to be poor and it's going to be rich. Like I said, there's a lot of wars out here. There's a lot of fronts that people can look directly at. And dealing with the political landscape, you don't hear either one of the parties talking about the, classism or class war basically taking place, because both the Republicans and the Democrats are directly in on it. They're rich. So they already know what's happening. They already know what's coming down the pipeline. And they're just trying to make sure that everything goes to plan so that they can benefit and capitalize directly off of the plan that they've been, working on for so long. Like I said, it's crazy. Keeb, you said businesses are all about profit. If they lose money, they leave. Race is irrelevant. Well, it's easy to say that not being in it. Like I said, from Detroit, born and raised. So for me, I can see the effects. Like I put it to a basic one, right? I put it to a very, very basic one, right? Even dealing with schools, because I've been to a variety of schools. What I've noticed when it deals with black schools is that whenever the state needs to take away money, they'll make sure to go to the black schools and be like, all right, we're going to sit up there and take away these programs like automotive, the trade schools. We're going to even take away music. Because at one point, I remember in elementary school, I specifically remember we had a music class. We were going to have like this whole little band, and we got to pick out our instruments. So I think I had the choice in between, I think it was like the drums or the saxophone and a guitar or something like that. And I forgot. I'm trying to figure out if I picked the drums or the guitar. It was a hard choice. It was a very hard choice. I do love the saxophone as well too. But it was like we had that on Friday, and then we were going to start working on it on Monday. As soon as Monday came in, they let us know. It's like, hey, we did have a plan for you guys to pick out, work with your instruments and everything like that, but we don't have music class anymore. But they make sure to sit up there and start leaving sports. They'll make sure to leave football and basketball, though. They'll make sure to take away all the other things that are really beneficial to life that you can really do something with trade schools and all. They'll make sure to take away all of that, but they'll make sure to give the blacks the sports. They'll always make sure to leave that in those schools. And I'm like, wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. But like I said before, people don't really they don't understand it up until they're meant to understand it. They don't understand it unless they're actually like there and they seen it. So like I said, that's the most basic of explanations that I can basically give on how things are taken away due to race. Because even if it does happen directly in white communities, it will get stopped. Like they're not about to sit up that. It's like, oh, you're about to take what? No, you're not about to do that. Like there's not a type of like red tape or anything like that that's going to stop them from doing whatever it is that they need to do in order to keep that there. When it deals with a lot of black schools, that's it. Like once they do it, that's it. Like that's what's happening. Renam said government jobs created the middle class and now eliminating them from that class. Third said white people swear that we are lazy, but somehow we are taking all the jobs. Yeah, that's the crazy part. Like it doesn't make any type of sense. On one end, it's like, yeah, blacks are lazy. The last time, blacks were actually workers, were slavery. But then at the same time, like, yeah, we got all these DEI black hires. Like, the workplace is getting so woke. It's like, I'm like, what? You see 3 black people amongst 1,000 white people, and magically it's everything. It's a takeover. It's a hostile takeover. I'm like, yo, it's crazy. But it's how people want to do it. Tippy said, darn, they took away those factory jobs because black men was pulling themselves up by their bootstraps. Yep. And trying to feed their families, but they didn't like it was too many of them. Renam said a loss of the middle class pushes folks to nursing and don't even like the job. Yep. Earth said that's exactly 100% how the demons move, lying, stealing, and destruction. Sham said, I do know one thing. White people make terrible slaves, and the rich more than likely will take out their own first for the depopulation agenda that they have. Yeah. But you can't tell people nothing. You can't tell these folks nothing. Like I said, I keep bringing up the Georgia Stone and everything that went with it. But like I said, soon enough, that's going to be a far gone memory. And when it deals with the internet, people are like, "Oh no, that never existed. That was just like that was superstition. That was AI. Somebody made that." It's like, what proof do you have that the Georgia Stone was even? See, like I said, that's how it goes. They take what was actually there, and then they let it remain dead. And then you'll have some people stumble upon it, and then people are gonna be like, "Yeah, no, that didn't exist. That didn't happen." Like I said, this is how history and stuff gets rewritten every single time. Like you watch some stuff get destroyed, and then a couple of generations down the road, people are trying to question if it was even real. Tippy says, Sergi in Los Angeles, people are sleeping in sewers. Magamatics love ignoring. Oh, that's crazy. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and a half shell. Renam said, yep, I played the tuba. Okay, I got you. Miss Nova said, yep, we had choir and music theory in elementary school. Earth said the black schools had cooking, sewing, wood cutting, machinery, and etc. in the 70s. I feel like maybe I should have been born back then. So or at least like the the 80s or something like that, so I can take on some of the things that were there. But the high and mighty 80s. Renam said I played the tuba and baritone. Oh, you're a baritone too? Okay. The most I did, like I was singing in choir at a point in time. Sham said horrible rich people. It's a dumb idea to depopulate. This is why they're about to meet their maker with God, cause the evil is too much. D Love said right at Seji. Earth said black people, FBA, are naturally creative people. Let me see. Rabbit said, if every black person, regardless of diaspora, got $1 every time a white person says something racist, anti-black racism will stop. Like on one of those IKEA recaps. I'm sorry, Izakai recaps. Threw me off real quick. I got you. Talking about the animes. Yo, Jacka, what is up? I'm a little bit confused. Wait. That's weird. Renam said, yep, Gen X had it all in school. Yeah, they did. Lunch said, Seji, I finally started Fallout. Gotten through the first 2 or 3 episodes and it's okay so far. I remember your commentary you gave on it a while ago. Oh, yeah. You'll see what I'm talking about. So speaking on the Fallout, right? Because responding to lunch, right? So for any of the black women here, because I do this every once and so often, I try to put out the bat signal to let people know, because I pay attention to how black women are being portrayed in the media. And like I said, if it's not the Tiana Taylor type of thing where it's like, you pregnant, barefoot, and you got this rah fighter, ride or die type of like attitude, like some crazy. I'm like, she was really like that. I'm like, yo, that's crazy. That stereotype is wild. But I'm like, whatever. People let it slide and people cheer it on. So I'm like, hey, whatever. But in Fallout, I kept trying to tell people, and this is the craziest part, right? Wait, you say you made it through a few episodes. Okay. I don't want to spoil it for you though. But I feel like you should have saw it through like the first few episodes. I want to sit up there and say, but basically, the main person that you basically see, who is the ghoul, you're going to end up seeing like, his backstory with, like the wife and the kids and stuff like that. What I'll sit up there and tell you is pay very close attention to the wife. Because I know I mentioned it like a while ago, so maybe you might have forgot. Because again, I ain't trying to spoil it for you because you're just getting into the show. But pay very close attention to the wife. Pay very close. Like you're going to see the depiction there, and that's why I was sitting up here saying like, yo, black women got to be very careful about how they get depicted, on these shows. Because I'm like, it ain't looking too good. And especially with that woman's character there, I'm like, yeah, that's looking crazy. They got that. She out there moving wild. I'm like, whoo. Boy. What was it? Miss Nova said, I've seen all the Fallout. Okay, so yeah. Okay. So Miss Nova, you know what I'm talking about. Okay, so dealing with the wife, I'm trying to word this in a way. You already know in certain episodes when things are showcased, the wife's point of view, right? And what it is that she's done so far, and how the overall. You said you said the cowboy. Yeah, that's the ghoul. Yeah. That's he was originally like an actor and whatnot, because they'll do like flashbacks with him like throughout all of the episodes every once in a while, to show you like what his past life was and to basically catch people up on why he is the way that he is. But yeah, so yeah, since you basically know who he is, so technically I could sit up there and say it, but I'm trying not to. But basically for Nova, like when you look at how she basically moves and the choices that she made throughout the show, you see how detrimental everything was. You said, I empathize with her. Does she really have a choice? Yeah, she did. She did have a choice. And Tippy was like, spoil it, I don't care. I'm trying not to spoil it for lunch because I'm like, I understand when people, are really, they start getting invested in stuff and they want to, happen upon it, at their own pace and stuff. So it's like, I understand. Because if you happen to go on X and something just came out, like a game or whatever, people just spoil the whole thing. I'm like, man, that's tough. Like people were mad about the spoilers when they dealt with like Resident Evil and everything. You know, what was it? Renam said, "Tell us." Says you. Oh, he said, "Go ahead." Okay. So basically, what ended up happening is that the wife she was originally married directly to the cowboy, but who was an actor and whatnot, like basically a movie star or whatever. But she decided to cheat on him and be with like some rich dude. Like she was basically having an affair, like and whatnot or what. I'm like, yo, that's crap. I'm like, brother, what? I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, all right. And then from that, she ended up getting like, so the first part of the season they set up there and basically showed that she was the reason that fallout happened. So it was like she was the only black person there, right? On her side was this white dude. And she was like, yo, we got this plan. It's like, so what we're going to do is we're pretty much going to kill the whole world. And then the rest of us, the few, right, we're going to put ourselves in these vaults and we're going to come out as the survivors and we're going to basically repopulate the world with ourselves. That was her, right? She was the one that originally told all the rich people, the most powerful people at the table, they got control of everything. She was the one that delivered that plan directly to them. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, so you got a black woman that is with a white dude making biracial kids, right? So you can't even put like the black dude within the same area as, you know, the black woman. I'm like, all right, so that's what we're doing, right? Cool, no problem. So then you want to also have her basically have some type of like battle, like you giving her like this whole like, yo, I'm strong, I'm a leader, I can do this, I can do that, and rah, 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 rah. Like they gave her like this stern type of face. And then in other episodes, you see her now, she's breaking down crying, like, oh my God, I can't do this, like da 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 da, rah, rah, rah. And then, you know, she's going looking directly at like her husband or whatever, and she's like, you know, I got to do this and all this other type of stuff. And he's the one that basically has to have the heart. He got to try to be like the humanity part directly, you know, of her and all this. I'm like, yo, this is some wild type of stuff. I'm like, so when I look at it, I'm like, so a black woman is the reason. If I just look at this, I'm like, so because she's the one, again, she gave the idea. So I'm like, a black woman in this story frame is the reason that the whole world got nuked and the population is the way that it is. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, nobody is seeing this. I'm like, no, I'm like, no, there's like no type of like, nobody's doing no sidebars about this. No, I'm like, nothing. I'm like, this is crazy, brother. I'm like, why? I'm like, and then you got the other brother, the one that looks like Cuba Gooding Jr. He's a part of the Still Brotherhood, right? And he originally got saved from the nuclear explosion by way of his parents. Now, his parents, both of them were black, right? And they ended up dying, but he got saved because I think his dad or whatnot or whatever, I forgot, put him directly in the refrigerator and he survived. And then he ended up getting drawn to like the Still Brotherhood because, you know, of what it was that he saw during, you know, that time or whatnot. That's how he joined directly up with them. And then they gave him like this cowardly lion type of thing. And I'm like, dog, I'm tired of this. I'm like, so in one angle, you got the black woman up there, you know, she's married and whatnot, but she got the whole trope of like, I'm still independent, I'm strong, rah, 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 this is the plan, this is what we're about to do, right? And she's in a room full of like white people and all this other type of shit, but she's the one making this plan. And I'm like, that's not even realistic. And then the black dude, he's the cowardly lion, and he got to be on like this whole journey to, you know, basically get like his courage directly up. And the main thing that helps him get his courage up is running into a white woman. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, all right. I'm like, all right, you got it. I'm like, y'all got it. Y'all got it. I'm like, y'all got it. I'm like, this is crazy. I'm like, this, like, I'm tired of seeing this. I'm like, I'm tired of seeing this. I'm like, so the one time that you did technically have like a black couple up there, they get killed in a nuclear explosion. And then you got the one, because it's going to be an episode that you'll see where the father, it should have been the father, he ended up seeing a truck that had like the nuke directly on it, and he was trying to figure out a way to like disassemble it, but it had a fail safe directly on it, and then the timer it just ticked faster. I'm like, man, I'm like, this is just, like I said, I can enjoy if I look past. If I look past, the stuff, I can enjoy the show for what it is. But it's like I said, the messaging is there. It's like it's very hard to look directly past it once you see it, and it's like it's crazy. It's crazy. Think we said with a bunch of biracials. No, the black woman and the ghoul, they only had one. It was their daughter. Now, to the extent of where everything is going, I'll leave the rest of the season, for y'all to sit up there and catch up on and whatnot. Like I said, we can have a lot of talks about it, a lot of different shows. let me sit up here and tell you, because I'll happen to spot some stuff and whatnot. Shem was like, I'm also not writing. Oh, you talking about the what's the name? I got you. Let me see. Miss Nova said they're trying to make us the face of tragedies. Yeah, I'm like, this is not, because I remember a while ago they would never do this, and it was always like white women. They would always have white women. It's like, yo, they're gonna have white women. They're like the headstrong, stern. They can be heartless and all this, and then they swapped that out and replaced it with black women. I'm like, oh, that's what we doing. I'm like, that's what we doing. And then the only time that you start seeing like white women being like heartless, and it's like, yo, I can do this by myself, and I don't need a man to do it. When they start putting white women in like their own movies where they are like the solo for it and they're the heroine, it's like now they're the strongest of the strongest. They can just like flex on and suplex and break arms of dudes that are like 6'9", 290 pounds of like solid muscle. They can just take them dudes completely out. And I'm like, oh, so that's how y'all doing this. I'm like, okay. So I'm like, all right. So in one angle, the black woman is strong. And then on the other angle, the black man is docile and weak. Okay, got you. I got it. Got you. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It is wild. Miss Nova said, and he ended up with a white girl. Yep. John said, is that the pilot for the Fallout game also? Nah. The pilot for that is different. At least from what I can remember. Because I think DLC wise, if we're talking about like Fallout 76, they just added the stuff from like the Fallout show in there. So the like I said, it's been a minute. I think, when did I get Fallout 76? I think that was during the pandemic or something like that. Like I said, it's been years since I remember going through like the story and how that worked. Because in the game, I remember they explained some stuff, and then you were in the vault and you made your character and whatnot or whatever. And then after that, you had to basically get out of the vault at a certain time and then go out into the world and stuff. So yeah, it's different. And I can't tell you about like 4 or Vegas and stuff like that, because I didn't really play those. I wasn't into them at that moment. I might, try those out at one point, because I think we got them for free on Game Pass. But yeah. Third said, white people, those people in the movies have always been good at building a death machine and then convincing someone else to push the button and make them believe the whole thing was their idea. Yeah, and that's the crazy thing too. Dealing with the black woman, it wasn't specifically her idea from what they showed in the future. It was this shorter dude with glasses. He came up and basically gave her a threat. He was like, yo, you got 2 choices. We know who you're talking to. We know who you got connections with. And we, there's a plan that's, basically at hand, and we need you to basically do it. And she was like, yeah, I'm not too sure about that. Rah, rah, rah. He was like, oh no, you're going to do it. Because it's like, if you don't, then we're going to take out your family. But if you do go through with the plan, we will make sure that we hold a space directly for you. And they did keep their word. They did hold the space. She had the cryopod for her and her daughter. So they did keep their word, but if she didn't do it, they were going to take out, the family. So going back to, I think, Miss Nova, she did have a choice. She opted to save the family. So she cursed the world and quote unquote, saved her family. So, she made her choice. And I'm like, man, that's a bad one right there, because if people were to find out that she was the reason that the world is the way that it is, yeah, you ain't stopping nobody. Like, if people figure out like, hey, you the reason that the button got pushed, it's over. Like, anybody that is a part of that lineage or that name, it is, you're done for. It's tough. It is tough. Pink said in season 2 of Cross, there was a lot of messaging. Yeah, I did want to look at Cross, so I'll probably, binge watch and catch up on that at a certain point. Because like I said, that was at a point, like I was telling y'all before, I was supposed to do like a whole talk with y'all dealing with certain shows, because I binge watched, like, it was crazy how many episodes I watched of Bosch. Like, I was binge watching seasons real quick. Just like stayed up. It was like day and night. Stayed up binge watching. And I felt like that was a pretty good show. I can remember certain things. Like, certain things were clicking, and I was like, oh, this is linked to here, and this is like, if I had my shot directly at it, I would have had like a whiteboard up, and I would have had things posted like it was a crime scene. Like, the way I would have been linking stuff together, like, it would have been crazy. But yeah, I'll probably check that out at a certain point. Ms. Nova said actor Eric LaSalle spoke out against the white woman savior trope. While on ER, his character didn't have a white girlfriend for long. And ER was a good show. I remember that show too. Like, as soon as you said ER, I can hear the music. And the craziest part is, I think I might have had at a point in time, shout out to like LimeWire and BearShare and Napster. Shout out to those who remember those. If you know, you know. I think I might have had that for a ringtone at one point. I think I did have ER as a ringtone at a point, because I swear I remember. Tibby said, was the white husband a strong masculine character? No, he wasn't. And that was the crazy part, right? So if you look at the show Fallout and you look at the dynamics, how they put it, the husband, the white husband, is more so like the heart. So in place of where you would stereotypically normally see a woman, he is basically the one that has like the heart. He has the love, and he's, thinking about stuff, thinking about the future, all this other type of stuff. And the wife, because of the job that she has, right, working with the government, these higher ups, rich money, and all this other type of stuff, she's in a sense like stone cold in a sense. She's stone cold with like a soft center, right? But the outside is like a rock, because of what she got to work with and work around and all this other type of stuff. But you'll start to see through different episodes, when they start doing flashbacks of her, you start to see like that stone facade start to really, erode away and break down, and factory default setting start to step in, right? But then later on, you start to see the ghoul, aka the main actor. I can't think of the guy's name. But when you see him, when he originally was who he was as a human, it's vastly different, 200, I think 100 or 200, years later, when he's basically a ghoul. His whole mission is basically, hey, I'm about to get to my family, but he's basically, in a sense, like a killer. He's no nonsense. He's not about trying to hear no ifs, ands, or buts. He's like, hey, you're going to either give me this answer or you're not. And it's like, if you're not going to give me the answer, I'm about to just take you out now. So his character is drastically different. So I'm guessing that when it deals with her character now, that she should be factory default setting to, wife, woman, heart, emotions, and all this other type of stuff versus, what it was before. Tibby said was okay, right. Renam said, what is your thoughts on Cosmic Slop with George Clinton? Cosmic Slop. I don't think I've seen that. Wait, I gotta type that in. Now you listen to something I don't know nothing about. Hold on, let me see. Do. Let me see. Yeah, the only thing I'm getting right now is the Funkadelics. Now I'm not sure if you might be talking about a newer show or something. Yeah, all I'm getting is like the Funkadelics right now. Dealing with that one. Sham said, "LOL, yes, this is my channel, but all that's there is me singing and some AMVs." Oh yeah, I forgot that. Yeah. Sham do got the AMVs. D-Love said the subliminals, shaking my head. SEIJIHITO. Yep. Yo, Hack, you said what decade does FO takes place? You said Fallout take place in the show. In the show, I want to say that should be because it's kind of like Technicolor type of thing. I want to say it should be like some 50s. I think it should be like some 50, 60 ish type of deal. But it didn't make it past that because the world basically got ended. So everything tech wise and whatnot, people are in like sort of like a time warp. So it's within those time frames, like 50, 60 ish, type of thing, and didn't move past that at all. Lunch said the fight with the radioactive bear and the Titans was hilarious. Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. Either that or I might have missed the episode. Because I know you got the death clause directly. Let me tell you, even in the game, death clause are a problem. If you don't have proper weapons, even if you have a suit, death clause is still a problem. So it's like when they sit up there and show you death clause on a show, yeah, they are a problem. They are fast and they are strong. They are a problem. Renam said the same. White woman type had to make a law for them to stop number like babies. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I went over some information like that. I want to say about a month ago. I know exactly what you're talking about. You talking about for the either for the black kids that either got adopted or also for the biracials. I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yep. Yep. They would have to do that. And in a lot of instances, the kids that were those black kids that were being affected were the ones that were coming directly from the slave master being directly with the black female slaves. And those women got angry. They was like, "Oh, I might not be able to do nothing to you, but I'm about to sit up there and these kids are gonna get taught a lesson." I was like, "Man, that's crazy." Tippy said, "I saw Hobbs and Shaw in that fight scene with The Rock. The white woman was utter complete BS. The skinny white girl having to draw a fight with The Rock." Yeah, I told you, Tippy. Yo, that's that. What is that stuff that they said we call it? Don't they call it like a Mary Sue or whatnot or whatever? Yeah, it's like it's that crazy. Like it's different if somebody's like Captain Marvel, somebody who has powers and all. That's different. Wonder Woman, that's different. But it's like we're on some whole other type of stuff here. I'm like, yeah, nah. Third Eye said, "See, I never saw the show and I knew how it started. Oh, now evil movie white people." This man 30 crazy. Love said, "You and Brother Reigns would have a good combo on some of these shows." Oh no, yeah. I've seen. I'm not sure if you guys may have seen it. But Brother Reigns, let me just highlight the name because I ain't trying to butcher. Because I swear to goodness, I'll do it either or directly up here, and I'm like, I'm just wrong all the way around. Brother Reigns, right? So I've seen some of the stuff in yesteryears of him doing collaborations where they were talking about like movies and TV shows and stuff like that. Yeah. Like I said, dope stuff. Very, very dope stuff. Very, very dope stuff. So like I said, if y'all ain't seen none of that, I say y'all should pop into his channel and check that out. I mean, if it's there or if it's on somebody else's channel, I'm not sure. But yeah, you should check that out. Pretty dope stuff. Yo, Marty, what is up? What is up? That guy from Texas. What is happening? What is happening? Mo said, Walter Goggins. Thank you. That's the name right there, Walter Goggins. Because for the life of me, I could not get this man's name. Man. But yeah, I do other than the nonsense that is there, I do like the Fallout show. I do like it for what it is. Sean said it's an old school song. Yeah. I thought, might have been, talking about something different. Lund said, was question mark. She's the woman that broke into the vault at the beginning of the show. Was that her? Like I said, now I'm gonna have to sit up there and refresh myself on some first episodes now. Cause it's like I'll go through like the season and then I'm waiting for the next episodes to come back. It's like certain times when it deals with shows, I'll go back and rewatch it. I have not rewatched the first episodes of Fall. It's like that and what's the name of the other show? Is it Them? I think. Wait, let me see if I can type in this show real quick. Is that the other show? Dang. No. That's the movie. What is isn't it on Amazon? I think. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Amazon. I want to say it should be okay. That's what it is from. That's what it is. That's another good show as well too. It got some of the same, like some of the things I listed in Fallout where it deals with like black people directly. You got some of that directly in there. I'm just gonna let people know some of that same chicanery is directly in there too. But minus that, from is a pretty good show. That one is actually pretty dope. I gotta see the newer season because it's been a minute. I watched the first two seasons. I didn't see like the newest one. So that's another show people should check out. Okay. Oh, you said type in Cosmic Slop the movie. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. I thought it might have been something else. I should have put movie directly in there. Let me see. He said Cosmic Slop movie. Space Traders. Oh, they got the full movie directly up there too. That's crazy. Wait, why does it look like? Why do I think I've seen this before? I swear to goodness. Let me just get the synopsis. Let me see. Space Traders was directed by. I want to say I feel like I might have seen this at a point in time, and I just realized. So I'm looking at the front cover directly of it. They have I forgot what that was called. But it's what's the name where you gotta let your eyes relax so you can see like the image that's actually there. This came out in '94. Oh, yeah, I might have to sit up there. I might have to come back to that one because I don't want to say nothing yet because I might be incorrect. so I'll sit up there and give that a shot today, and then I'll come back to it. So I got you. For what was it? I think it was like Renam who posted that direct. I think it might have been Renam or Nova. I got you. It said Parliament by the Funkadelics. Got you. Renam said Alien Invaders and 2 other short stories from Cosmic Slop and even They Live. You know the funniest thing is now when you say They Live, I love They Live. That's one, I swear to goodness. They Live is one of my favorite movies because of all of the messaging that is directly right there. And it even technically touched on like certain things there, sort of kind of Roddy Piper with the other brother. I can't think of his name, and Lord, he took over for Lance when it deals with the voice of the Guardian on Destiny. But he's also the voice of Spawn. Somebody will probably type his name directly in there. But it technically even touched on the whole race thing in a sense too. You got a black dude, a white dude sitting up there like fighting over this, that, and the third, and not really knowing what they, in a sense, fighting directly over. And then both of them coming to the realization that, yo, we actually got a problem here. Like we got all of these other folks around us that ain't even like act, whatnot or whatever. And it's like we got to figure something out. So it's like, like I said, there's a variety of levels of messaging directly in They Live, and I feel like a lot of people just didn't catch it, which is crazy. I caught that when I was younger, sitting up there like seeing the film and whatnot. But yeah, I always wanted those glasses because I felt like that was real, and it is. We just don't have the glasses to basically read it, and since you gotta try to figure it out yourself. It ain't just a 1-2 step, 1-2-3 step easy type of thing. Renam said thank you, Chad. Hack said in Fallout, what was the 2070 war about? Wait, 2070. Wait, which Fallout are we talking about? You talking about the game? Because we can't be talking about Okay, yeah, okay. Because in the show, it is I think how old did the ghoul say he was? Goggins, I think he said it was about like 100 or 200 years old. So yeah. Jesus Christ, I think I know what you're talking about. Lord, as soon as you sat up there and said it, it was there and it disappeared. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, and I can't pull anything up right now mentally. Oh my God, I'm gonna have to come back to a lot. If I got a pen and a piece of paper, I gotta write this down. So I got the Funkadelics, I got the Cosmic Slop directly up there. So that's one. I don't even gotta rewatch They Live. That's just permanently there directly in my mind. The other two, I gotta check those out. And then 2070 War for Fallout. I'm gonna have to refresh myself on quite a bit of stuff. Let me tell you something. So right now at this moment, Hack, I don't have an answer for you. I don't have an answer for you at this moment, but I will. Ms. Nova said he's hilarious in the Righteous Gemstones. Lavish said that dude looks like a serial killer. That's crazy. Renam said you already know Cosmic Slap at Third Eye. Timmy said, wait. Y'all want to know the show I started watching, but I gave up because I was sick of seeing the media put black men as weak and docile characters. So Lord. Lund said that show From is crazy. And yeah, you're right. They do have a lot of stuff in there. Yeah. Yep. Timmy said I gave up on the show. I don't care anymore. He used to be my favorite character, but he pissed me off. Wait, what show, Tippy? You didn't say what show it was. you wrote two things, but you didn't say what show it was. Renee was like, they traded black us to aliens or a better Earth. Oh, that's crazy. That's wild. That's wild. Miss Nova said I can't do horror shows like From. I mean, I get it. I mean, some people are, they not really into like the whole, horror type of thing. I get it. I do get that. I do get it. Renam said They Live is my favorite movie. Yeah. Keith David, thank you. Yep, the voice of Spawn. That's my guy right there. And I also liked him in I think it should have been like Garbage Man or something like somebody, y'all know what I'm talking about. It was with Mario, what was it? Mario Estevez and in Tiger Blood, Adonis DNA, Winning. Oh my goodness. Charlie Sheen. It was with both of them in there. And Keith David. That was that movie is funny. Let me tell you something. Tibby said, I like the movie No One Lives. It's a good movie with a good message. I think I know the movie you're talking about. Renam said Jupiter Ascending is a good movie too, Seji. Let me see. Ain't that with Gambit in there? I might be thinking about two different things. Hold on. Oh no. I don't think I saw Jupiter Ascending. I'm thinking about the other movie, John something from Mars. That's probably what I'm thinking about. But technically, the funny thing is, I did say, ain't that the movie with Gambit? And then I'm sitting up here looking at Shannon Tatum directly in there. So yeah, technically I was right. I was wrong and I was right at the same time. Because if you look at Jupiter Ascending, both of the main leads, they both play Gambit. The dude in Jupiter, again, Jupiter sending Channing Tatum, and then the other guy and John Carter Mars or whatever it was. Both of them actually played Gambit. Crazy work. Crazy work. Let me see. Hack said he played King in Platoon and Childs in The Thing. What was it? Tippy said The Boys, Mother's Milk. Oh, you talking about Boys? Yeah. Yeah, it was. Wait, but hold on, Tippy. How you? Now I get why you say Mother's Milk pissed you off. I get that part. But Tippy, you're not mad at the mom? She basically left him for a whole white dude that was a racist. Like Tippy is like, how do you overlook that, Tippy? How do you over Tippy? Tippy, how you overlooking that part? That's what I want to know real quick. Let me know something, Tippy. She had a whole white dude there sitting up there helping her, quote unquote, raise a black daughter. How? Like, how we do that? I'm like, that's a crazy transition there. And the dude was a government agent. Like, he had a good paying job and everything. I'm like, that's wild. That is wild. That's crazy. This woman get Yo, this woman Gail every time. I swear to goodness, every time. This is why the camera's not on anymore. This is why the camera's not on anymore. Simply because of Gail every single time. Every time. Let me tell you. Mo said The Network is another good movie. You know what? I didn't see that. I did not see Network. Let me tell you something. You said Keith David was in Dead Presidents. I think I barely remember that. Like, that was playing on like UPN 50. So that was like eons ago. Right now. Tippy said Taylor Kitsch. Oh, of course you know the name, Tippy. Let me find out. Let me find out. Sham said, LOL, Gail, I'm dying. What was it? Wow, that's crazy. See, now you got Renam. Renam just got here. Now you done sat up there and got the lady stuff. Come on. We got to do better, girl. Got Sham sitting up here egging people on. Oh my God. Every time. I swear, Gail never fails. Let me tell you. The Gail wins are incoming. I bet Gail does not remember that though. I had a whole cutscene for that one. Tippy said her butt too. Everything about the situation pissed me off. Oh, okay, Tippy. I had to make sure. I had to make sure. Tippy said his weak self allowed that to happen. I mean, well, wait, Tippy, do you know the backstory of Mother's Milk? How he, like, if you read the comic, like, yeah, it's tough. Like the comic is far worse than the show. But yeah, if you look up like the whole thing doing like Mother's Milk and whatnot, it's like, yeah. It's tough. It's tough. Like it's just all over the place. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. Goliath and Gargoyles too. Yeah, that's my guy. Yep. One of my other favorite cartoons. Like I said, classic shows. Renam said, young brother, you gotta catch up, Sechi. Wait, you talking about the TV shows? Because I feel like you're making a reference towards Gail. Tippy said, Mother's Milk, weak self won't even take V. I mean, well, you don't know what may happen. Well, technically, Tippy, he does have it in his system. Technically, that's why he has strength. Like he does, like have some strength and whatnot. Somebody said, who was the doofus on screen? He was a dude explaining some stereotypes and correcting said stereotypes. Renam said, Gen X in the house, Seji all day, my brother. I got you. I see you out here. It's Yo, that's crazy. That is diabolical. That is diabolical. What was it? Wait, what did Sham say? That's wild. Word, Sham? Sham's like, since you got 3 wives on here. I can't take y'all nowhere. I cannot take y'all nowhere. Let me tell y'all something. Renam said Gen X is in the house. Right. And you said respect to Sham. 24 widowed here. Renam said, we got you, Seji, as Gen X Queens. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, much love. Mo said, little cough might be first. That's crazy. That's crazy. There's no coughing here, Mo. There's no coughing afoot. Sham, some LOL. Sham said LOL. Yeah, we ain't forgot about the 4th life little cough. We have it's that's wild. Seji, you said want to see the book cover when I finish? Oh yeah. That'd be dope. That would be dope. I would like to see the book cover. That'd be pretty dope. But yeah, we actually been I think we was talking about what now? Regular stuff, but television shows and everything of the sort. Like I said, words are escaping me at this moment in time. Let me tell you, it is a hard battle right now. I was trying to see if I actually had any other videos I may have wanted to place directly up here. I'm not even going to do the. Oh, I did actually have. There was another one directly up here. That is crazy. I actually had another. Oh, matter of fact, there was a an important one. I will. You said I'll send it to you on Xbox. I think I can send it to you on there. Yeah, I think it. I think you should be able to send it. Possibly. I mean, either that or possibly like Discord or whatnot. Renam said, "Bring it." So this one is more so a one specifically for Black women. I want to say that the woman here is in the medical field. And she's going to cover the fact of Black women dealing with like stress and things of that nature, and how that has a detrimental effect. And I've covered that before, and I was put out the information on how the main thing that is taking Black women out is should have been, I want to say, heart disease, and along with some other things, but that was like pretty much the number one that was doing it. So I'm not even worried about like trying to edit the what's the name at this moment in time. I'm just gonna put it up as is. Let me find. I gotta find the woman here. All right, I got you, Sham. I'm gonna play the video and put it directly.
If we don't stop this, we're gonna die. No, like we're gonna die. I just left work where I had to respond to an emergency event because a patient died in a place that patients normally don't die. And one of the people that I met with as the employee wellness person was a Black woman. And earlier that day when the situation happened, the manager had already sent home about 3 employees. I meet with this person, this woman. She gets in the office and immediately starts crying. So I'm like, okay, I'm here for you. This is normal after a traumatic event, So we're going through all of this. And so I'm like, all right, so I'm actually going to recommend that you go home. It doesn't seem like you're in a good place to stay here. And she's like, yeah, I was trying to, because I also asked her, like, what made you want to stay? Like, after other people got sent home and you're clearly impacted. And she was like, yeah, like, I just felt like I could just get through it, but clearly not. And I'm like, yeah, you can't. And that's okay. Like, we're taught as Black women to suffer, to take it, like, to be okay. But it's okay to not be okay. Like, literally, it's okay to not do that thing that you normally are taught to do, which is to grin and bear it, and to keep moving on. Go home, sister. Therapist orders. She's like, yes, period. And not quite like that. But yeah, she's like, I got you. I'm listening. Cool. Tell me why I meet with somebody else who was also impacted by the situation. I go to meet with a third person. I step back. The black lady that I was originally talking to and have sent home is still there. You have to look at her. She was like, I'm going home. I just have to see one more patient. Huh? I, a professional, have sent you home from work. I've already talked to your manager. Your manager is supportive of you going home from work. Your manager is even supportive of you not coming in tomorrow because I am recommending that, you assess and see what's going on, and you're still at work. But you know what? I'm a hypocrite. I'm no better. The day my father died, I drove home and asked if I could continue to work from home. My manager was like, hey, honey, shut down that laptop. I was like, are you sure? Tears falling down my eye. Are you sure if I could just make it through the day? She was like, shut your laptop. Also, maybe don't clock in tomorrow, and then maybe don't clock in the next day. And I was fighting tooth and nail to clock in because I'm like, I don't know what to do with all this grief. I don't know what to do with all of this, like these feelings that I don't know how to process. Can I just work, please? Honestly, it hit me like a ton of bricks when I saw that young lady still at work after I sent her home, because I'm like, oh my God, this is what I look like. This is insanity. We cannot keep living like this. We cannot keep acting like the world is expecting us to carry everything on our backs when the world, in a lot of circumstances or in our environment, our specific environment, is like, okay, go home. And we're still like, no, but I'm needed. No, but I have to finish the task. No, but I don't want to be seen as a bad employee. Who cares? You just had a traumatic event. We just don't know what to do with peace. A lot of us have been burnt, and I said this in the last video, and I say it all the time. This is why I created Good Girl Rehab, this 7-week reprogramming, because we cannot keep living like this. We were birthed and taught how to take care of everybody else. But we are now in an era where we're supposed to be sitting back, where we're supposed to be chilling, where mental health support is available, and we're still moving like the expectations. We complain about the system, but we're so brainwashed and bought into it that we don't know who we are when we don't operate the way the system expects us to. And if we keep this up, we're going to keep having these high labs. We're going to keep having autoimmune diseases that have no other causes other than stress. At freaking 23 years old, I had pelvic floor dysfunction. I ain't never had a baby a day in my life, all because of stress and trauma. Y'all keep being mad at your kids for not helping you. You mad at your parents for not doing what they were supposed to do. You mad at your spouse, your partner, for not doing what they were supposed to do, for piling everything on your plate. And you're the one handing the plate for them to put more stuff on because you're scared that you don't know who you are when you're not needed. You don't know nothing about yourself. You don't know what you need. You don't even know how to take care of yourself. You don't know how you feel day to day. But I bet you know what everybody else needs, what they want, how to step in when they need it, how to be proactive about their wants and needs. We cannot be mad at a system that we keep operating gladly under. Take days off, take breaks, stop, deprogram yourself from the idea that you are the center of the universe, because that's the same thing that be like, Black girl excellence, Black women are the center of all humanity, is the same trap. It's just a beautiful language. We're the most hated, never appreciated, and yet we do it to ourselves as well. If we do not stop, we will die. We will have nothing but a legacy of sacrifice and poor health to leave to our children, to leave to the other people that we love in our lives. We will have nothing. We would have not taught the next generation nothing more than what we have lived through. Our parents did it, and we're doing it with a little sprinkle of a vacation every now and again. Stop. If this resonated with you, I'm challenging you to join my Good Girl Rehab Informational, happening in a couple days. Click the link in bio and all that kind of stuff. But above, if nothing else, get you some therapy. I'm a therapist. My therapists are open to seeing clients and things like that. If you need somebody to sit down and talk to you about this stuff, please do it. If you need to talk to a friend about it, just do something. We cannot keep living like this, okay? I love y'all. One of the people,
right? And I sit back again, I'm just a Black man, and I sit back and I listen to everything that she's sitting up here saying, and it goes back into something that I mentioned before. And in a lot of instances, I try to tell that women that I know, I'm like, hey, you can't sit up there and be trying to move like dudes. Like that's going to break you down. Like, she sat up there and told you that she was already having, internal complications because of what it was that she was going through, both physically and mentally. And I'm like, yeah, that's going to happen because you're doing stuff that you're not built to specifically do. And when you try to tell that to people, people try to make it seem like, oh, you're trying to call me weak. No, I'm trying to say that, yo, your body, you were not specifically put here to deal with a lot of the stress and whatnot. Guys can deal with it because it's wear and tear over time. Like we're not going to feel it or deal with it right now, but it's going to happen later, right? That's how basically it works for us, right? When it deals with women, it's like, nah, it's not going to be no later for y'all. It's going to be like a ticking time bomb. It's like, all right, a few days, a week, maybe a few months, or maybe like a year. And then you're going to be seeing inundated with all of these health problems and these issues because you got, a lot of women out here moving like guys. It's like, yeah, I got to get the bag. I got to get the money. I got to rip and run. I got to do. It's like, nah, you doing the wrong thing. You're doing the wrong thing, and you're tearing up your body horribly. Like I said, you can look at a lot of dudes and see how stress and everything basically wore and tore them up when you start seeing them, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s. And I'm like, yeah, it took them a while. They bared and gritted and had to do with a lot of stuff. And that's how it's going to look for them, down the road. For you, it's like, yo, it's going to be hitting you in your 30s. In some instances, you got young women that's like 25, just now touching 30, going through a lot of medical issues, having to deal with, stress and all this other type of stuff and how that's affecting their body, in a certain type of way. Like, like I said, I don't know. Like I said, I can't tell people nothing because I'm a dude at the end of the day. So, people ain't gonna listen to me. So, hopefully, older women out there can, start talking to, a lot of these young women out here and tell them to move more cautiously and tell them to just like, calm down and stop trying to, do it as like a race. Like I said, they always sit up and say that women live longer than men. So I'm like, really, you're not built for a race. You can do a marathon. Marathons are in a sense is pace driven. It's comfortable. If women live longer, it's like, hey, you got a marathon. Men are the only ones out here that really got a race. It's like we're literally racing against the clock because it's like, hey, it's either we got to deal with like health problems or we got to deal with the fact that something out there, whatnot, whatever is going to potentially take our life or affect it in a negative way. So it's like, hey, we got to really race towards something. Like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Renam said, we 40 plus are going through it too. Like I said, I would love to sit up there and give like a solution directly to it, but everybody's different, and every solution is not. It won't work, or it won't be beneficial to every person, or it just might not be feasible. What was it? Need. What is up? What is up? Good after. I was gonna say good morning. Good afternoon. You said these young girls don't listen. I mean, I get it. Let me so people know what I'm talking about. I get what you're saying, but y'all got a better chance of talking to them than I do. Like I said, the cards are already stacked against me. I can't, be a black man trying to, speak to the young woman directly out here. People might think I'm a creep or ulterior motives. I might be some type of like kidnapper, weirdo, whatever. The list goes on. So, I got the cards stacked against me. I can have the best intentions, possible, but because of how society and social media and everything, it ain't gonna work out too well. It ain't gonna work out too well. So, y'all got the best, chance of being able to talk to them. And even if it's like I said, not even trying to put you in danger, not even, saying they gotta be the young girls on the street, but I mean, like daughters, nieces, granddaughters, stuff like that, or even like friends of the family who got kids, things of that nature. You got a better chance of getting into, contact with them and trying to relay the information and message than I do. Like I said, the whole universe is stacked against me. Like I can't do it. I can't do it. You know. What was it? Was it South? What was it? So forever. What is up? You said racing against time is a fact. Yeah. Yep. D Love said, Seji, every solution may not work, but people got to be willing to try something till they find what works. No, that's true. That's true. That is true. Sham said, this is why I had to switch up my career. I couldn't be an activist all my life. It was killing me. D Love said, my aunt stayed on me the last few years till she left the realm. Just about the same thing here. I got you. Third said, don't work yourself into the ground for a career that can lay you off and replace you in the same day or week. Yeah, that's facts. And that's the thing that like I said, it's already hard enough. Again, it's already hard enough for dudes out here. Like when we lose jobs and whatnot, it's like it feels like some end of the world type stuff because it's like, man, I don't got no job. It's like, can I even really consider myself, like, man, I ain't doing what I is. It's a lot of stuff mentally that for guys you got to deal with, and then that's like times 1,000 when you add in the aspect of, having like a significant other, and then it's times 1,000,000 when you got a significant other and you got kids, right? So it's like for us, for guys, we understand, certain things. And we're willing to sit up there and take the risk because for all intents and purposes, that's what the world basically tells us that we're here for. It's like, hey, we're here to live, we're here to die, we're here to sacrifice, and so everybody else can just carry on. So it's like for us, if that is our job and basically our purpose, it ain't no reason for women to be moving in this type of way where it's literally breaking them down. Maybe my explanation on it is a little bit shot, possibly, but Tibby said, that's what I've been saying. Women are different from men. I'd rather be a housewife making cookies, cooking, cleaning, playing video games. My future husband can provide a lead. I'll listen to him gladly. Tibby is like, my wrists are broken. Tom said, I think like jogging is really good for you. Don't need the gym. Start easy. I guess he's responding to the woman in the video, I guess. Sam said, Seji, do you think my book cover will attract some readers? Yeah. Like I originally, as soon as I saw your book cover, I thought that was like a video game. I'm like, what game is that on Steam? I'm like, yo, that reminds me of one of the games that just put on Xbox Game Pass about 2 months ago. I was like, yo, that looks like a real like fantasy like realm, type of thing. I'm like, oh, it's not okay. Gail says, Seji, you had to do it, didn't you? Top it off with another doppelganger. Oh my goodness, here she goes. She'd be like, oh, that's just like that belly doppelganger eating a banana. I said, oh my goodness, I already hear Gail, 100%. I already hear this woman. Renam said, these young girls are hard headed like some of us were until we saw what was up at Seji. Yeah, like I said, I hear y'all. I understand. Like I said, I have no there ain't nothing else that I can give for a solution because you already see how the dynamics are when it deals with black men and black women and how people want to move directly with that. So it's like if a black man out here who genuinely cares want to sit up here and say something, it's going to be huge backlash. Shem said jogging, swimming, walking, biking, weightlifting, yoga, all of these are good starter areas for negative release. That's true. Tippy said, I don't want to wear pants in the relationship, LOL. What was it? Soul said 1,000%. Miss Nova said, I still have PTSD from being the strong eldest daughter after solely taking care of my mom until near death. 2 years of all gas has me paying for it now. I'm a Gen X and it humbled me. Yeah, like like I said before, my main thing is that like even like looking at even women in my family, that's not like before. It's like it is looked at as normal because it's what you're used to. And then as you grow older, like, as a man, you grow older and you're looking at it. I'm like, no, y'all shouldn't be doing this. But it's hard to tell, women out here, but like, yo, you got to relax. I'm like, you have to like pull back. Cause like we even have to like as guys, we got to tell other guys, like, yo, man, you can't be doing all this. Like, yo, you going a little bit too hard, especially when it's like older dudes out here where it's like, like you're more prone to certain things like 50s, 60s, 70s. Most hard-headed folks directly about here that don't want to listen, but certain stuff will start to, you know, break down and they'll start to really hear. It's like, all right, yeah, I can't be doing this. Like, hey, this knee, this leg, hey, my back. And it's like, yeah, now they want to, sit up there and listen, but, they still got some time. But, for a lot of women out here, it's like, I can't even give you a scale on how time even works with y'all because, y'all got chemicals and everything running through your body. Everything is different. Like with guys, it's pretty much it's straightforward. It's like, oh, stress is breaking down your body. It's like, oh, this heavy working that you've been doing for like the last 40 years, breaking down your body. You're about to be walking out here like Bruce Wayne. He ain't gonna have no cartilage. Everything is eroding away, right? So it's fairly simple, but with y'all, it's so many different things. And then it's like if one thing is off balance, the whole show is just chaotic, internally. So because even dealing with stress, you got women going through hair loss. Like I didn't see that happen. Like if women get really, really too stressed, hair loss will start happening. And then after the stress subsides, then the hair starts, like growing back and stuff like that. So, you know, um, wow, that's crazy. Most said is that says you the wig on. That's crazy. That's wild. Renap said, "Don't be a man that loses a 140K job to visa workers." That's true. Yep. Nene said, "I used to own the number one limousine company in Philly. That's dope. Congratulations. That's dope. That's dope. And the tri-state area, and was a hospice nurse. Dang, he was out there." At 44, 10 years ago, I tried hiring young black female drivers, but they didn't want to take the job. Yeah, the crazy part about that is I learned one thing, and again, this ain't nothing to try to throw shots directly at black women, but this is to point out a problem that I've noticed. Just like you stated that businesswoman, you had like things like running and you was like, hey, I'm about to sit up there and try to give some young black women a shot, and they just didn't want to sit up there and do it. My boy Ricky had well, he still has it, but he has this whole thing with like modeling, right? It's a whole like lingerie thing, and he looks for models. And he was specifically telling me when he wanted to have like, black women model, it was like, yeah, he'll sit up there and give the business information and different stuff like that. People will lock in the date when they can come through and take like the photos and the lingerie and stuff. And he was sitting up there saying how a lot of the black women, like they would just like flake out. They wouldn't show up. It would always be some type of excuse and I'm like, for for young women out here to be saying that they really about like money, I'm like, how are you not on time? I'm like, this is a business at the end of the day. And I'm like, if it was like at the point where like my boy Ricky was like, he had like an ultra company, millions of dollars, and they were flaking like this, I'm like, that's how you get blacklisted. Like that's how like other people like know who you are, and they know how not to like even mess with you or even allow you directly in the door. It's like, that's wild. Like that, and that's a whole nother conversation, for a whole nother day. Like, yeah, that's wild. But like, shout out to you though. Shout out to you for trying to attempt to give those young women a chance, and they just didn't want to sit up there and do it. Like I say, you cannot help everybody. Cannot help everybody. And then he said, I even offered benefits, and it was because I was black. That's crazy. But like I said, shout out to you. Your heart was in the right place. You tried to help folks out. They just didn't want the help. But I'm pretty sure if they look back on opportunities that were given, they would kill to go back and be able to go do that. But nobody has a time machine. Sham said, LOL, everyone with black glasses and dark skin don't look like SEIJIHITO. Renam said, Sham was watching Heartcraft Country. Wait, was that Lovecraft or Heartcraft Country, maybe? Renam said, love it, Sham. Let me see. Nini said, I'll be 55 this month. Oh, yo, congratulations also, just in case if I ain't doing no live streams and and I just don't happen to see you directly on the channel, happy birthday. Happy early birthday. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. I couldn't even tell that you was 50. Wait, let me see. Yeah, let me tell you. Hold on. I gotta sit up there and go hit the detect. Oh wait, I think she's talking from like the other channel. She is. Now I gotta do the classic detective work. Dun 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 dun. All right, shout out to any of my folks that played the 64. Shout out to y'all. Let me see. Gotta zoom in. 50. Hold on. Let me wait. She said she's 55. Did I read that right? Yeah. As 50. All right, I'm just gonna sit up there and say, no disrespect. I feel like you're lying about your age. You look nowhere near 55. Let me tell you something. Nowhere close. I'm sitting up there. I'm like, nah, that's not 55. I'm like, you might be like, let me say. That's like nice early 30s. I'm like, ain't no way. It ain't no way. It ain't no way. Like I said, black don't crack. That black don't crack. Black do not crack. Like I said, I'm hoping that the moment in time, I reach 70, that it's like Static Shock, where they're like, 70's a new like 40 or 70's a new 30 or something like that. Yeah, I'm working towards that. That's what I'm working towards. Like I said, shout out to the great gene pool in your bloodline. Shout out to the great gene pool. Stevie said, I posted the clip in Discord. Okay, I got you. Sam said, LOL, I'm a gamer girl, so I like sci-fi stuff, but not the many sci-fi stories out there where black women or men are the heroes. I want to read stuff where we are the good guys. Sham said, for women, everything is hormone based. So stress for us damages the hormones and it affects everything within us. Mo said, forgive the math. At Nini, you still don't look 55. I'm right there with Mo. I do not believe that she is 55 at all. That is impossible. That is what? Renam said American God is a show. Oh yeah, no, American God is dope. D Love said hair loss, weight gain, weight loss. I lose weight when I'm going through. Okay, I got you. Miss Nova said, I just want to open a lavender farm, have some cashmere goats and Highland cows and produce art and plays. F these jobs. I need a break. Yo, let me tell you, as soon as you started like listing off stuff, I'm like, man, you rich. I'm like, cashmere goats? What? I'm like, they make those? What is that? Let me tell you, when money out here be talking, it's like, wow, it's like a whole different language. It's crazy. This man Soul said crazy work. D Love said, yep, Rena. Oh, you talking about Rena. Gotcha. Gail said, prance around a lingerie 20 years ago, I would have been down. I got you. Yeah, I got you. Nini said, thank you so much. Renam said, you got to change the time by 2 hours ahead. Let me see. Wait. 2 hours ahead? Wait. So somebody's 2 hours ahead? But I'm confused. Let me see. Wait, Gail said like 20 years ago. Wait, Gail, you do know that there's not an age limit directly on like models for like lingerie. Cause like the whole thing that I don't think like a lot of women like realize is that, I mean, you got more women out here that do model and more so with like, natural instead of like everything being like airbrushed and like edited out and different stuff like that. Like I said, when it deals with like certain like lingerie websites, they tend to use more of the natural body shapes of the models because it will, for me, I believe like it sells more because it's more realistic. It's not venturing into like some ideal of what a specific body shape should specifically be versus what the reality is, so that women can be like, okay, well, my body is closer to this woman's real life body, so I'm like, okay, this actually works for me, and da 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 da, and that type of stuff. Sham said there's women who start a business, Black Girl Vitamins. I take those and they work great, especially when I am stressing. Renam said Lovecraft. Yeah, that's what threw me off. I'm like, wait a minute. You said something kind of like, wait a minute. I think she meant Lovecraft. I got you. The typos, I got you. Soul said Lovecraft Country is a great show. Mad they took it off. They took it off because it was mad. It was not mad. I don't know why I said mad. Because the show was too deep, and folks got mad that they were getting looked at as the villain. So Renam said 48 last week. Here says, oh, Renam, it was your birthday. Hey, all right, okay. Let me see. Wait, 40. Yo, I think when it gets to a point in time, y'all start talking about like ages directly up here. I think y'all be. Let me see something real quick. Okay, now I got to swap. Okay, so let me swap to the other. Let me swap to the other channel and go to the stream real quick. Let me see. Yeah, I swear I don't really be believing folks when they be, talking about ages out here because it don't be matching. I'm like, yeah, I don't believe people like 40 nothing. Let me see. I swear, like, I guess it's just me. Like, to me, when I hear people like, hey, I'm like either 40 something or I'm like 50, I'm like, I'm sitting up here looking, I'm like, okay, I wear glasses. Let me, I'm like, everybody looking like 30s. Everybody looking like nice 30s. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Maybe just me, but yeah, I'm not believing ages out here. People got to start getting carded. People got to start getting carded in order for me to sit up there and believe. You got to have some birth certificates. Is this your parents' signature and your thumbprint? Let me see. Soul said black don't crack. Yeah, that's bars. That's facts. Nene said I share 54. My birthday is on the 24th. I swear. Yeah, I don't believe. I believe your birthday is coming up. The age, I ain't believing. Sham said we don't age like that. No, that's facts. Yeah, that's true. 100%. Renam said black don't crack. Says you. No, yeah, it's bars. 100%. Sham said we be dealing with stress and don't age too much. Yeah, 100%. Yep, 100%. Nene said my dad's a retired New Jersey lieutenant, state trooper, and he is 76 and he looks 55. Works out still every day. That's how you do it. Like I said, he got that same workout plan. The only time for guys that you really start aging is when you're not working out. So it's like as long as you like really working out and staying active, you're good. Slowing down that aging process immensely. Nene said thanks, love. Third said Seiji on the Static Shock. Now there's adult Static Shock and Batman Beyond Comic Con now. Oh yeah, I saw. Yeah, yo, let me tell you, when they make the costumes for adult Static, I'm like, man, I gotta get that. Man, that man be looking cold. I'm like, bruh. I'm like, static is the main reason. I'm like, I'm fine with gray hair. I'm like, yo, gray hair would actually be cold. I'm like, I don't have no problem. Like, static look dope. I'm like, yeah, that's gonna be try to get to somewhat similar of a look right there. Miss Nova said, dang, she looks amazing. Yeah. Shan was like, they have very little stress, and white people, why they wrinkle and crack so early. Life is tough for them, I guess. Tom said, I'm 74, just got done running and my exercise for today and can still kick behinds out here. Shout out to Tom and the workout regiment. Sham said, claps at Tom. Sir, I am so proud of you. 74. You might not actually be 74, sir. This man out here running like Captain America. I can do this all day. What was it? Soul said, trying to make up their time. Blessings. Make it up there. Yeah. Like I said, we all trying to make it up there. Like I said, I plan on being in my 70s, still active, still good. Still, not breaking no hips or nothing. Like I said, I saw how it was for like folks in my family getting up there in age, and I'm like, yeah, we ain't doing that. We're going to get ahead of the curve now. Like I said, we got a long ways to go there, so we're going to try to perfect some stuff. Lunch up here laughing. Tom said, wait, deliver? Oh, you talking about D-Love. I got you. Miss Nova said, I'm not rich yet, LOL. No, you got to put it out there. You rich. Like I say, you talking about like, I was going to say Fabergé. What was it? You said cashmere, like sheep or goats? Yeah, that's rich talk right there. That is rich talk right there. Like I said, you put out there that, you are rich or going to be living directly in wealth. Like, you good. I'm telling you. It's going to happen. It is inevitable. Renam said the BBLs are deleting us. Yeah, I've covered that as a topic as well too. But even with that, it became a problem where I had someone be like, yo, why you black men always sitting up there critiquing and worried about our bodies? You should be worried about X, Y, and I'm like, man. I'm like, you can't win out here. I'm like, yo, it's a tough crowd. I'm like, all right. I'm like I said, if the thing that I do know that is finite is that if I was the guy that they deemed to be worthy or attractive, they wouldn't have nothing to say. The whole reverse would be like, oh, thank you for caring so much and trying to look out for us and da 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 da. It would be a whole different interaction and conversation, but it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Shem said we don't even have BBL. We don't even need BBLs. We can just do some squats and it'll be fine. Why are we doing BBLs? Miss Nova said lifestyle modeling is huge. Yep. That's another one too. Yep. Let me see. Tibby said y'all hear about Halle Berry and her lubricant moist gel. Wait for her. For a private area. Wait, huh? She was on the Drew Barrymore show talking about it. Wow, so Halle Berry got some feminine gels or care products from her. All right. Hey. Like I said, hey, that's something that got me. D Love says SEIJIHITO carded. Nini said I got carded until I was 35. I believe it. You're probably still getting carded. You're just not telling us. Still not telling us. It was a Timmy said, I want to look like Kelly Rowland. Who was it? Bianca Lawson and Halle Berry when I grow up. This woman. D Love says SEIJIHITO gray hair is the most resilient hair. Huh. I didn't know that. Did not know that. Soul says still waiting on the Static Shock film. Yeah, we're gonna be waiting a long time. We'll probably get GTA 6 before we get a Static Shock film. That's where we at. Timmy said gray hair on a muscular back. this every time. I knew Timmy was gonna sit up there and say it. I knew she was gonna say it. So it was like, yeah, nah, for real, yeah. Like I said, it's tough out here. It is tough. Stevie said because they care. That's why. Renam said the real men don't like the BBLs. Yeah, it's like natural bodies are the thing. That's like more so, in a sense, like younger guys. I mean, you got some older dudes out here that have like a young mentality where it's like that's what it is, and I'm like, nah, it's because like you start looking at a lot of different shapes. I'm like, nah, that's looking crazy. I'm like, some of the BBLs that people be getting is wild. There was an interview that I ran across before where it was a woman. She stated that I think she was 28, but I'm looking at her in the work. She said she got like $150 or $250 body because of the surgeries that she got, and she's barely been touched. I'm like, brother, ain't nobody's body worth 200 and nothing. I'm like, you are smoking rocks directly on that. And I'm like, with the work that she got done, I'm like, for you to be 28, I'm like, you look 10 plus years older than what you say that you are. I'm like, yeah, you should have dialed a lot of those surgeries back. Yeah, that's not it. That's not it. It is not it. Let me see. Sofa say, yeah, that mess look weird. Lunch said these BBLs is ending some of these women, and sometimes the thighs don't match. Yeah. Yep. Renam said I absolutely love this chat, Seji. Yeah, this mostly happens quite a lot. Like usually once we're done with the normal topic, or sometimes in between the topic as a side conversation. Yeah, this is what normally happens. Or sometimes this is how we'll just start off like the whole live stream, because we've had live streams where we're reminiscing and just talking about like a lot of like older stuff. Like I'm putting up pictures of like older, like serials, cartoons, and all that other type of stuff. Just rolling through memories. Tom was like, "What's a BBL?" Now you know I'm white. BBL is basically surgery for a woman's butt, to basically lift and shape and contour. Lunch said you ladies are more than acceptable without BBLs. Bars, straight bars. Mo said my friend told me that the best cure for this man. This is why I normally read stuff ahead of time. Almost got me. This man out here. D-Love said I'm with Sham. You can obtain it through workout, and they're not thinking about their futures. Yeah, they're not thinking about their futures or their lives when they decide to go after the knife. It's crazy. Renam said, I love y'all. Intelligence here. Much love. Gail sitting up here laughing. Ms. Nova said, I love this chat. LOL is getting me through my study session. Yo, for you to be able to study and also listen and read some of the stuff that is in this comment section, let me tell you, your multitasking is insane. Sometimes, let me tell you, I have tunnel vision. Anytime I'm doing live streams, like any of the mods can sit up there and tell you, I will get like so fixated on the topic or what I'm saying is that I'm not what I'm saying is that, but I'll get so focused on what I am saying that I'll have tunnel vision for about like a good hour, close to like 2. And then I'll go back over to the comment section. And now I got about 2+ hours of comments to try to like go through and try to catch up on. And then while trying to catch up, that's going to be an extra 45 minutes. So it's just like, it's all bad. They've gotten on me a lot. It's like, yo, says you still reading these comments? You still didn't catch up? I'm like, nope, not there yet. I'm getting there. Not there yet. Shem was like, I color my grays with tea and coffee. It's healthier on your hair, and you just need to do an overnight with the shower cap, then rinse it with cold water. Do it every 3 to 4 weeks. Oh, okay. I didn't even know Sham had gray hair. What's wrong with gray hair though? I pretty much imagine that if a black woman basically has gray hair, it's like Storm. Like Storm has like, it's sort of like silver, white, gray type of thing. I mean, that was just me though. And then he said my daughter is 25 and 6'2". Damn. Wait, so does she play like volleyball or anything like that? Because I'm like 6'2". I'm like, man, I'm like, yo, that could be some Olympic potential right there. I would have to think of like some other sports where normally like you would see like tall women. Because normally, you know, the go-to people would have is like the WNBA, and I'm like, that's everybody ain't trying to play the WNBA, but you know, you got like a lot of different sports, you know, directly out there. Like I said, she got height. Well, matter of fact, 25'6'2", she could be a model. She could easily go, you know, the model route, and not even like the stereotypical model route. She could do it herself. Especially with the tech that we got now. You know, you got like AI for assistance, you got drones that you can use for like certain angles and different stuff like that. And you can have like a whole setup, you know, directly in the house, and then just put up the photos of modeling certain things like handbags, you know, bags, different types of like fashion and wear. Like I said before, huge potential. You said she's what, 25, but she looks 18. Oh yeah, it's over. Oh yeah, it's over, and it's like basically the older that she gets, like she still looks young. Oh yeah, it's over. She would have like a job for a long time, and especially with like the whole self modeling thing, that would open up the door or set her up in order to have like, you know, sponsorships from different what's the names. Like I said, for me, I'm all for Black women being like models directly up here because I'm tired of like the stereotypical thing that I always see on TikTok, and it's always like the exact same faces up there, and I'm like, there's no type of flair, there's no type of like real energy directly like to it. I'm like, all of this other type of stuff look boring. I'm like, we need, you know, you need some seasoning directly up out here. D Love says Seji Mo is cutting up. Yeah, that's normal Mo. That is normal Mo. Let me tell you. Sham said Mo and D Money cut up. I was surprised D Money not here. I thought did I see D Money here earlier? Or I might be thinking about the live stream from previous. Renam said, thank you so much, Sham, for the gray hair treatment. So said, dang, 6'2", yeah. Okay, volleyball, and you said your son is 6'11". Dang. Look here. Maybe, just maybe. Y'all might be from the Nephilim side of everything, because everybody over there is tall. Look, I don't know what's happening. I feel like the reason you might look so young, the blood type might be vastly different. Blood type might be vastly different. Y'all might have like some golden blood or something like that. Yo, that's crazy. Daughter 6'2", son is like 6'11". Wow. I know he in sports. Let me tell you, I know he is in sports. That is a blessing to be 6'11". And on top of that, I know that the greater majority of women are looking directly at him. They're like, yo. They trying to sit up and get his attention every single time that man pop out. You know? Renam said climbing the tall tree at 6'4", sis. Wait, Renam, you 6'4"? Wait, where did all of these tall people just come? Where are y'all just coming from? Because normally when I walk out in public, I don't normally see tall women directly by here. Let me tell you. And what was it? Sham and Tippy are right up there too. Tippy, let me just put Tippy what she normally say. She's 5'13" and a half. Crazy work. And then I think, what is it? Sham is like, I think Sham said that she's 6'2". I think. So now, Sham, you have company. You got the flock is here. We got the tall women coming directly in here. Sham, you are not the only one. You and Tippy not the only one. You know. Also, wait a minute. Technically, Gail, as well. Well, no, I think Gail said that she was like 5'9", but I think Gail said her daughter was 6'1" or 6'2". I mean, yeah, technically, yeah. We just got a whole grouping of, you know, tall women in here. I've never seen this before. This is majestic. Let me tell you something. Sham said, I'm 6'1", 6'1". Isn't Tippy like 6 feet? We got tall women in the 40s on this channel. Yeah, like, yo, this is like, wow. Mo says, seriously, let me just keep reading past this man. He's like, oh, I got you, Seji. Let me just rewrite it so I can catch it real quick. You almost had me. You had me at the first word. Renam said, I am just 5'2". Nah. See, did you just say like some 6'4"? Where's your comment? He said, climbing a tall tree at 6'4". Wait, so who are you referring to at 6'4", Nam? I feel like you were referring to yourself. Talking about you 5'2". So basically, Nam is basically at like light switch level. That's I feel like Nam is like really staring at me through the phone right now. So like Nam is basically, because I'm looking at my light switch right now and I'm like, okay, so Nam is like 5'2". So it's like you're basically like right there. My apologies, Nam. I make fun of everybody here. You know what happens. You're not the only short person either, because one of my other mods, Tonda, she's roughly like at the same height. She's like 5'2", 5'3", short. Very, very short. Sham said, oh yeah, I put the heels on. I'm a good 6'3". Renam said, beautiful and tall queens. Miss Nova said she could definitely self-submit her profile to a modeling agency and acting platforms. Facts. 100%. 100%. Nene says she plays worldwide and my son is a skateboarder. Whew. Man, that's dope. First of all, I grew up on Tony Hawk. I grew up on Tony Hawk and Dave Mirra BMX. So that's dope. That is dope. That is pretty dope. That is pretty dope. Like, man, let me tell you something. If at the moment in time I happen to see like a tall black guy, it's like that's Nene's son right there. It's like I don't even need to ask questions. I'm like, is he about 6'11", 6? I'm like, yeah, that's Nene's son right there. Without even knowing real names, I'm like, I already know whose son that is right there. Nene said, yes, I know, but she doesn't want to do it. Okay. You know, maybe she's shy or maybe she don't really see like a whole thing directly. I get it, she'll probably figure something out. Maybe she might be in the lab somewhere, mixing up, some chemicals, coming up with some new elements on a periodic table or whatnot, Let me see. Soul said, well, I keep my 5'11" in the corner. This man. Nene said, I'm the smallest in my family at 5'7". How in the world? How is that possible? I'm like, what? And it's like, the funniest thing is I was looking at the picture that you got up and I'm like, you look like you're probably tall. But then you were like, no, I'm 5'7". Huh? Yeah, look here. There's a lot of, there's some fabrications going on in these chats right now. There's some fabrications right now. Shan was like 5'11" is still tall. Yep. Ms. Nova said, I know you didn't say Nephilim. Yes, I did. Sam said, you up there with us too. D-Love said, I'm 5'6". I have to look up at my big son at 6 feet. Man, where are all these tall people just sprouting up from? I'm telling you, Nephilim. Let me tell you something. There were some great stories on how tall people like some Tartarians used to roam the planet. Yeah. They are still here. I can see it. Rabbit said, as Seji, you got to cover Christy. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the lady in the government and her husband like to, dress up as a woman. Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about. I got you. I'm probably going to do like a solo video directly on that. There's documentaries on white dudes doing that as well. Like there was one, it was like this rich, well-to-do white dude, and he likes to have like a full silicone body that he puts on. And Not just that, but he also goes out in public and talks to people. And not just that, they also have meetups where other white dudes with money, this is what they do. They get these full-on silicone body suits and put them on as women, and they go to these hotels and these gatherings. I'm like, okay. All right. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Mo said, how tall is dad? Renam said, no, Seji, I'm only 5'2". I see, no. See, first you mentioned 6'4". Now you're like, you were let me bookmark this because I gotta go right back up here. Let me see your comment. Okay, so you were consistent. You said 5'2". You are 5'2". Okay. Let me go back because I was about to get you real quick. I'm like, did you just say you were at this height and now it just went low? It's okay. You're short. It is all right. Everybody loves short people. You know, you got munchkins directly out here. What's the name? Strawberry shortcake and the rest of them, the Care Bears. Like I said, shout out to the short folks out there. Everybody loves Smurfs. That was a great show. Smurfs was a great show. Let me tell you something. Great show, beautiful, cult classic. Renam is probably going to throw something directly at him. Let me tell you something. Miss Nova said, I'm the shortest here at 5'6". And D Love said, no, Renam, I'm not making fun of you. You are a dainty lady, is what I'm saying. All the men in the family are 6'2". Sam said, oh, yeah, you need to do the Christy no, my husband's story. It was crazy. Yeah, that picture that they had out there is crazy, too. Soul said, my brother who is a year younger than me is 6'2". Dang. Nene said, my dad is 6'6". Dang, that's crazy. Yo, that is crazy. D-Love said, the ladies on my dad's side are 5'6" to 5'11". Everybody out here tall. D-Love said, nope, she's tiny at SEIJIHITO. Soul is up here laughing along with D-Love. Renam said, I'm really 5'2". I know. I'm telling you. Okay, so you are light switch height. I got you. Sham up here laughing. Tom said, see, I'm not even sure how to look at Tom's question because it's highly questionable. Because I'm not even sure how to take that right now. You love sitting up here laughing. Ms. Nova said, I'm using that light switch level. Sam said, my grandfather, 7'2". That man was Andre the Giant. What? You said, I think I came. Yeah, y'all came from some Nephilim. First of all, your whole family is tall. You don't have one iota of a short person in that family shape. The only short, technically, even your cats are not even short. So it's like, yeah, I don't know what's happening. I don't know where all of you tall people are sprouting up from. That's wild. Like I said, I'm an average height black guy. That's all I got. I'm just a normal guy out here amongst tall people in this world. Renam said no size doesn't in height. Let me see. Tom up here laughing. Renam said my dad is 6'4" and your uncle is 6. How did you end up being 5'3" though? Wait, 5'2". I'm sorry. If your dad is 6'4" and your uncle is 6 feet, how in the world? Your mom must have stunted your growth. She got you on that one. She was like, you know what? You're going to get all the youth. You're going to be looking young for a very long time. But that height, though, we're going to have to come back on that one. We're going to have to come back on that one. Sham said, my grandmother used to say, don't holler for God too loud. He might see you and go, oops, we missed one. That's crazy. That's funny. That's funny. Nene said, on my uncle's side. Oh, you said on your side. I got you. Said, oops, we missed one. That's crazy. D-Love said, it's crazy you give birth one day to a little baby who grows up to be a giant. Yeah. It's like, wow, what happened? How? Like, did the babies get switched? It's like, you came from me? Lunch said, I like tall women, but I don't want no Megan Thee Stallion and Tory Lane's relationship. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like I said, hey, everybody needs love. You know how many because the one favorite videos that always pop up is when you have like the short dog with like the tall dog, and usually the taller dog is a girl. So, like I said, hey, love is out there. Everybody deserves love. Let me tell you. Like I said, IG we putting you in whole different directions when it deals with videos. It be going from one side to the severity of one side on the left to the severity of one side to the right. It's crazy. Nene said, I'm for real. I am the shortest. My sister is 6 feet. Wow. Tippy said, I'm 5'12", Seji. Lies. Tippy, you are 5'13" and a half. You're basically 6 feet. There is no 5'12". And Tippy is 5'12", with 6 feet without shoes. Now, with something with some soles directly up there, now Tippy is like 6'1", 6'2". If Tippy actually puts on heels, it's over. Tippy's like 6'5". Like it's over. Like you're gonna be looking straight up to the clouds. To the clouds. Let me tell you. D Love said the Book of Enoch. See, I was gonna say that, but I'm like, you know what? I'm making too many tall jokes. Somebody might get offended. I ain't gonna do that. But yeah, Book of Enoch, yeah, it's real. It is real. We are living in those times. Let me tell you. Renam said I was talking about the story said you at 6'4". Oh, okay, I got you. I still don't believe, but yeah, I got you. I got you. Shem said, how you marry a man that likes to wear itties and she knew she was in a lavender marriage and that's why she cheats. Yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. I had to paraphrase that word real quick because YouTube be sensitive. But yeah, that's crazy. That dude had a whole contraption on and all this other type of. But like I said, people do it. She knew that she was gonna move into the political field, and she had to have what was deemed to be the perfect, like family and all this other type of stuff. And Soul said dad was 6'3" and mom was shorter at 5 feet. Man. Gail said it used to be a song that said short people ain't got no reason to live. They got little hands, little feet, little voices that go beep, beep, beep. Wow, that's crazy. That's wild. Renam said my mom is 5'2". Yeah, I told you she got you on the height. She was like, yeah, I'll give you everything else, but this height, yeah, we're just gonna stop it here. You're gonna be right here with me. We're gonna make you my twin. Was it Gail said they took it off there? That's crazy. Wow, that's crazy. Miss Nova said, do we need to start singing Short People by Randy Nova? Rabbit said Gargamel from the Smurfs was the first broke fictional white guy that I got introduced to. That's a solid point. That is a very solid point. Renam said, I'm glad you are laughing at our chat comments at Cedric. I got to, it's the only way I can live. You got to laugh. Shem said, yep, my car is, wait, huh? You say your cat, my bad. You say your cat is a 3 foot long Maine Coon and a 26 pounds. He is massive. The funny thing is I always wanted one of those cats because I always thought they looked nice. Like I said, thought they looked real, real nice. But then I thought about it. I was like, if I wanted to lay down, then that big cat is going to jump directly on me and tail is just sitting up there going like a Swiffer in my face. I'm like, yeah, we're not doing this. We are not doing this. We're going to have you like a little, like mini bed or something that you're going to be laying directly in. Tippy says you likes his women, Puerto Rican, snoo, LOL. Who said Puerto Rican? Who told you that? That is, where did Puerto Rican even come from, Tippy? That is wild. That is wild. Out of all things, Tippy, I just sat up there and did that whole video. I did that whole dedication video, Kissed by a Rose, Tippy. All different shades of black women. You're going to be like, says he likes his woman Puerto Rican. That's crazy. That is wild. This woman, Tippy, trying to set me up. Mo said, this is exactly why I read those comments ahead of time. Shout out to Foresight. Let me tell you. D Love said, my mom. Oh, he's talking to Renee. Got you. Third said, I'm 6 feet. Both of my parents was like 5 or 5'2". I grew tall as a self-induced evolution to being bullied as a kid. Yo, the crazy part is that whole intro that you just gave is a start to like a superhero or potentially a villain. Let me tell you, you might want to make that into a story, man. Talk to some AI real quick and make that into a story. Sam said, I'm greedy for eating a bowl of honey melon. I was craving it today. Nope, not at all. Because actually, I'm quite hungry and I'm trying to figure out if I want to order something. I might order me some pizza because I'm very, very hungry right now. Let me tell you. Let me see. D Love said, not for 5'13" and a half. Said, yeah, that's Tippy. She always be claiming she's 5'12". 5'12" don't exist, but we're going to just push it to 5'13" and a half. That's what we're going to do. That is. Renee said, mom is 5'2" and dad is 6'4", and I'm 5'2", and my brother is 6'2". Tall people. Tippy said, honestly, I'm 5'10". See, this is what I've been talking. This is why I can't believe people in the chat. Tippy be the first one be counterfeiting like whole types of like heights and everything. I'm like, come on, Tippy. You're 5'13". It's okay. Be tall to be proud in your tallness. It is okay. Shem said, LOL, my Maine Coon cat comes to shoulder heights on some of y'all. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Sam said, let me see. This man Mo was like, can't climb the mountain without the correct equipment. That's bars. That is bars. Nene said, I love big dogs. I used to breed Rottweilers and have a 5-year-old 105-pound German Shepherd Stormy girl. Tippy said, my bad, Brazilian snooster. You gonna run this into the ground? This woman, Tippy. Oh my goodness. Let me tell you. Mo said, wow, that's crazy. This man Mo. What did Tippy say? He said you want the dog that looks like a bear. Wait. Oh, yeah, you talking about the Great Massive. Yeah. Yeah, I want one of those. Let me tell you. Hack said, pizza, what are you, Ninja Turtle? Bars. Because the funniest thing is, because of Ninja Turtles growing up on them, I did actually try a pizza with anchovies on it. And it was actually fairly good, which I was shocked. It was fairly good. And especially if you're doing, heavy labor. Oh, yeah. Well, physical labor, I meant. Renam said, y'all too much in this chat. Loving it on my night off. Well, see, that's what I'll be talking about. I'm happy, doing live streams like this and people are able to get, even just like a little bit of laughter or something like that. So, get to release, some stress reliever, stuff like that. Tippy said, I would say my shoe size, but men in the chat might look at me like a giant. I mean, well, Tippy, your shoe size ain't going to be, no 18. So it's like, that would be technically like up there. But it's like, if people are tall, you expect people to have like, larger size feet, usually. I think what did thinking about King of the Hill, I don't think Peggy was not tall, but she had 1 foot, I think that was like a 14, and then the other one was like a 16. And I'm like, how did that even happen? I'm like, how? Like, I would have to see like her mom's like feet or something like that, because I'm like, I'm not even understanding how that happened. Nene said, you have to put a lot of time in training dogs. I started as a kid with Dobermans, and my son breeds them. Okay. What was that? African Borbels? Hopefully I pronounced it right. I feel like I butchered that last word, but that's pretty dope. Okay. Oddly enough though, another thing I did want animal wise was technically like a hyena. I always liked them. I like the laughter for whatever reason. It would have to be a girl though. It would have to be a girl. Like I said, whenever getting at any point in time, if I were to happen to get a dog, it would have to be a girl. It would have to be. Sham said, Mickey has his own time feeder. I can't leave cat food out or any food because he eats everything, even greens. I'm not strong enough to wrestle it from him. Them cats be strong. Yeah. Like even my cats, they'll sit up there and start acting funny. Like if they don't have any food directly in a bowl, just start like flipping. The only animals I will give grace directly to when it's like throwing fits are rabbits. Because I like when rabbits throw fits. It's like, wow. It's like nice little animals like that, just throwing fits. I'm like, you know what? It's cute. No problem. That's the only one. Now, when it's cats, yeah, now I gotta start talking to you like a child. It's like now we got a problem. Might even have to holler at you. It's like, yeah, we ain't doing this. You know better. Renam said Ninja Turtles and Thundercats. Yep. Yell said Seji, you don't need no massive. You don't go outside. It's going to end up eating your furniture. That's cold-blooded. Cold-blooded. Actually, I would walk, the dog. But for me to have that though, I would actually want quite a bit of land. Because I would want like an ATV and going out there, me and the dog racing and and stuff like that. Let me see. Whew. Yeah, that's how I know I need some food. I'm feeling a little bit tired. Nini said I didn't know that about King of the Hill. Oh yeah. Like I said, I've been words, food, tired. I've binge watched King of the Hill for years, and that's one of the episodes that they had when Peggy was going to this shoe place and she was trying to find shoes, and then that's how she ended up getting into contact with this person that she thought was a woman, but it was a guy that cross dresses, and he was there at this shoe place because that's the only place that he could actually find shoes and whatnot. In comparison to Peggy's friends, I forgot what's the girl, Miss Super Nusapon, the Liaoshin lady, and Dale's wife, because they were having like a whole thing on the first part of the show where they were like trading clothes, and nobody wanted Peggy's clothes, nor could anybody fit Peggy's shoes. So that made her feel like a little bit out of place and whatnot. And yeah. Yep. Rabbit says some people are born with different length of legs. I mean, that is true. That is very true. Like it's just the feet part for me. I'm like, man, that got to be like annoying though, because it's like if you might have like your favorite type of shoes, or anytime you might want to get some shoes like dress shoes or whatever it is, you can't really almost like afford it because you gotta, in a sense, either buy two pairs or hope that they would allow you to mix and match, which 9 times out of 10 they won't let you do. So you'll have to buy like two pairs. So it's like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Tippy said why, and I don't even know what you're talking about there, but you're gonna pack you up there. What was it? Oh, Tippy must be talking about why, talking about like the hyena. Soul said not a hyena. I mean, hyenas are dope. They're also territorial when they fight. Like hyenas are not a joke. Let me tell you. I think maybe I might like the color pattern, I guess, directly on the hyenas. I guess. I don't know. Or maybe it's due to the Lion King. Either which one. Miss Nova said I like the Cane Corso. Renam said get a girl dog. Seji, she would be loyal like a daughter all day. No. That's the whole other reason why I had when it dealt with cats, I had more female cats than the male cats. And boys are a little bit temperamental. Girls, not so much. Not so much. They're more so like emotional, where it's like, hey, I want some attention. They just want some attention. The only time my male cat he wants attention is when he starts crying, because he's used to me when he was younger, just like holding them. Like technically both of them, they're used to that, but May is a little bit different. She's like, all right, well, it's whatever it is. I can just find like a blanket or something and I'll lay on that. Mickey is like, yo, yo, we gonna sit up there like lay down so I can like lay down. We gonna sit up there and hold me. I'm like, you know how much you weigh right now? You sitting up here like eating up all the food every single time. Any excuse that you make, you get frustrated. I'm about to go eat. You start me on and I don't respond. You about to go eat. You just get up. You about to go eat. Like I swear, he makes any excuse to sit up there and just go eat. I swear to goodness. But he has a fast metabolism, so he's like me, which is crazy. Like he's gaining weight, but his weight is solid. You know, Nene said, my husband won't let me get a cat. One ripped him up as a kid. Yeah. So yeah, yeah. I mean that might have been a boy. It's that happens. You know, that does happen. That happens. Mo was up here looking. Oh no, I already packed him up. He already out of here. We wasn't doing that. Yeah, I already see. Trust me, I already saw him, Mo. Sham said cat tantrums are the worst, and they look you in the face and knock stuff on the floor and start chewing up our pencils and scratch you and steal. Yeah, we ain't doing that. Like I said, I feel like a lot of black folks already understand when we have pets, we start talking to them like kids. The amount of time that I done sat up there and chased both of them around this house, hollering and talking directly to them. Yeah, we ain't doing that. We are not doing that at all. Let me tell you, we are not doing that. Rename to ATVs with dogs are fun as heck. Yeah, one of these days, like I said, I'm trying to get like a lot of y'all out here, have some, a nice little plot of land and, build up a fence and all that type of stuff. Like I said, for me, it's like the way I imagine myself having some land. Like I want to be able to chop down some trees and, and have create some logs so I can have like some fire, like a little burner stove or whatnot, and just be out there cooking. Like I said, I got stuff I want to do. Like I said, I feel like that'd be very very nice and peaceful, very calming. Being able to just cook outside and whatnot. Being able to smoke some food and whatnot. Some pretty nice stuff. Rename say King of the Hill is funny. Yep, I got to catch up on a new one though. I got to catch up on. I might do that. I might just order me some pizza and watch some King of the Hill. Sam said, fatigue, you tired, go to sleep to the Shadow Realm. Oh, y'all must have already got him before I did. Sham said, I'm glad I re-looked at that, what Sham wrote, because that is not what yo, that's crazy. That is so crazy. I must be tired. Let me tell you, Sham, when you wrote that, if you go, well, I'm not sure if the timestamp is on there, but the last thing that you wrote, Sham, after you said, responding to the person like, oh, you're fatigued, you can go tired in the Shadow Realm. The last comment that you wrote, that is not what it looked like. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, what is going on in this chat out here? I'm like, I gotta wipe off my glasses. Let me tell you. Oh, Mo was talking about Lord Beerus. I know what you're talking about. You're talking about the hairless, the Egyptian cats. Technically, I like those cats in a sense, because you would have to like technically like dress them up. So you got like the sweaters and whatnot you can put on them. But it's like, yeah, they get cold and they got different types of things with that. Renam said good luck with that and getting a king off his soapbox at Sham. Oh, okay, I got you. Soul is up here laughing. D Love is laughing too. He says, Seji, I clipped a live stream of your old videos from a couple years ago. I forgot to ask you permission to post it. No, you can post it. You can post it. I'm shocked you didn't sit up and just like throw it up there from the beginning. Sham said that sounds like my Mickey. Renam said, eating all the chicken, all the hog. Wait. All the hog mama, all the milk, and no cereal. D Love said, yep. We talking to them like they are kids. Facts. 100%. And then they start having these faces. I'm like, you can't be having a face. You know what you did. Like, hey, you using claws directly on, like when they were younger. You sit up here using claws directly on the couch. We ain't doing that. You going right to timeout. We are not doing that. It's either you go to timeout or you about to be facing a hard knock life with those cats outside, those alley cats. And I just sat up there and put Mickey, older Mickey. I just sat up there and put, because he was like, oh, is that snow? Like, what is that? I'm like, oh, you want to see what the snow is? Let me just throw you in the snow real quick. And then he paused real quick and then he jumped out and then went right back into the house. I'm like, yeah, you're not built for outside, huh? Let me tell you something. He is hilarious. What was it? Sham said, LOL, Mickey doesn't understand. No, but he understands. You better not. And he don't know what stop is, but he knows what sat down is. D Love said, I missed it. I'm fixing dinner. Yes, I need to be doing that too. Mo said, seriously, I like this man. I really don't believe that's what Mo was talking about now. You might have got me this time. Sir. You might have got me. Tippy says, somebody time me out for a short time. I want to know what happens if you get timed out for research purposes. What? That doesn't even make any sense. D Love said, yep, that's edgy. Renam said, dogs be looking guilty. Yep. Soul Cinnamon laughing. D Love said, SEIJIHITO, I bet he won't play in the snow again. No, he won't. I mean, you know what? He's hard-headed. So he'll still like try to like go back and peek his head directly out. I'm like, dog, you're not an outside cat. You ain't never really been outside. Like, what are you doing? Like, now I do realize that he may be going outside because of the sunlight. Because a few things I do understand about cats. Cats they're like highly sensitive. So they get closer to things that, have electricity or some type of like field directly to it. So when I used to have the electrical cords running across the floor and the carpet on top, I noticed that he would tend to like lay next to that more. Also things dealing with copper and also sunlight. Anytime there's sunlight on like the stairs coming through the little small windows for the front door, he'll sit like right there and basically sunbathe. So it's like it's very, very interesting. Might have to look into getting some different stuff. So it was like he said, I'm cool on playing in the snow, play it. That was like, LOL, my cats don't even go to the door. They run and hide, and anyone open the door, they use the dogs as security alert. Soon as he barks, they hide. And I'm confused on that one. Sham said, I don't know this either, but cats do travel in packs. Oh, yeah, I've seen that too. Yeah. I didn't know that up until I started seeing some videos on that. D Love said, oh, says, yeah, that's cute. Oh, you talking about what? Talking to Mickey? Okay, so you are talking about the Egyptians. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's like I said, if you watch Dragon Ball Super, that's Lord Beerus, the Egyptian cat, like the hairless ones. Even I feel like Mo is still not talking about actually cats. I swear to goodness. Let me see. I'm a little bit confused on that, but no problem. We can just pack you right on up out of here, brother. Bow. Third said, I'm back playing Dead Zone Rogue. Okay, I got you. Tom said, I'm still sad about my cat passing away 20 years ago. Oh, no. Trust me, I understand that. I had both of my cats, both of my girls, they sat up there and passed. And that still gets to me to this day. like I said, I was there for them pretty much the greater duration, um, of their life. Well, except for Susie, she was already out. She was like an outside cat, and then she came around when she had kittens and whatnot because she felt safe, and she started just like bringing them one by one. And I'm like, you really bringing the whole family over here, ain't you? Like I said, that girl was smart. She was smart. And then Mother Cat, Little Kitty, she was there too, but they had like ailments and whatnot. And I was like, man. And I was not there. And it still gets to me to this day. So yeah, trust me, I understand. Well, we gotta sit up there and pack that one up too. No problem. Let me see. Sham said, I like cats a lot. Yeah, cats are dope. Renam said, pets are our family too. Bars. Sham said, yep, my dogs are my babies, and he knows it too. Sham said, why the racist people popping in at the end? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, that's what normally happens when we ain't focused on folks out here. when ain't nothing got nothing to do with them, here come people to try to grab some attention because they can't get no attention nowhere else. Like I said, it's crazy. It is crazy. TB said, feels good to have my privileges. D-Love. Oh, I forgot. Y'all probably saw a lot of those comments before I did, and y'all probably got them up out of here. I'm just catching up late on my end through the other way. Yep. So I got them on one part, and then D-Love got them on the other one. Yep. D-Love was like, yeah, we ain't doing that. D-Love, I was like, I'm putting all these privileges to test right now. Pressing the button. Pressing that button. Who the hell? The hell was that? Somebody sitting up here. Somebody sitting up here yelling. I guess like some kids were messing around. Heard the thunderous voice of a parent. I'm like, oh snap. Like, that's crazy. Tippy said, I've been slacking at my job. Hack was like, you're the male version of wait, who? Sakaki from Azumanga. I'm not even gonna go with the other part because I know I'm gonna butcher that, but it's a cat fan. Okay, I got you. Mo said if you don't answer, you're going to the Bermuda Triangle. Miss Nova said, my mocha passed 6 years ago at 13. We used to hang out at Central Park together, and he slept on a pillow with me. He was a pure black cat. I need another cat. Yeah, I think I've always had cats now. And it's like, yeah. Like I said, especially like people know, like if you've ever been younger, been like a teenager or whatnot, and you've had like cats, they are with you. And they can especially feel like that's the one amazing thing about like pets in general. Like they can feel when you're going through certain stuff and they'll just magically show up. Like they'll just like be right there. Like either they'll stare at you and look at you and like waiting for a response, or they'll just like automatically like, hey, let me sit up here and be here and start rubbing up against you to try to disperse, some of that energy, that's directly there. D-Love said, yep, I love my privileges. Renam said, thank you so much, moderators, for your hard work. Yeah, like I said, we be packing up people here. Doing the Lord's work. D-Love said he tried to run a part 2. Yeah, that was crazy. It's like, you just doing too much. Just trying to get attention. Shan was like, YouTube glitched on him too. He had to get the shadow ban and the Bermuda Triangle hit. He said, was a flight permaban yesterday? Wait, which flight? Oh, you talking about no. What's the name? His 24 hours was up. He pulled up earlier on in the live stream, but he didn't say too much though. He was just said like what's up, and waved. Renam said, I would love a cat, but I'm allergic to their fur. Dogs are no problem. I got you. I got you. Let me see, what was it? I said when I was like 12, I had 2 pet kittens. I think back then I had like a lot of cats because I was just like feeding like the strays, and then it went from like 4 to 5 to like 12. Like we were just like putting out like cans of food, and like everybody in the neighborhood, like all the cats, it was like, yo, man, they got some food over at this house. Everybody come up over here. They just pulled up. Like it was crazy. I ain't never seen that many cats before. But like I said, word of mouth be spreading. Word of mouth be spreading. Hack said, oh yeah, okay. Sham was like, yeah, cats see things that you can't. They're good at channeling out bad energy. Yeah, that's true. Because sometimes Mickey, he'll stand up on both of his back legs. The funniest thing is I love when cats do that because it's funny. And then he'll start just like looking around. I'm like, what do you see right now? And again, can't get no answer. Can't get no type of answer. D-Love sitting up here laughing. Mo said, yep. Only other cat I get is a black cat if I couldn't get a hairless cat. I think both of my cats are basically like pandas. They're both black and white. Mickey is more black and May is like a 50-50 type of thing. Miss Nova said, I grew up with all types of pets. I had 13 dogs and 6 cats growing up. I think I only had one dog, just one dog. All the rest were cats, and I had a few goldfish like Chucky off of Rugrats. Renam said, cats don't eat fake food. I mean, yeah, that's true. And the crazy part is anytime my cat, Mickey, I swear he's black. And the reason I say that is that he eats collard greens. Even like the spicy ones, like if you happen to throw in like, let's say like some jalapenos or whatnot, he eats that along with the turkey meat that's in there. He likes macaroni. He also likes cornbread. He likes fried chicken as well too. And then when I happen to make like tuna fish, like he's basically eating with me. Or especially like I had told y'all before, like if I happen to fry some salmon, he's right there. He's like, yo, so when we eating? So he'll get some of the actual like salmon meat, and then I'll really cook. I'll thoroughly cook like the skin, so it's like it's crunchy, and then I'll roll it up and I'll chop it and put it on the plate and give it to him. Sham said, my cat saved my life. I was locked outside in the snow and the cold, and my pet cat was outside too. She made me follow her under the porch near this warm spot and climbed in my coat to help me stay warm. Oh, that's dope. Sham said, I got Mina, and she is a black cat. D-Love said, LOL, not smoked meat, and collard green says, yeah. Yo, I was just as shocked. I'm like, are you human? I'm like, cause I ain't never like I literally like even like during Thanksgiving, I gave him like a little plate. He had some collard greens. He had some cornbread. He had a little bit of macaroni. He killed that whole little plate. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, you trying to sit up there and like eat me out of house? I'm like, we ain't doing this. I'm like, we're gonna get you on like your little kibbles and bits and your cat treats. Like that's what we about to do. I'm not about to be making no full course meals for you. Nah, buddy. About to be going through the refrigerators at night looking for leftovers. Nah, we ain't doing that. Bushido said, my cat Icarus eats chicken-based foods and doesn't like wet foods, no fish at all. He got an acquired taste. It's like, yeah, get that away from me. Get that commoner food away from me. Renam said, your cat eats real food, Seji. Yeah, a little bit too real for me. Like, hey, you ain't about to sit up there and be getting directly in my plate. Because he'll look right at me as I'm eating. I'm like, we're not doing this, buddy. We're not doing this. Tom said, cool story at Sham. Tibby said, I had a virtual puppy once. Of course. You said I got lazy feeding it because I needed virtual money, which was hard to get, and it starved and it went to a better place. I didn't know a virtual pet needed food like that. Oh yeah. First of all, Tibby, you should have grew up in the age of Tamagotchi. That taught us a lot. There were a lot of sad kids during that timeline of Tamagotchi. Like people had to learn how to reset those things because once that Tamagotchi was out of there, it was out of there. And then you had to reset it or reset the time or something. Like I said, it was cheat codes to that. It was cheat codes to it. Miss Nova said, OMG, a soul food eating cat. That's wild. Yeah, exactly. I ain't never have a cat like that in my life. That boy right there. Every time. Oh, he also likes pepperoni too on pizza. Also he does like cheese. So like certain times, like if I'm shredding cheese for like macaroni, I give him like some Kobe or some Kobe Jack, and he eats that as well too. Like I said, I do it it's once in a while. It's not like an everyday type of thing. It's once every like blue moon, because I ain't trying to have him have some high blood pressure or clogged arteries. Can't be doing that. Renam said cats and dogs will eat our soul food. Sam said Mickey does that too. He eats collard greens, cornbread, pinto beans, fried chicken, dirt rice, and etc. And he'll also eat sweet potato as well. Tom said my cat used to go out and hunt pigeons. Yep. The funniest thing is, which one of the girls did that? From my previous cats. Which one was that? Was that it wasn't Miss Cat. I remember she killed a crow because he was mocking her. And that was his fault. He shouldn't have been looking at her and con. Like I don't know why he decided to do that. That was just not the best thing to do. I'm trying to figure out, was it Little Kitty or I think it was a mom. I think Susie. I think the mom was the one that caught a bird, and she was the one trying to eat it. And during that time, it was pretty cool. But then I was afraid during the time because I'm like, like bird disease, like bird flu or something like that. I'm like, yeah, I don't want her to get sick, so let me just get that directly, away from her. I'm like, I'm proud of you. You did a good job. Let me go get you like a can of food, and yeah, we can't have you do that. Sham said I made some scallop Alfredo, and he snatched one of the scallops off my plate. Yeah, see, that's why I can't be having them too close to the plate because I'm like, yeah, we're gonna have a problem. I'm like, you put one of your little dirty paws on my plate. It's gonna be a problem. It is gonna be a problem. Third eye said Garfield. Yeah, and the funny thing is, Sonic taught me to love chili dogs. Garfield taught me to love lasagna. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles taught me to love pizza with anchovies. Like I said, childhood. It's a beautiful thing. It is a beautiful thing. Sam said, and yep, and all cats named Mickey are total Garfields. I believe it. Sam was like the black version of Garfields. Mo said, do your cats use the toilet bowl or the litter box? Litter box. I thought about at one point when he was younger trying to train him for the toilet, and I'm like, that could have worked, but I'm not too sure about his aim sometimes because I've watched him. Well, no. Well, technically for cats, it's a little bit different. He probably would have did good. He probably would have done all right. What was it? Renam said, true at Sham, black cats are Garfields all day. Yeah. Rabbit said, cats who eat human food often, their poop smells so bad. Yeah, it does. It does. It goes, the levels are crazy. So crazy. Mickey one time ended up oh man, I forgot what he ate. I think it was the collard greens with the jalapenos in it. For the spice. And I'm not sure if he might have had one that was like extra hot, but I know he was running directly to that litter box, and all you just heard was it was explosive. and the look on his face. I felt so bad for him. Like his ears were just like straight back, and it just seemed like he was focused. You could just tell he was like focused, and it was like hot pain. I'm like, yeah, you ate the hot parts. I think you might have also had some ghost chicken as well too. That might have happened because at a point he used to like going in the garbage and picking out stuff to eat, and we had to fix that problem because I'm like, yeah, you gonna end up learning. And I'm like, I'm trying to keep you out this garbage because if we throw away certain foods, it's like that could be a problem because you can't have garlic. And I told him that 99 different times. So he never ate that with garlic, but he ended up eating that ghost pepper, the remains or whatnot of the ghost pepper wing. Yeah. Gonna learn today, buddy. Told you to stay out that garbage. Sham said birds are food for cats, not so much enemies. I mean, yeah, that's true. But the crow, and she was a calico. She had a beautiful coat. It was like a black, orange, like yellow type of. I wish I had like a picture of her. Man, I wish I had a picture of her like this. And she was, and that was like technically one of my first girl cats in a sense. But she was I don't want to say temperamental, but she was more so like one of those mother cats that you would normally see where she was like, all right, it seems like they would actually take care of them. So I'm like, I'm going to leave them in your hands. Like she was that type. And then every once in a while you would see her, pull back up and she would just be like looking, just trying to see how everything is going. And then she would just, go off somewhere. And I was like, wow. I think I only pet her once. But I think I probably got on her nerves because she wasn't really so much of like a house cat. She was really like outside and not really so trustworthy. So, but she was a cool cat though. Like I said, she would always, if she was a house cat, she would always had a home. Let me tell you. Renam said the Garfield real story is tragic. He was in a fake world. Damn, that's tough. Renam said, my 97-year-old grandma told me how they would catch certain pigeons in the Detroit winter. Lunch is up here rolling. Sham said, sounds like my Mabel. She's a tortie. It's a calico, but doesn't have the white and the fur. And he said, my Mabel is brown, orange, and black, and with some red, and she is a pretty tortie. Yep. That's exactly how she was. I always like cats that have like mixture of like coats because it's sort of like an art thing for me, I guess. So it's like, it looks pretty dope. But we've been going for like 6 hours. Yeah, let me go get me something to eat. Been sitting up here just talking. My bad. I was supposed to let y'all go a while ago. It's like 7:09 too. My apologies. So yeah, great conversation, guys. Pretty, awesome live stream, great conversation and whatnot. So I will, place probably in about like 30. I'll let the live stream basically set. And probably about like 7:30. I'll just have the other video set and we'll do that. What was it? Oh, they got a story up there with J. Cole sitting up there playing some basketball. All right. Predict there's about to be a large troop deployment. I guess she must have had an influx to whatever her what's name was. I mean, she could potentially be right. I'll tell you that one. She could potentially be right on that one. Lady said, woman on Coldplay Kiss Cam speaks about backlash from scandal and how it affected her differently. Cardi B says that she was reborn after Offset divorce. What? All right, that's enough internet. That's enough internet for me today. Let me tell you something. Bebo, what is up? You said gas was $7 today. Ooh, that's crazy. Jen was like, it's going to be $10 by the summer. Oh yeah, by the time the summer hit, it's over. They're going to make sure to raise those prices because they know that people are going to be out there and want to move around, and that'll be the one way to kind of stop people from like moving to and from on purpose. Tippy said you didn't let the girl finish in the video. Actually, I did, Tippy. You're not slick. I did, Tippy. Tippy talking about what's the next video. Tippy, we've been going for 6 hours. I've been sitting in this chair for 6 hours. I ain't had nothing to eat yet. Let me tell you something. I stayed up and started trying to put together these videos so to make sense, as we talk to them, talk through them, and have a certain rhythm directly to them. Most of the best conversation I had about this man. Renam said, "All over here too, Seji. Thank you for your time and your intelligence, sir. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, I'm happy you enjoyed the live stream." Sham said, "Have a tasty dinner." Again, I could have sworn that what Sham wrote. I thought she said, "Have a trashy dinner." I'm like, what? Like, what's going on, Sham? Ms. Nova says, "See y'all later. It is dinner time." Yeah, same here. I gotta get me some food. Renam said the average in gas is like $5.25 in gas in Cali. Sham said, "Breaking out my bike." Sham said, "I ain't traveling on $10 gas." That's bars. Gail said, "Peace. Yo, Cave, what is up? What is up? What is up?" Tippy said, "You're going to see a lot of people with skates and rollerblades." That's true. Sham said, "I got an adult tricycle. I got to the store and that." Okay, I got you. Tippy said, "Horse and buggy," of course. Tom said, "Thanks for the talks, folks." No, appreciation. Much love. Sham said, "LOL, you need a nap too." Yeah, because like just trying to even like focus words, it's over. It is over. Most of it said, "Do you know that live stream yesterday?" You said, "Did you know that the live stream on the other channel from yesterday is the third most watched on the original channel?" Nah, I didn't even know that. I did not even know that. I remember I kept track of some of the highest live streams that we had, and then like after that, where like numbers started just like looking weird, I'm like, what is going on here? Then I was just like, all right, whatever. But yeah, that's crazy. That is pretty dope. I mean, I guess that's where all the views are in a sense going, instead of going to the videos and going to the live stream. I just needed to look better. Just needs to make sense. Just needs to make sense. Mo said had, and Renam said we are more scooter over here in Cali. I think scooters are actually pretty dope. I actually like scooters. Like scooters and like mopeds and stuff like that. Renam said we see so many scooters here in Cali. Yep. So if I ever happen to visit Cali, I'll make sure to get me a nice little scooter, be just like cruising. Well, technically, I got to make sure I'm in the right parts, and I got to make sure to wear all black because, y'all, it be serious down there with those gangs, and I ain't trying to have no mistakes. I ain't trying to have no mistakes out here, But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation to any and everybody that's been a part of the live stream. Shout out to all of the mods for doing the Lord's work. Shout out to any new subscribers. Shout out to all the folks directly in the chat, adding to the conversation, having conversations. Shout out to those who also hit that like button as well. Shout out to the members and anybody that read up on their membership as well too to the channel. Shout out to anybody who is still a part of the patronage as well. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And shout out to the MVPs, aka the trolls, for just pulling up to the scene and acting foolish. So, anyways, you said that live stream had 34K views. Oh crap, that was 34. Oh, some more people must have actually sat up there and I guess like watched it possibly. Oh, that's dope. All right. That is dope. Too bad that we don't actually have people that'll leave like comments on the videos. It's usually only like 5. I'm like, man, that's tough. If we could actually have some conversations on there, that'd be dope. That'd be pretty dope. But I guess it'll come with due time, I guess. Renam said, Seji, do you have what was it? Venmo, Cash App, or etc. Yeah, I mean, well, Venmo, no, we got Cash App though. We do got those. Wait, don't I got the what's the name directly up there? You know what the craziest part is? I forgot to put the banner direct. This whole live stream, 6 hours, forgot to put the banner up there. But yeah, the Cash App is basically the money symbol. Lord, my brain is just going right now. Money symbol, and then SEIJIHITO in all caps. And you should see that it is me. Where is my phone at? It's up there. Make sure to, because the picture up there, it's of me. So you see real quick. Because I can tell you what the picture look like, just in case we got some counterfeits up there I don't know nothing about. Yeah, so the picture should be me and one of my old. I gotta really update that picture though. I gotta do that because that was an older picture. I was so much of an older picture. And I had that on because that was what I created during the time. That was like during the pandemic. That was before all of the things here, you know. But yeah, you should see like the green, black, and like red directly up there along with the shoes. Man, I was so proud of those shoes too. Now I gotta try to design some different ones there. I gotta make sure to update that picture though. It's been there for years. But yeah. So yeah, it should be money symbol and SEIJIHITO all caps. Yeah. Man, I feel out of it right now. I gotta get some food. Redam said, got it, sir. What was it? What else we got? Yo, it's crazy how folks be pulling up to the scene late. It's like it'd have been great if trolls would have pulled up when we were actually like talking about different stuff. Y'all decide to pull up late when don't nobody care. It's like I don't even understand. Like that makes no type of sense. No type of sense. It's like you're just not gonna make it right now. Most of this at the top. Tippy said sleep. Tippy said get your sister off the screen. That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. Tippy up here laughing. Mo said scrolling at the top. But yeah, it's like, oh man. But yeah, again, much love, respect, and appreciation. I'm gonna let y'all have directly at it. Somebody just popped on Xbox. Like I said, I love these little apps that we got nowadays. Let me tell you. But yeah, much love, respect, and appreciation. And I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.